All right. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boat Campaign real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuesday, and today we got a little bit more hiccups than the last couple of days. You woke up to a cooling attitude. Futures are down quite a bit. ES all the way down to the NASDAQ. There was bad news on Apple chip sales. You didn't get any good news out of China in their premier meeting. We have data along the way about 30 minutes after the bell, but we're kind of calming down after many days of going crazy. We thought yesterday would be the yellow light, but you definitely see more of that here today. So we got a couple of data points here. We're going to get even more tomorrow. We'll see if the market can shake off this stuff from Apple all the way to AMD, but for the most part, you are still near all-time highs. So Chattadonia should be a very good start to the week. Remember, this is all just the pregame leading into the data for the rest of the week. So I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're ready to go. But yes. Good morning. What up, Lori? What up, Nathan? Lucky. Tim Whitman, baby. Carissa Hines. Good morning. What up, S-Dub? What up, Battleboard? Godfather Rocky, Mark J, Sungrown, Najee Wolf, Monica, CYB, Marcus Hanlon, baby. Good morning. Sam Spence, Rydell, Mark J, Tim, baby. Sons of Averaging, Jason Navarro, Casey Hampton, TJ Mulligan, baby. Ray, Mr. Brian Fierros, Spence, baby. Kurt McGart, Kenny, Trapper, Darty Bird, Rydell, Brett, Jay Samuels, Vincent Estrella, Andrea, Jerry, Trapper, Joey, Gamo, good morning, and Mari, Hawaz, Loma, Jordan, Burrito, C Money, Kenny, Hart, Lucky Soldier, baby, good morning, B-Most Beats, Agent of Chaos, John Daniel, Nambrana, good morning, baby, what's up, Lena, what up, Todd, how you living, C Money, good morning, Joshua, M16, Jai Cotton, baby, good morning, CEO, Gagus, Bravo, Dominic, Daniel, Divine, El Chapato, good morning. Happy Tuesday, Chattadonia. What up, Harmonic? What up, Eric? How you doing? Jesse Tyler, living in Alaska native. Light of Biz D's, baby. Good morning. Malcolm, Jesse, Ben, Zoe, CK, winning loser, Floor. You feel me? Good morning. Oh, my gosh. You feel me, baby? What about the Twitch? What about Gladiator, One Wheeler, Sidonia, Profesino, Alaskan, Gus Gonzo, Alfredo, Midwest Finest, Braxton, Sasha, Gray Matter, Feed Me Seymour, Cortex, Blizzy B, Mr. Belvedere, Blowin' Dough, Ibex, Mums, Alfredo, Lizzie, Blowin' Dough, KJ Lemur, Robo Handtech, Uncle Nick, Most Dope, Danny V, Damn Royalty, and Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Oh, blessings from San Diego. Amen, baby. What up, 619? How you living, 619? We locked in. Happy Tuesday, so Chattadonia. I hope you guys are ready. I hope, again, today might be a little more interesting or waking up with a little bit more drama, so we will find out. But Chattadonia, please use this time. I think you got about 8 minutes of news. Use this to soak in all of the headlines. I'm going to finish it out for you. But in the meantime, here is my assistant, Josh AI. I think his name is Liam. I think he has a name. It goes by Liam, believe it or not. But yeah. Anyways, here it is.
The Federal Reserve's rate cut outlook is very much on the agenda for markets this week.
No. This is not the one I
Fed
want.
Chair Powell heads to Capitol.
Thank you.
Wall Street hit by tech slide. Hawkish Feds peak.
There you go.
Stocks slid as hawkish comments from a Federal Reserve policymaker reinforced the message that the U.S. central bank is in no rush to cut interest rates. While a trio of tech heavyweights weighed on U.S. equity futures. Contracts for the S&P 500 slipped 0.3%, putting Wall Street on track for a weaker open, while those for the Nasdaq fell 0.7%, undermined by pre-market retreats for Advanced Micro Devices Incorporated, Tesla Inc., and Apple Inc. Chipmaker AMD slipped more than 2.5%, having hit a U.S. government roadblock in its plan to sell an artificial intelligence chip tailored for China. Tesla is set to extend Monday's slide, following disappointing China vehicle shipment numbers. Weaker China sales also weighed on Apple Inc. as research showed a 24% slump in iPhone deliveries in the first 6 weeks of 2024. Investors are also jittery ahead of congressional testimony from Fed Chair Jerome Powell on Wednesday and Thursday. That will be followed on Friday by monthly payrolls data. Powell is expected to double down on the message that the Fed will be patient in cutting rates. That's especially so after Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic said Monday he expects the first cut, which he has penciled in for the third quarter, to be followed by a pause. A string of strong economic data has already forced markets to push back the first rate cut to at least mid-year and trim the number of reductions this year to 3. If Bostic wants one cut then a pause, you can't help but wonder if the Fed is wavering on 3 cuts, said Societe Generale strategist Kenneth Brew. The data is doing the talking and it's really not screaming for the Fed to cut rates. We have taken out 3 Fed cuts in the past 2 months, so now the question is, do we need to take out more? In Europe, the Stoxx 600 index slipped 0.2%, with automotive and mining shares the hardest hit as China's latest market support measures, announced Tuesday, failed to reassure investors. Among individual stocks, defense firm Thales SA jumped after forecast-beating results and Spirent Communications plc soared after Viavi Solutions Inc. agreed to buy the electronic solutions provider. Earlier, Hong Kong equities fell as much as 3% while mainland Chinese benchmarks closed slightly higher. After China's National People's Congress delivered a slew of announcements on growth and inflation targets, as well as steps to shore up the economy. Overall, I would say it probably disappoints more based on announcements thus far, said Xian Yaoying, an investment director at Aberton. Investors still will like more forceful fiscal measures to boost the economy. In bond markets, Treasury yields slipped after rising across the curve on Monday, when buyers shied away from US 3- and 6-month bill auctions amid uncertainty over Powell. Elsewhere, gold traded near record levels, while Bitcoin slipped to below $67,000, still holding off the record high of around $69,000. Are markets frothy? Strategists at JP Morgan say yes, with the team's Marko Kolanovic saying the dramatic rally in US stocks and Bitcoin's rapid surge above $60,000 is indicative that bubbles are beginning to form in markets. The team at Goldman Sachs counters that the mood is warranted and high valuations for big tech are supported by the prospect of high growth. The S&P 500, which slipped slightly yesterday from yet another record, is set to drop again today, as is the Nasdaq 100. Bitcoin is also slightly lower as I type, though some punters are using options to bet the coin will go as high as $80,000 by the end of March. Bitcoin is now worth a record $1.35 trillion, meaning only 6 of the world's listed companies are more valuable: Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Aramco, Amazon, and Alphabet. Apple trips up. Bad news for Apple, which is commanding a smaller slice of China's smartphone market, is souring the mood in stocks today. A wave of patriotic buying from Chinese consumers is helping local brands outdo foreign counterparts like Apple, whose market share fell below 16% in the first 6 weeks of the year. Down from 19% a year ago, according to figures from Counterpoint Research. China's homegrown champion Huawei is getting a larger slice, more than 16% now versus 9.4% a year ago. While competition and geopolitics are one side of the coin, a broader market malaise is also undermining Apple's iPhone sales in China, which sank 24% over the first 6 weeks of this year. Apple shares have lost about 9% in 2024, missing out on the big tech rally. China's targets. Beijing's economic goals for this year look more ambitious than in 2023, and yet to some investors say they are not ambitious enough. The headline figure is a GDP growth target for around 5%. Which is in line with expectations and matches the goal set last year, though a higher year-on-year base means it will be harder to achieve this time. The language used by officials also showed more resolve, namely Premier Li Qiang's call to action for joint efforts from all fronts on policy support. But even as the government plans to ramp up spending, China kept its headline fiscal deficit at last year's 3% target, suggesting officials are still looking to balance their growth ambitions against a backdrop of rising financial and systemic risk, namely in the debt-laden property market. A lack of firm plans also disappointed some investors. Powell's patience. The Federal Reserve's rate cut outlook is very much on the agenda for markets this week. Fed Chair Powell heads to Capitol Hill tomorrow for his semi-annual testimony before Congress, where he is expected to maintain a hawkish stance and signal the Fed is in no hurry to cut interest rates. That lack of urgency was highlighted by Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic on Monday, who said he expects the first cut, which he has penciled in for the third quarter, to be followed by a pause. Futures markets are currently looking at the first Fed cut in June or July, and pricing in just over 80 basis points worth of easing in 2024, which translates into about 3 reductions. The rate-setting committee will update its forecasts for rates at the next meeting on March 19 to 20th. Top overnight news. China's 2024 economic objectives targets were largely in line with expectations, including growth of around 5% and a fiscal deficit of 3%. Wall Street Journal. China drops peaceful reunification language with regards to Taiwan as it pledges to boost defense spending by 7.2% this year. RTRS. Apple Incorporated's iPhone sales in China fell by a surprising 24% over the first 6 weeks of this year. According to independent research that may stoke fears about worsening demand for the marquee but aging device. BBG. Japan's Tokyo CPI came in at plus 2.6% YY on the headline, up from plus 1.8% in Jan. And firmer than the consensus forecast of plus 2.5%, while core cooled to plus 3.1%. BBG. Gaza ceasefire talks end in Cairo without a breakthrough as pressure builds for a deal before the start of Ramadan on 3/10. RTRS. Hawkish policymakers at the European Central Bank have been emboldened to resist calls for an imminent cut to interest rates at their meeting this week after inflation proved stickier than expected. In February. FT. Bitcoin ETFs are seeing assets rise at a record pace. Total inflows have been nearly $50 billion since the approvals arrived on January 11. BlackRock's product became the fastest new ETF in history to hit $10 billion. Wall Street Journal. TGT plus 6% pre-market after reporting strong FQ4 Gen EPS upside, WA 60% YY spike to 2.98 versus the Street's 2.40 forecast. The EPS beat was driven primarily by margins while comps were in line. RTRS. AMD fell after its plan to sell an AI chip tailored for the Chinese market hit a roadblock. U.S. officials found the low-performance chip was still too powerful and AMD must obtain a license to sell it, People Familiar said. BBG.
Ta-da! So yeah, AMD news, a little bit of Apple news. That Bostic comment too, that's been upsetting some people about getting a rate cut and then pausing. So that was part of it, but don't worry. We still have more news here. S&P futures, they're down by 0.3 Tuesday morning after major U.S. indexes finished lower in a Monday session marked by dispersion. AI, semis, hardware, banks, precious metals outperform, while several mega-cap names lag. Treasuries firmer with curve flattening after a notable backup in yields in the prior session that reversed most of Friday's rally. Dollars up by 0.1, gold is up by 0.4, Bitcoin off by 0.3, and WTI is down by 1.1. Market on the defensive ahead of ISM services this morning. Powell tomorrow and non-farms on Friday. Some focus on China-related headwinds facing Apple and AMD, while MPC targets seem to underwhelm. Some other recent bearish talking points have revolved around sticky service inflation, jump in break-evens, stretch long positioning, stretch valuations, mega-cap, tech dispersion, and bubble talks surrounding the likes of AI and crypto. Bulls focused on better U.S. economic growth, Fed pivot, stable 24 earnings expectations, buybacks, passive FOMO inflows, AI, and GLP-1 secular growth tailwinds. ISM services for February that highlights the U.S. economic calendar today, along with final February S&P Global U.S. Service PMI and January factory orders. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Barr is also speaking, though it'll be a panel discussion of the Community Reinvestment Act. A few overseas developments in focus. China MPC headlines largely match expectations with the 24 growth target around 5% and largely unchanged budget deficit of 3% of GDP. Tokyo core CPI jumped to 2.5 year over year in February from 1.8 in January, driven by fading of government subsidies and in line with consensus. China Caxton Services PMI expansion unexpectedly slowed in February. Target posted a big Q4 margin-driven EPS beat and full-year guided largely in line. Apple on the defensive again on a report. iPhone sales in China are down 24% year-over-year in first 6 weeks of 24. AMD weak on report that it was hit by U.S. regulatory roadblock, selling AI chip tailored to China. MSTR down on plan to sell $600 million in coverts with proceeds to be used to acquire additional Bitcoin. AOB down on plans to sell $1.75 billion in depository shares, while some of the proceeds expected to be used for Project CapEx. GitLab under pressure with strong Q4 results, overshadowed by softer full-year 25 guidance. AVAV up big on beat and raise. Pay up big on better EBITDA guide. Stitch Fix saw continued declines in net active clients and lowered full-year revenue guidance. Teed up, EBITDA missed, but some takeaways upbeat on execution and transition. And I think that may be it. Is that all we have? Busy macro week. Chair Powell's testimony on Capitol Hill set to appear in Congress, starting with Wednesday's appearance. Preview said Powell unlikely to deviate much on his comments. January FOMC meeting of recent messaging from other top Fed officials, including that there has been 6 good months of data, but wants to see more evidence inflation is returning, noting risk of reaccelerating. Fed can remain patient. Balance sheet runoff will be another sticky topic of concern. Appearance follows Friday's release of sentiment and monetary policy report. I think that's it. AMD, China, and Apple. I think those are your top three things here to start off the day. But don't you worry, we still got some plays. A lot of biotechs here today too. So FMS, they're up 11.4 in reaction to NVO flow trial outcome. Target is up 8.3 off of earnings. Divita is up 6.0 in reaction to NVO flow trial. Coin is up 3.3. SE is up 1.7. CGS, CIMB upgrade. NVIDIA up 1.4. APGE up 36.6. Interim results of phase 1. Healthy volunteer trial for APG 777. Pay is up 19.9 off earnings. AVAV 18.3 off earnings. VVX up 12.6 off earnings. GoGo 7.1. VIAV 6.5. BL up 5.1. IMNM up 4.6. DWALK 4.0. FRO up 3.9. KYTX up 3.1. AU 2.5. FWRG up 2.1 off of earnings. CASI up 42%. Interim phase 1 data. BI 1206. RGNX up 27%, new initial efficacy data from phase 1, phase 2 affinity Duchenne trial of RGX 202. Fun is up 26.5. Dave is up 15.0 off of earnings. DSP up 13.3 off of earnings. CIFR up 10.8 off of earnings. PPTA up 10.0 off earnings. LVTX up 9.2. Clinical development milestone achieved by Pfizer for PF 08046052. Swin is up 9.1. SPRY 88. Lyric Partners upgrade. Lex up 7.7. BBAI up 6.9. Warrant exercise agreement with investor. ACIU up 6.6. SMR 6.2, MYE 5.6 off earnings, Azul 4.7 considering buying Golineth Arrayas. IMMP up 4.3, first clinical data of 90 milligram dosing of FT. GSIT up 4.2, RSSS up 4.1, GZXN up 4.1, OM up 4.0, CECO up 3.8 off of earnings, MGX 3.7, Jeffries initiation, RSKD up 3.7 off earnings, AXGN up 2.8 off of earnings, GitLab down 23.5 off earnings, ALB down 7.3, 1.7.5 billion depository share offering. TKO down 3.8, 5 million share block being shopped through Morgan Stanley. Ferg down 3.7 off earnings. GFS down 3.0, Susquehanna downgrade. Tesla down 2.4, evacuates Grunheide factory after power outage due to suspected arson. MSTR down 2.4, 600 million convert. Apple down 2.2. iPhone sales in China down 24% over the first 6 weeks of 2024. Celsius down 2.1 insider sale. AppLovin down 2.0. Rivian down 2.0. Micron down 1.9. XAS down 1.9. CPNG down 1.6. Skyworks down 1.6. Car down 0.1. Agreement to sell industrial business to Sentinel Capital. SEMR down 12.12 off earnings. Or 12.2, SoFi down 9.6, 750 million convertible senior note offering. Seat down 8.5 off earnings. Coast down 8.5, 300 million convert. SBSW down 7.4 off earnings. AS down 7.2. Tandem down 4.3, 250 million convert. INTA down 4.1, 7 million share offering for holders. CC down 2.4, UBS downgrade. AKRO down 1.8, 300 million common stock offering. Fufu down 19, Vivek down 18.4, Karja down 15.0 off earnings, EXO down 14.8 off earnings, Stitch Fix 12.6 off earnings, MTC down 11.9, Saidu down 10.0, SMRT down 9.7 off earnings, and Wish is down 1.9 off of earnings. Wow. Talk about the plays. My goodness. Yeah, everything is down for now. Again, we're getting into a little bit more of hiccups this morning. A lot of different news from Apple all the way down to chips. And we got a little bit of data 30 minutes after the bell. But Chattadonia, that is all the plays. I got a couple of things. I'm going to be watching SPR, CCJ from yesterday, Target Post, AMD and Apple. They got the news, and then FMS. That was, again, one of the biotech. It's related to NVO. I want to see how that one plays out, but it's kind of just holding up there today. Besides that, I think we're going to see, and then after ISM, I think we should be able to start getting some moves. And I sold out of my ZB. I got a pretty good profit on my ZB this morning, so I sold out of that, and I took profits on my bonds. So remember, we rolled over the other day, and I even did one on the watch list there. I'm out of that play. That one was a good one this morning. So on that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Hit that like button. We get 1,000 likes. We'll be looking good. We might have plays. I think we might have target post earnings. So hit that thumbs up button. God bless all of you, Chatadonia. And I will BRB.
And for many
I will
years,
BRB.
it
We
was
got some
the
time.
bond market has been
I
allowing
want
the
plays
US
when I come
government
back.
to borrow with impunity, right? We've been able to have extraordinarily low rates. And despite the fact that the debt relative to GDP was at historic highs, our debt service payments were at historic lows. So during that time period of low interest rates, it was fine. Today, it's not so fine. Interest rates have gone up significantly. Borrowing costs for the US government have risen significantly. Now you throw on a presidential election in a year when we need to refinance about 30% of all U.S. government debt. That doesn't even include new debt. And then, by the way, voters don't fully understand that the U.S. government has very little ability to change its spending. I know here we're talking about potentially tax cuts or increased spending, but even the ability to sort of cut spending from where we are today is very, very limited. So this is a really big challenge if interest rates stay where they are.
And if they stay where they are, Rob, I just want to close off with this. The dollar has had a phenomenal outperformance predicated on a number of factors. One is the uniqueness of the US's strength and economic strength, but also in the shaving back of the rate cut narrative to 3, which is where you're at in the money. Does that cyclical dollar strength endure? Is the dollar a hedge going into a political vortex, one could say, towards the back end of the year?
Well, I think that the dollar strength is going to key off of the Fed. So if we get the Fed to really ease more aggressively than kind of we're expecting, which would be more than 3 cuts or so, you would definitely see the dollar coming off. Cyclically, the dollar is relatively strong. So we should be in a kind of environment where as the Fed cuts rates, if the U.S. economy is slow, that U.S. exceptionalism that you were talking about in the economy will kind of leak away a bit, and the rate, the carry in the dollar will come off a bit, and that should allow the dollar to come down.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, Rob Waldner and Karen Murphy. My guest this morning on Super Tuesday. Coming up, we've got your morning calls. We've got Schwab's Omar Aguilar joins me around the opening bell. We're going to look ahead to Chair Powell's testimony and the key U.S. economic data. That conversation right ahead on Bloomberg.
Right ahead. And now on Chadbag. As the Josh gives all the plays, he looks to the Chad to post the first play of the day in the Chad. Chatadonia, what do you got for me, baby? Let's go. You got a couple of minutes till the bell, couple of minutes till the pledge. What is your first play of the morning? Tesla puts, AMD puts, NYCB, AMD, TQQ, ARM120 put, looking directional, MES, Boyle call, SQQ, sitting on hands, holding target, SPY put, SPY call, gold call, GDX call, Mara, Nike MO shares, exit FERC put, TLT, TGT, SPY put, TGT and Walmart, Tesla put, watching my Intel call die, Bitcoin long, Tesla, Marvel, sell AMT, lag in lace shares, UUP, uranium explosion, no play, target calls, AMD, target, shorting bonds, Palantir, holding target, taking half of target profits, waiting for funds to settle, CXAI, SPY calls, SMCI, small good decisions, buying more SPY, watching the video call die, Google sell, Liam call, Dogecoin and Kroger, Neo calls on the Chad, riding SPY puts, good morning, MSTR, calls on Paul, Super Tuesday, SPY puts, TLT, FXY, puts on healthcare, BBAI, holding utility, SLV, long yen in bonds, F350 calls, PHILO calls, GitLab, Tesla shares, Tesla put, and the final plays. Baidu LT ad, holding target call, Broadcom puts, Mara shares, and the final play, AMD hold. Let's go, baby. So let's go. I don't have that many plays to start off. Again, we're going to watch a couple. There is, like I said, a lot of biotechs, but a lot of them are either partnerships or trial data, and they've moved up a little bit. Again, a couple of the post earnings there, and I do think there will be a lot of attention on AMD and Apple, so we will find out. But other than that, should be pretty straightforward. Again, it is kind of a a bigger hiccup than we have dealt with in the last couple of days. Bonds are absolutely ripping today. Again, I got out of that play already, so we'll see if there's a double dip around the ISM. That's about 30 minutes after the bell. But Chatadonia, you got 30 seconds until the pledge. Any questions? Any questions? Did you hit the like button? This is a great time for me to remind you about the like button and everything the like button unlocks. Limited time offer. Limited time offer. You got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, baby. And then we get into the pledge. Let's run it, baby. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, my friend. And honestly, I got a bigger thank you. I got a bigger thank you I'm waiting on. Yeah, baby. And you know who it is? Yes, every morning, man. Before we do anything, we like to send out a very special thank you and appreciation to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will make. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for serving, whether you have agreed or not, whether somebody told you to do it or not, and you are all about it or not, man. Y'all serve for something bigger than yourselves and for people y'all have never even met. The least we could do is show that love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there making their community run. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're giving back to your community, making it run, baby. That's where it all happens. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. The Jets have been sent, and we have 2 minutes to like the video, to get 1,000 likes, to ask out. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Let's go, baby. Y'all turn it up at the last minute. Every morning, y'all ready to go. The likes don't look like they're there, and then all of a sudden, y'all show up out of nowhere. So let me know if you got a like still hanging on there. Otherwise, if you have any questions, now would be the time to do it. Again, we got a couple of big things here today. The story out of China, their growth didn't excite anybody. AMD they have to apply for permits to sell NVIDIA. Bad Apple sales, and then a couple of earnings. Target actually did good, so other than that, we're waiting for the data in a little bit, baby. We're waiting for the data in a little bit, baby. So what do we got, baby? What do we got? I think ARM will go back up. Maybe we got 1 minute and we need 50 likes. Oh my gosh. We are right there, baby. So we'll see too. Again, a couple of plays right off the open. Probably going to be the post earnings. There's just a ton of biotechs. And then Target's up 10, so it's moving a little bit more than priced in. But I do think the Target 2 standard deviations, those will probably end up negative. All right, 30 seconds, Chatadonia. 30 seconds, and there it is. We hit the likes. God bless you. So call out any plays. You have any questions, let me know. And again, within like 15 minutes, you'll get one set of data, but then 30 minutes, that will be the bigger data that we are waiting on. So get ready. Let's have some fun. Good luck, and less than 10 seconds. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, the puts are down. Round 1. Fight. All right. Target off to a great start. Yeah, Baidu is down. We'll see if those end up coming up. KRE. Let's see where the banks end up going. All right, Target. The options aren't open on Target yet. Interestingly, do you guys have Target open? My chain isn't loading up. Who's that other one? FMS. Again, they were related to one of the Novo studies. They're up 9. Again, there's like LVTX and then another biotech, but they have all kind of moved up a little bit. Giggle. And then NVIDIA is still green. So, again, even though AMD got the bad news, GitLab coming up. GitLab was down a lot, and that one's kind of going green. Target's options not open yet. No, GitLab's still down 18. I thought that one was going to kind of have a bounce there. Ferg play is up. Ferg barely moved, and then Target option chain is now open. Yeah, the Ferg play is still actually up. We already ghetto spreaded. Target's kind of moving a little crazy. Where is Target? Yeah, some of the targets are expensive depending on how far out of the money. I don't know. Target's options are kind of meh. There's cheap ones further out the money, but again, that's still like another $30. I might have to see. We'll see if we get any movement. But if Target does continue from here, those will start to wake up. Just a little tricky. CCJ's up, but still down a little bit from the other day. Yeah, the Baidus are up 100%. So you got a little bit there. But again, we only have till Friday. CRM Reds, TSM, Intel tanking, GitLab still on the low. Yeah, TSM down 2. And then again, NVIDIA, they just went red right there. There's Target. Palantir Pop, FOXF, Costco dumping. Don't they have earnings tomorrow or today? It's one or the other. Oh, where's SPR? I forgot about that one. Down a little bit. Dollar General on the high. Boeing down. SPY's coming down here too. SMCI starting to sell off. And we're at 51.08. Damn. So you've given up almost 50 points from yesterday. Target coming down a little bit. BABA coming up. Again, there wasn't any like good news out of China. Celsius green. They had an insider sale. OVOV up. Celsius is trying to go green. Baidu down 1.9. Is that Apple on the high? GitLab still going up. All right, GitLab's down 12. And then Target's still holding. Bonds are going really strong. And I sold out of one of them this morning, but that's already 1.5. Again, by the ISM, that's where we're really going to see what's up. All right, did that get filled? All right, this one's kind of expensive, honestly. I feel like I could have done a little better on this one, but if it keeps moving, we'll see. CRM down 1.6. CRM's down 1. I want to see because I still kind of want the double dip on that one. Target's starting to move up a little bit. Celsius running. Again, they were down earlier. Watch AMD, Baba on the high. Couple of things running. Yeah, Celsius is literally killing it. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made a trade on GitLab. So I grabbed a GitLab next week, $80 call at 48 cents. It gets a little bit more expensive. Now the asset has dropped there. But that's going for one of those. It's either going to rocket up here or it gets sent right back to the gulag. Like I said, it's a little expensive. I was going for like 10-cent plays and I couldn't find them. But then that one stood out because like of how the split between all the other contracts. Oh, damn, those Celsiuses are up a lot. Old eBay calls green. Yeah, they're up to 80% now. Again, we have till the end of next week on those. And then Target's climbing back up. What were those eBays? What calls? 52 calls. Yeah, dude, those Celsiuses are going insane. So hold on. So again, we ghetto spreaded the 95 and we have the 90s. So yeah, we're about to go in the money on those Celsiuses. And then you'll have the extra week for the other ones to expire. Mara going up. Mara is up again. Coin was killing it yesterday. I'm surprised Coin's actually still in the green, but not by that much. And then Target starting to break out and continue. That earnings continuation is working for now. Tesla. What did you miss? Nothing. We made a GitLab call. That's the only play I just made there. It's not doing too hot, but we just made it. And then the only other thing is just news out of AMD, China, Apple, and then even Raphael Bostic, raise and pause, or cut and pause, has people feeling a certain way. Those are all the headlines from the morning. Baidu's still up. NVO, there was like a flow trial, I believe is what it's called. Again, there's a couple of companies that went up as sympathy. Well, that's about it. Yeah, Target's running now, so it's actually waking up. We'll go back to those contracts. Some of the out the money contracts, though, still didn't go up too much. The ones near the money did good. It's about like 200%. There goes Coin again. Coin is on the high. Yeah, bro. Coin is nuts. SoFi. Oh, they had it. SoFi did an offering, I believe. SoFi had like notes or bonds that they offered today. Something like that. I think that's why they're down 8%. Coin is starting to go up. That one just woke up. Again, AMD too. They had a little candle earlier. Apple still struggling, down to 170. Again, the divergence between Apple and the NASDAQ is like absolutely massive. You got GitLab for 25. Oh, that's a steal. Oh, yeah, I guess it just dropped $2. Yeah, 10 years going the other way right now, but for the most part, bonds are looking decent. And then SPR is starting to climb. BIAF halted on SQQ. Could be decent for a trade there, but again, I mean, you're just fighting against the golden path. So realistically, I mean, SQQ, there will be opportunities to play it as we get into Fed Powell. So again, even a day like today, we'll see where it ends up. And then AVAV, we should have played for earnings. I told you I was liking that one, but we got to see where everything ends up playing out here over the next couple of days. And then again, how people react to even a day like today. You know, today's a little bit of a hiccup. Let's see if it actually holds up, or do we, by the end of the day, kind of just play out how we have been with the awkward hit a high, sell off, and then stay at the same place. Yeah, we're already down to 500 almost, or 5,100. So, I mean, you gave up almost 50 points between yesterday and today. Bro, Coinbase 234. AMD's on the high now. Mara's starting to go up. Mara's back at 26. Yeah, defense contractors did good. Again, that AVAV, we talked about that one pre-earnings. But that one actually moved. NVIDIA's on the high now. Wall. Interestingly, I guess XLF is in the green. Banks. Remember yesterday, even with NYCB, they were all up. NYCB is even up 9% today. Amazon lifting a little bit. Again, I think like major tech, NVIDIA is the one in the green right now that's holding us up. Even SMCI is down 2.5. ARM fell to 134. SPR. Bond's still coming down a little. Where's the dollar? Hershey's on the high. Dollar's up. Abavai. Altria. Why you do this, Habibi? Global PMIs in 4 minutes. Yes, and then the big ones are going to be in 20. OPTV. Haven't we seen that before? I thought Optiv. I guess that's not a stock. Data leak. Not for now. Again, if anything, we're still in the same setup. I mean, we've been selling from the morning. The only difference between now and the morning is that the bonds are like kind of coming down, but we'll see again after that data here. But again, even it's not like today's data is data that gets leaked and then like makes everybody go crazy and freaks everybody out. I mean, it is important, but I wouldn't say it's that important. Rotation. Well, Russell's down as much as the SPY. We'll see. Maybe by the end of the day, just if anybody, kind of takes off and does their own thing. PayPal's up 1%. Coin's still going through the high. Again, Mara is now following along this time around. Coinbase, 52-week high intraday. Yeah, eBay contracts are up 100% from the earnings. ARKB. High ticker is still gassing. That's the crazy part. I don't know if you guys see this, bro. High ticker is like actually gassing this whole time. And then where's that NCLH contract? That one's 18 cents. This one's 500%. I think I'm going to sell it. Get back $1.93. We bought it for 18. Yeah, I sold out at 93. I'm out of the NCLH. Remember, that was from a week or two ago. Has a little bit of time, but I just didn't want to forget about it. Yeah, oil is creeping up. I think oil, it's been hugging near this 80 very, very big. I'm surprised we haven't had an issue yet. It's still below it. But actually, I think like 78.30 I'd be down to double dip. I have been a little intimidated by it, though. Yeah, SoFi just has bad news for the day. Coin getting a candle up to the high again. Yeah, GitLab, I think that one might have been a dud. IWM's on the high now, so Russell's starting to go. Bond's trying to catch a bid here at the low. 15 seconds. You're going to get global PMI data. It shouldn't move us too much. Again, the one at 10 a.m. ISM services, that's the big one we're looking for. And they're out. So composite global PMIs. 52.3 versus estimate of 51.4. And then final 52.5 versus 51.4. So Global services and composite both came in slightly higher than expected. So bonds already a little lower off of that too. Target is about to climb and hit another high up 12.4. So they're starting to get a little juicy. AI on the low. AI's flushing down 5. Coinbase even took a down candle on that one. Well, again, this data is like important, but then again, I think ISM services, that's going to be the one with a lot of juice. So whatever reaction we get for now, just wait. I mean, you got 15 more minutes. Target hitting a high. Yeah, Target about to go to 170. $93. Oh, I meant 0.93, 500%. Yeah, services PMI a little hotter. Bitcoin at 68,650, $400 from all-time highs. Let's see. I'm logging into the rave. I want to see how it looks on Coinbase. Yeah. 68,000. Yeah, Bitcoin just ran up. Yeah, bro, Ethereum Classic at 3840. My goodness. Bro, even Ethereum at 3780. Snow keeps selling. DFS on the high. Nvidia got some candles down. Even coins coming down. Target's still holding up great. CCG starting to climb finally. And then SPR is still up. Oil is about to go green. If oil takes another dip today, I'm down to play it. I feel like I already missed it. Netflix clapped, crowd dying. Doesn't crowd have earnings? And then again, 12 minutes, that bigger data will be there. You're averaging on Baidu since under 100. And we'll see. I'm going to get rid of that put first and then see what I'm going to do with it. But I've already made 3 averages. I might just end up holding. And then the put's up 139. Oh, we only have till this week. Elf on the low. Crowd pricing in 38. That's a lot. And then bonds starting to move up a little bit. Cities on the high. Again, banks are already running up. Cities up 1.5. So your Baidu's for the 15th. Mine's only for this week. No. They're up 150, though. They're holding pretty decent for now. Boeing pop. Watch SPR, too. That one's holding up. I'm still in those. Still deciding if we want to keep pushing or not. Damn, Toyota's at 250, 249. Then Tesla's starting to come back up, but down 2.2. Again, coin. JP Morgan, 52-week high. My goodness. Even Abivi's starting to climb. Airbnb down. Altria is a little higher than where we got it yesterday. What was the other one? Pfizer. SPR is starting to rocket up a little bit now. SPR is not loading, but it's up. SPR just jumped up 34.87. And then VIX on the low, or VIX on the high as we go into the low here. And then watch if coin. No, JPM's doing very good. Pay the plug, spy push bank, baby. God bless you, Smasher. Good morning. Very good. If you had those and you woke up to them again, it's been a while. since we've woken up with like this much downside that didn't get reversed in a second. So very, very good, man. Very, very good, you know? Abby JP Morgan. Bro, and Coinbase is unreal. Target 170. Yeah, that's crazy. So watch if any of those cheap contracts start catching a bid on there. Because again, the further out the monies are moving super slow on target. Video to the moon. We got 10 minutes till data. Can I go to the bathroom? I need to go pee. I had a lot of water. I'm waiting for oil. If we get another negative drop on oil, that'll be a good one to go for. But I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night, and I will see you in a little bit.
1 month's results in China, especially the month of February, the fact that you do have the Lunar New Year having an effect on the month. That being said, this was a pretty bleak result, and I do think that there is a sort of overarching theme that we've been seeing for weeks and months of EV slowdown that's given people real pause, some sort of unintended consequences of the effect of really slashing prices at Tesla and the effect that that's had on resale values. I think much as there's a lot to be said for the promise of Tesla, whether you want to look at it as an AI company, the fact that it brings a lot to the table outside of cars potentially in terms of battery player and energy storage, and a lot of buzz around the Mega Pack product, self-driving development that Musk has talked a lot about it being the sort of long-term driver for Tesla. I think the market was much more willing to entertain those things in a zero interest rate environment because Musk himself will like to talk about the idea that we make the impossible merely late. That he's been able to accomplish an awful lot with this company, but it tends to take him more time than he says he needs. I think the fact that Tesla has had so much of an issue with delivering on a lot of his promises leads to this sort of bang on the head when you do see some operational issues like we've seen in China and like we've seen just in the last few weeks in terms of disruption to their production, even here in Europe and in Germany, which we're seeing again today.
Or is it that, as we mere mortals lack the imagination to comprehend flying taxis on Madison Avenue? Get the shopping done. Ed, thank you very much. I'll leave you with that thought on the West Coast. Craig Trudell in London. A little bit of breaking economic news coming across the Bloomberg terminal. Abigail Doolittle joins me with that. Abby, what have we got?
Indeed, we do have some of the final PMI, U.S. PMI data for the month of February coming in better than expected. For the S&P Global U.S. Services PMI, the actual was 52.3 versus the survey of 51.3, a little bit better than the prior. And for the composite, 52.5, also coming in better. This, of course, is in expansionary territory. Below 50 would be contraction. And we have the ISM services coming up today at 10 a.m. The estimate there is for 53, maybe setting up for those larger companies a little bit of strength there as well. Relative to sectors, Manus, we are looking at a 0.5% decline for the S&P 500, and it's that heavy tech weight, consumer discretionary and services indexes. Those are really weighing today on the S&P 500.
They are indeed, and tech is dragging us all into the bottom of this market. Coming up, market moving events for your day. We'll set up your trading diary.
Set up your trading diary. I just saw ACMR on the low. And then SPY going lower. 5 more minutes till the big data. That'll be what moves us. Yeah, Mara, I think it's just going up with the crypto names. But again, Coinbase, they're staying chill. But is Bitcoin hitting a high? I'm watching all these go crazy. I got to log back into the rave. Ethereum up. Let's see. Bitcoin 68,765. So you guys can see the rave. This is how it looks on the rave screen. It's beautiful. 68,850. So Bitcoin's running up with all of this. Real on the high. So again, every single one of these ETFs hitting 52-week highs, probably Bitcoin. Oh, Marcus Hanlon, baby. Show us some love. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, bro. Thank you. Mr. Musical Mind Frame. I want to hear that song again. Might have to throw that on in the background while we trade, baby. Way to bless the Chad. About to hit 69,000. That's crazy. Bitcoin is about to hit another all-time high, ladies and gentlemen. It is right there. It is right there. My goodness. I got 2 Coinbases up. I think it's appropriate. Target. Oh, they hit 170, came down. GitLab, no dice for yet. AVAV, I'm bad I didn't play that one. Yesterday I saw a guy I went to high school with post about crypto on Facebook. It's starting again. You're getting closer. But I'm telling you, man, just I at this point though, there's way less people talking, and it makes sense. I mean, you got to think about it. Imagine all the people who are like crypto hard on, and then they sold out after it, like, because it got fucked up. I was looking at the charts yesterday, and I was like, damn, some of these altcoins, they came back, but I was like, damn, they also got murdered. So it's just like you have people who they were in it, and they probably, now it's coming back up. They sold out, and then vice versa. You don't have everybody at home. You don't have the same, like, crazy pumping on it. But this time around, I mean, Bitcoin has gotten this high with a lot less hype and more so just movements. It's kind of nuts to think about. We're at 5,100. Yeah, 5,100 flat. So, honestly, ever since we got above here, we went below it like once, but like 5,000 is the real test. Ironically, even though we were just near 5,200. And then again, 3 minutes here till data. I saw a guy I grew up with said he had 6.5 million Doge. I said, no, you don't. That's 800,000. He said, oh, yeah, that's SHIB. Same thing. XLM. XLM went up, though. Again, XLM back at 15 cents. Ethereum Classic at 38. And then there's one more I saw. Which one was it? Ethereum at 3,800. Oh, there is one more token. Oh, Shiba. Yeah, that's the one. Dude, Shiba is up like 300. That's why you guys kept asking. I haven't really been keeping up with it. But you guys were asking if I was up on it, and I was like, why does like everyone keep asking me? Dude, Shiba went up 300% in 7 days. So, again, granted, it started off low, but like I think we are a lot higher. Yeah, we're definitely up on our Shiba. I mean, it's even up 51% after 100% yesterday. Yeah, I thought it was just like moving up in tandem with everything else, but kind of makes sense why everybody keeps bringing it up. Intel at 43. GitLab staying pinned. Marvel on the high. So that's interesting. Most chip makers except NVIDIA are down. I'm up 490. I think my prices are like, because pretty much it transferred prices when they moved me from the Coinbase Pro, but it says I'm up. I assume I am. I'll go find my original purchase, but for now, I mean, I think it's pretty hard not to be up on it unless you really bought into the crazy highs on it. If Shiba goes to $1, it'll be bigger than the SPY. Yeah, that's insane. Baba's on the high. Interesting. Baba just went green. Baidu. The eBays came down for a little bit. All right, data in 30 seconds. Get ready. So, again, the number you're looking for is 52.9. Higher is bad, lower is good. You're also going to get factory orders as well. Damn, Baidu, big can. Again, Baba, China names just woke up. PMI's 52.6. Slightly lower. Slightly lower. Oh, and then oil's coming up. All right, I did 2 MCL. I said I wanted oil, but I'm hesitant. I'm going with the small one. I grabbed 2 MCLs. I may want to look for a bond play. Again, I don't think that data was that good, but the fact that it came in lower and bonds already had a bid, bam, bonds are rocketing. They're back up to pre-market highs, a little higher. And then I got 2 oils at 78.65. Gold pumping 2. I want another bond play, but I got out of those. Those would have been fire. But I'm going with oil again. I said I don't want to rush that one. I don't want to top ticket with a big one, but oil is getting tempting. It's running off that. A couple names going lower. Again, China just woke up on that. Bonds got an even bigger bid. SPY got a big candle. GLD going absolutely insane, dude. I don't even know how to comprehend that. Again, with the dollar, there's a lot going on there. 6J running, again, probably getting a bid off the bonds. So we're getting some activity there. Bonds still going up. Even oil got a pop. Yeah, bro. GLD, the market, they're all going up now. What was it, 4.1? Check out Nugget. Oh, yeah. Dude, I saw that the other day. I forgot. We do have Nugget in the random account that expires in June. I was looking at the long term, and I saw that in there. And then banks are going up higher again. SPY, so far, weaker service data. It was good news. It was slightly weaker. I think it is in contraction, though. Not really. Honestly, very mediocre data, but again, just in the setup. Markets, I don't know if the markets will go green off of it, but bonds are going to keep loving that throughout the day. Nugget is like a VIX for gold, pretty much. It's like a multiple levered ETF. Bitcoin going up. Again, hitting more on those ETFs. Coin breaking out new high. Durable goods also -6. -6.2 versus 6.1. Target catching another candle. Again, coin was moving up there. And Mara. MSTR is down. They did a sale of some sort, though, today. OCEA has been going up every single day. I have no idea what they do. GitLab staying pinned. Again, SPY near the high. First 3 minutes, bonds and SPY. Good off of this slightly weaker data. 69,000 on Bitcoin. 69,020. So Bitcoin is like what, $300, $400 from an all-time high? It's not there yet, but it's about to. March 5th. Gold popping, Bitcoin popping. Seems like people are looking where to store value because confidence in the banking system is failing. In a weird way, I agree with you, but it's like maybe that's too premature of a thought, but at the same time, like it is coming up. People are bringing this up. I mean, it keeps happening where now dollar, every asset is higher. So it is like it's a fair assumption. I think that's a great way to put it. It's hard to say if that's exactly where we're at right now, but like I'm saying, I mean, the dollar is really strong. Gold is now hitting all-time highs. So is Bitcoin. I mean, you're getting where Bitcoin's about to hit an all-time high right now. 69,300. I think it just clipped it. Let me see where the Bitcoin view. I'm looking at the Coinbase. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin futures have already done it. So Bitcoin futures are already there. So Bitcoin futures are at 70,000. Spot Bitcoin hit 69,314. Yeah, I think you hit it. Wow. Bitcoin, baby. A new era of crypto. Another high. Who would have thought just a couple years ago? Gold has 2 reasons to get clapped. Well, gold, that's the thing. Even if gold gets clapped, it's just going to go back to the level it was at before. You realize how crazy that is? All right, I sold out of SPR. Remember I flipped those the other day off the buyout. I got $1,100 off that. There's the flip for now. SPY's already coming back, and bonds too. Oh, my goodness. Oil, I'm still up on that, but that came down a little bit. Well, Bitcoin, I mean, it just hit an all-time. Damn, Bitcoin just dropped $2,000 off that, like, spot Bitcoin. But either way, I mean, you're probably going to hear about the Bitcoin stuff a little more now. You just hit an all-time high. That's it. Bitcoin has never been, that's crazy, bro. 69,000 for one Bitcoin is huge. Again, even 3,800 for an Ethereum, that's massive. So you're doing it. You're now probably going to hear more people talking about this over the next coming weeks. Yeah, I think 99% of Bitcoin holders are profitable right now. If you think about it, that's insane. Len on the high, Lennar. Why are they running up? 1.2. And then again, just got out of SPR. That was a good one. Bitcoin pullbacks in April. I mean, Uncle might tell you July. That's more than half by July. But I think we'll see around May to July. That'll be an interesting time. Other than that, though, it'll just probably follow along with the market and Powell. But it will be interesting to see, you know, what the Fed does and how Bitcoin even responds to monetary policy. The data was slightly bullish. It came in slightly a little bit worse, which was what we wanted to see, but not anything like huge. And then I think the bonds already had a bid. It added to that, and then the markets bounced. But like I said, I think if anything, bonds hold up today. I don't know if that'll take the market green. NASDAQ still has 1% to go, but I don't know if the data was that telling or that moving. Oil's coming down now. I like VKTX. I mean, we were trading that in the, $20 or lower. But at this point, I think it's pretty high up there. You're taking a lot of risk. It's up to you at that point. So Bitcoin had that little drop and pop, trying to come back up again. Bear strong today. Big data, no move. Well, it wasn't that big, and then even then, there's like 3 different things. Again, you got the politics of today, then you had the Apple stuff, and then you had even the Bostix thing in the morning. So you kind of had you got hit with a lot of things all at once. But then, granted, we're still elevated. I mean, now I do think we are dropping below 5,100, or we're about to. Yeah, so we're just at 5,115. That's big amount of movement in a short amount of time, but see how we play out here. But generally speaking, I mean, we're still pretty up there. SBF is going to say everybody was made whole and should be released from prison. So I'll give you, I already gave you this one before, but I'll give you some food for thought. Are you ready? Just imagine if Sam Bankman never got caught. What would be going on right now? Imagine Bitcoin hits another record high a few years later, and if Sam and you thought, and then he, come to find out Sam Bankman buys the Phoenix Suns, he would have been the owner of the Suns by now. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden would have been leading the polls by 50 points. I don't know. You know, they're like, I don't know how he's doing it. He got a donation of $80 trillion from Bitcoin. FTP token would be at 1,000. Oh, man. Margaritaville would be the #1 hotel in the country. They're like, we can't explain it. It's one of the best resorts ever. Just everybody is. Tesla got a little bit of a flush. Again, a lot of things dropped there. Bonds are even coming down. And oil. So oil just flushed on that too. Microsoft's down 2.2. Nvidia is on the cusp of going red. AMD's still red. AMD's not bad considering the news. Somehow AMAT still holding. 3M from the dead. Cybersecurity down. Tesla. Spotify. Some names are barely down. Let's get a checkup here. It is 10:11. So right now, S&P 500, 235 names in the red, 266 in the green. Dow Jones, 18 in the red, 12 in the green. And NASDAQ 100, 79 red, 21 in the green. So it's not one of those rotation days. Everything's down. I mean, SPY and Dow are kind of 50-50, but more names red. And then the NASDAQ, that's the one down the most out of any of them. Google. Oh, I don't know. I was liking Google yesterday. Remember we were talking about that little sell-off and bounce play. Oof. Google is very expensive, you know? He moved a lot. Yeah, JP Morgan just keeps hitting 52-week highs. They are crazy, my friend. SPY slowly working into the lows right now, too. You think Bitcoin will reach gold market cap? Isn't gold like 4 trillion or something? I don't know the market cap of gold right now. Right now, Bitcoin's at 1.35 trillion. 14 trillion. I mean, who knows at this point? That's the thing. I mean, once we hit all-time highs, I mean, I'm not the guy to ask. That's why it'll sound like that one dude on Bloomberg when he said my price target's 250,000 to $1 million. Once you break out of all-time highs like this on something like Bitcoin Limited, I mean, who knows? But that would be like what? Bitcoin would have to go up 7 times. So I guess gold market would be 700,000 or something like that. I don't know. 70, would it be? Or like 490,000? So I have no idea. But you never know at this point. Even some people are saying, well, this sheep can't do this. This can't. I mean, everyone is just, now we're in no man's land until the music or the policy stops. Yeah, El Salvador, right? He must be killing it. I feel like they don't give him enough credit. Honestly, that he might have just proved the model. The first government that like adopted Bitcoin. I mean, he has to be killing it. Baba's on the high now. It's very interesting. And then Baidu, they shook off like 1%. He did average down. He averaged down in like the 20s, I think, or like the low 30s. He is so smart. Dude, honest, dude, it's crazy. If you really think about it, El Salvador, if they're making money, this dude's making big government money off of damn Bitcoin. That's insane. He almost got murdered at 15,000. He said, trust in the process. Trust in the process. So there's a tracker. So here's the website. You could track all of his purchases. So he bought really high, but then he did buy some here at the bottom. And now he's up $73 million based on this website. Not bad. He made his country $73 million. Jake from State Farm, baby. There you go. We got the Jake from State Farm tracker in the house. Good morning. How you living, baby? Happy Tuesday. Hey, man. What percentage is that of GDP? For, what is it, El Salvador? I have no idea. El Salvador GDP. 2.87 billion. So, honestly, it's a drop in the bucket. It's not even like, it's like maybe 1%, maybe a little less, maybe 0.1%. Michael Saylor. I don't know if there's a tracker on his, but I do think he has over $10 billion of Bitcoin. Again, even MSTR today, they're down because he said they're selling something to go buy more Bitcoin. So they did some sort of money raising there. PayPal coming down. SPY just hit a new low. Google flushing a little bit. Amazon, Tesla, Apple. Apple's actually not hitting a new low, but Google was. His tracker is called MSTR. CEG on the high. Constellation Energy. Oh, what was there's another energy company tomorrow. SPY hitting a new low. Yeah, GitLab, I think that play is going to be a dud. Other news, you got big news. You got Jerome Powell tomorrow and Thursday. You got job openings tomorrow, then non-farm payrolls on Friday. You actually got quite the big week ahead of you. SPR came down. Tesla keeps selling off, new low. Low ticker getting pretty active, and VIX is actually up here. NASDAQ down 1.5. We have now sold 5,100. So you've given up 5,100. I mean, last time you were below 5,100 a couple days ago. And then February 23rd when we broke above it. So we'll see. Realistically, though, 5,000. That's the break I want to see. Because otherwise, you're still kind of above the NVIDIA earnings. And then oil came down. NQ below 18,000. Verizon on the high. Interesting. T-Mobile, Disney somehow in the green. NYCB, T-Mobile's ripping. So still, again, there's still a couple of names going up. The balance isn't that bad. NASDAQ, that's the one that's selling off the most. SMCI flushed. Down 9. I mean, they were just, weren't they up like $200 yesterday? Walmart's doing good. Again, Target, they're just chilling there for earnings. Crypto plays kind of holding up. It just depends. Mara gave up, actually. Mara's getting murked. Coinbase is the one with the strength. Where's DraftKings? DraftKings sold off down 4 from yesterday. NYCB had a great day today. They're up 9%, up at the high at 3. Again, big banks are doing good. SPY hitting another low. Again, we have just broken below 5,100. But 5,000 is the break I'd be looking for. Still a lot of cushion in the market. WEC, PEG, Lint, are these all energy companies? I feel like there's a lot of energy and utility names on the high. It's hard to tell. And then there's oil. Utility and energy safety plays. I see a lot of them on the high. Otherwise, nothing else. Low tickers picking up. I'm looking at oil. Oil's just down, but still kind of elevated, but down 0.5% on the day. Yeah, Ultra got up a little bit. You guys know, I didn't realize it till yesterday. TD Ameritrade doesn't show it, but my Fidelity does. Ultra's ex-dividend is March 22nd. So they also have that right around the corner. Oh, there. Now it shows on TD. Good to hear you. Maximo. How you living, baby? Good morning. McDonald's on the high. Again, Target. There is a lot of value defensive plays holding up. JP Morgan up 1%, BB. Again, SPY a little bit off the bottom. And then oil going down another 0.25%. So oil flushing a little bit more, which is interesting considering a lot of oil and energy names are on the high. Macy's on the high again. They got a raised buyout offer yesterday. Baba bounced after being red. Baidu is still in the red. MO's climbing up here now above 40. Shout out to members. Sell them, John. Oh, Googly. I like Google, man. I really do. Because I was saying, wait for that like $10, $12 drop there. Shout out to Larkers. Long time better than the short time. Yeah, 3M was bouncing today. Are you high or is the PMI good? It was good for the market because it came in lower. So it came in slightly lower. It's still a number we've kind of gotten in line. But, quite frankly, we have been surprised by hot data lately. So I think that one not being hot, I think that was a good thing. Macy's still going up. GIS, T-Mobile as well, even Altria. Yeah, General Mills on the high. T-Mobile. Again, T-Mobile kind of getting some bigger candles. 3M. So, again, just different sets of plays moving. I guess AbbVie's up at 179 also. SPY's coming down, though, again. NASDAQ now down 1.5. SPY down 0.7. Dow Jones down 0.3. And the Russell down by 0.62. I mean, Disney's doing good, man. Can't complain. Oh, what was that? ISM activity slowed in February. What is it? SPY down, Walmart up. Walmart also benefiting a little bit off of Target earnings. Don't forget about that. And then 50.89, new low. I mean, last time You hit this price, you are now lower than last Friday. You're pretty much lower than Friday. You're back to like Thursday levels. So literally just last Thursday, which is pretty much, this is like the high point day after NVIDIA earnings 2 weeks ago. So you're at the high point of the day after NVIDIA. To keep it simple for you. What is happening? I thought you said it was bullish. On what part? Today for the data, I said it'll be bullish for the bonds, but I said I don't know about the market going green off of it. But in general, I mean, this is, even if you're looking at the market beyond just today, I mean, it's doing exactly what we've done every other day. Kind of hit a high, sell off, give up half of it, and then the data comes in, and then we pop up. So if anything, I think we're going to meander into a level, and then we have data tomorrow morning, then Jerome Powell, and then the big data on Friday. So, I mean, whatever move we make here, up or down, I would doubt that it's permanent. Bitcoin topped out the market. I mean, maybe. Again, I thought you were gonna have more of a sell reaction off the ETF, and you didn't. I mean, at this point, I don't know. I feel like Bitcoin, until Bitcoin just gets overly hyped, but as long as everybody is not like going too crackhead about it, we'll see. But it's definitely, I mean, it's a wind in the market that you could feel. I think Ross earnings, didn't TJX, they did good. I don't know if the TJX plays hit, but I think they ended up doing good. Again, 3M, $93. They keep ripping. Disney coming down. Again, T-Mobile as well. That's one of those rippers there. But Bitcoin did drop. Bitcoin now near 67,000. MO40. Yeah, I want to see Disney holding up too. That'd be nice. Sad Airbnb is trying to move out of his home at 160. Macy's still climbing too. Bristol Myers, Facebook. The actual app just crashed. Man, y'all still on Facebook? Y'all on Marketplace? Y'all buying illegal goods? What are y'all doing on Facebook? Talking to your grandma? Buying stolen goods? Facebook's a weird place. I haven't been on Facebook in a minute. What about WhatsApp and Instagram? It crashed. NEE on the high. 3M again? I don't know. It's getting kind of big. BHVN. Isn't that biotech? Biohaven? Or are they getting bought out? GPN on the high too. And then there's AbbVie. Check XLV. XLV's down. I feel like I see a lot of medical plays going up. Even Pfizer's starting to climb a little bit. And then NVIDIA flushing now. Mara on the low. Watch the Coinbase or crypto plays. Coin even coming down a little bit. Yeah, Mara, Meta, or Mara and Coinbase. Tesla, no love. T-Mobile, a lot of love. They're killing it. Apple's hitting lows. Remember now, so Tesla's printing on the low ticker, but I think Apple's a little more fascinating. You guys realize, again, they had bad news the last couple of days. More bad news this morning, going lower. 50.89. Are we about to hit a new low? Yeah, SPY's 1 point away, but let me show you guys this. This is the chart people are talking about right now. Y'all ready for this? Bow now, down, 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 now, down, 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 everybody, Apple. All right, sorry, I'm having too much fun. But this right here, the divergence between the NASDAQ and Apple. It's like getting kind of wild. You haven't had too many divergences like this. Again, I guess it kind of has since here. But you can see how they've kind of matched up at other times and gotten a little bit closer. But pretty much NASDAQ is getting, or Apple is getting murked. NASDAQ is going higher. Apple was leading the NASDAQ most of the time. So that is a unique one. But then again, I'd keep your eyes out on that as we start going lower. Because all I see is Tesla on the low ticker. But then Apple, bad news, still going lower. You just hit a new low there by half a point. Apple just starts to look like the bonds and the dollar. You just add that to the list of things diverging from the SPY or the NASDAQ. that's why it's kind of nuts. So just like now Apple, you just throw Apple on the list as of another thing that has a pretty stark divergence from the way things have been running now or moving. Instagram is also malfunctioning. Well, yeah, NVIDIA started flushing out of nowhere. Again, NVIDIA was green for like half the day here to start off. I mean, it is still early. We have only been here for about an hour and 2 minutes. Volume 13 million, kind of active. Again, we did have ISM data and global PMIs. Reddit servers are having issues. I think Meta is going down. Problems with Facebook and Instagram, it's starting to look like. I think Google is diverging with the NASDAQ as well, too. Again, but then some of them have moved. So, like, Amazon's outperforming, NVIDIA, SMCI, and a couple of others are helping things out. Shout out the lurkers, baby. It's all about the lurkers, baby. Boeing holding up. Baba, we sold out of SPR. They came down a little bit. BYSI. What was the other one? FMR? Or is it FMI? There were some biotech runners in the morning. I think Facebook is down. So people were saying. FMS. Oh, that one kept going, but it was up 12 pre-market. BYD on the high. Microsoft starting to flush now. You're down 1.7 on the NASDAQ. So you're down almost 2% on the NASDAQ today. It's a pretty big day. This is all within the first hour. So we can move a lot more. But like literally at this moment, NASDAQ is down almost 2%. Damn, I'm down. I'd be like $60. I'm down on my oil play. BYSI, NVIDIA. This one looks like one from the morning, but it hasn't gotten any volume lately. MO's going good. So again, I mean, hey, I don't know if today will be the day where we see it, but I mean, you're getting NASDAQ down, value names going up. This is a day we have long awaited, but I don't know how much longer it'll last. So we'll see. And then bond staying pinned. Is anybody's Instagram down too? Chad, check up here. You guys could go check. I'll go to the bathroom. You could go try to follow me on Instagram if it works. And there you go. If not, then there you go. You want Ethereum exposure? Your IG's down? Well, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. If you could follow me, it's not down. Yours is down? Oh, wow. Everybody, damn. Everybody's like, it's down. It's down. All right. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
And a stabilization of this business.
And I'll
that's
see you in a little bit.
Seemingly headed in a pretty scary direction.
And what info do you still need from Macy's when it comes to your due diligence that you're doing on this company, that you're doing in potentially raising another bid if they do reject this one? What do you still need from Macy's?
Really confirmatory diligence. It's not complicated, but it's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. And you've also, of course, as part of this, nominated 9 people to Macy's board. How confident are you that you actually have the votes there to do that?
So, the 9 director nomination is really a function of the board size. They are 14 directors, so to ensure that we are speaking to shareholders directly, and really to ensure that shareholders can exercise their desires, their wants, and see to an effectuated change, we need to nominate 9. So, yeah.
And how is the communication with shareholders happening? Is that you reaching out proactively to shareholders? Are you seeing inbound requests? What's the mix there?
I would say it's a combination. We've not formally submitted any proxy materials, and we're not soliciting votes at this time, but we have received inbounds from shareholders, on an unsolicited basis, and are very happy to speak with anyone. We are a significant shareholder in this company and have very strong views about it.
And let's talk a little bit more about financing here, because that has been one of the questions. Of course, how would you pay for this? And you have also said that you've identified large global institutional financing sources that represent 100% of the capital required to buy the shares in Macy's that we do not already own. Can you give us some detail about who those large global institutional financing sources could be?
Yeah, so they are, like you said, large global money center banks. And the company shouldn't be surprised that there's so much interest in participating in this capitalization.
Big
they have
drop,
a really
3%
great asset
down,
base.
one candle.
And hearing
T-Mobile
some of their
high.
responses that it's a tough capital markets environment, it's a tough financing environment, all of that's true. And notwithstanding that, there is robust interest in participating in this privatization.
All right, Gabriel, it's going to be really interesting to watch this one play out. Hope to continue this conversation soon. That, of course, is Gabriel Kahana, the CEO of ArcHouse. And now let's get a quick check on these equity markets. Of course, we're over an hour into the U.S. trading day. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
Well, we are looking at some bearish action for markets today, Katie. But before we take a look at what's happening for markets more broadly, let's start out with a bright spot. It's not exactly Macy's, but it is Target. Shares are surging on the day, up more than 10%, heading to the best day of the year. And this, of course, after they beat adjusted earnings by 27%, putting up nearly $3 in adjusted earnings on better gross margins. As inventories have gotten a little bit under control. So investors really liking that for the shares of Target. As for the bearish market outlook, let's take a look at the S&P 500 down 0.9%. Overall, we are looking at session lows. You can see the NASDAQ 100 underperforming, down for a second day in a row, down 1.8.
Underperforming. Vanny, I think Vanny, I'm going to make the last or the bigger final dip on it. I think right around Powell. So let's see right around like Thursday. Let's get through Powell and then the non-farms, and then pretty much if non-farms gives you one of those crazy melt-ups, we're going to get the all-in rally. Otherwise, we wait a little bit. Because right now, biotechs are still getting love, though, but I'm still watching it. Gold is insane. Yes, that's absolutely. Again, GXO, I think they got halted. MO's going up, so I'm glad we actually made our purchase on that. Again, they have ex-dividend March 22nd. So I think that's starting to slip in there because it didn't show up on there till yesterday. Zion going up. You can't hear me? You should be able to hear me. Target, they're still holding up. And then SPY still going lower. My goodness. So SPY 50.84.22. That's the new low of the day. Baba came back down. I hope that's why I said, let's not get too excited. But remember I told you there will be a day where all of the boring stocks go up and then all the crazy runners go down. But you're seeing that here today. But let's see if that actually ideally continues along the way. Or, again, things balance out. All the value names start to get a bid and then the growth calms down. But it's still way too early to tell. And then meanwhile, I mean, Bitcoin had just hit a new all-time high, and you still have other risk sentiment. So it's like, people are still in risk-on mode, believe it or not. I think Meta is just having technological issues right now. So is their stock still? My stock's not loading. But their Facebook and Instagram are down right now. Yeah, nobody followed me on Instagram. It says cannot load activity. Lizzie, showing love. Good morning. The MO is just, not just for the long term. I didn't know they had ex-dividend coming up, so we got great timing on it, but I just wanted it. I thought it was time. And again, I'm glad I got to increase the divvies. They're cutting off communications. I feel you, but how did you communicate that to me? You know what I'm saying? That seems like a paradox within the matrix. Why is my meta just not loading at all? Octa on the low. Again, you just had one of those halts. T-Mobile, man, all day. Or at least the last hour, it's been going crazy. Your Instagram is fine. Well, you should use this time to follow me then at the Trading Fraternity. My Instagram won't work. Banks are going nuts. They really are. Again, at 189.20 on JP Morgan. Again, I think Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they were hitting all-time highs too, or 52-week highs near it. XLU on the high, they're going up. Tesla's still at the low, and again, Apple, they didn't have good news. They've been hitting lows. 5 minutes ago, SPY just hit a new low, 50.84. So remember, this is back to NVIDIA. Remember, we were down a little bit. NVIDIA reported. We gapped up, then had that crazy Thursday, and then Friday hit a new high, then sold off. You're right around those post-NVIDIA levels. Weight Watchers going up. I forgot we still have those. I'm down $300-400 on those from the earnings. Speaking of earnings, and then Zscaler, bro, that one hasn't had a bounce. So again, 3 days later, all this thing did was go lower. And AVAV would have been a good earnings hit. What's up with Facebook? No idea. Facebook is down. Instagram is down. The stock, my Meta stock won't load. Maybe I have to try it on Thinkorswim. Yeah, Meta's down 195 going lower. But other than that, I don't have any news. And then bonds are holding up from the data. Bonds are still holding that bid. This is near the high they were at in the morning. Is Target going to 170? It might. I want to wait there. Honestly, though, the longer it does nothing, the better. Because this is just killing premium. I haven't got in then, but I don't mean to curse you if you're already sitting in them. But I'm just kind of hoping that Target premium comes down so we can make a play. And then oil rocketed right back up. So oil came on this whole little thing. Remember, oil popped and then came back down. SPY popped, came back down. Bonds popped in the middle. Oil's back up, and then bonds are right in the middle, and then SPY's lagging behind. Uber on the low. Uber kind of flushing 78. The Uber is at 81. Uber moves $5 a day now. I cursed you. My bad. I didn't mean to. Definitely not the intention. Because I'm cool not getting a target play. So best of luck to you, my brother. Microsoft on the low, down 2.83. NEE, that's going up. Again, I'm sure T-Mobile. And again, a couple of those value plays. T-Mobile's high. Disney break even. GitLab, nah, I spent too much money. I should have went with the 10-cent ones. We'll just wait because, again, just like Zscaler, if you don't get that earnings bounce, it's going to kind of fall into the gulag. So, positioning and timing are of the essence. I like Target, but I think Target's moved a little too much to add to the long term. I would just FOMO Walmart. What? No. Would it be good to get MO calls because of XDivi? If it keeps going up, ideally yesterday would have been the best time to get it now that it's up 1, but it just depends where it closes. But there's still a lot of time till ex-dividend. I mean, it's only March, 5th right now? So maybe you could give it like another week before zoning in on the ex-divi place. It might move all over. Down detector, global outage of Facebook and Instagram. Over 300,000 Facebook outages. Over 47,000 outages reported for Instagram. And then Bitcoin. Where's that at? Bitcoin's still 67,200. I'm looking at target calls. So I think the upside, because again, they did good. They did not do bad on that earnings. Cyber attack. I mean, wasn't it? I don't know if they said it was a cyber attack, but wasn't it a couple days ago? You had the AT&T. Remember, everybody's phone stopped working. So I don't know, but hey, I'm still live on YouTube, so I guess it's not that bad. So 5084, we're getting back to 1590 here. First little bounce. AVAV, that would have been an earnings hit. We lost all March growth. Well, it's only been a couple days. Actually, we only had 1 day of March. So March has a high bar set, but you're holding up the February, which violated seasonality. AOB, they had offering news, I believe, as well. There's been a lot of offering news lately. Again, even SoFi, MSTR. It's like different types of offerings too for different purposes. Whether it's to buy Bitcoin, fund CapEx, or they just need money and thought it'd be a good time. Meanwhile, banks are still holding up. And then little red candle after baby green shoot off the bottom. Again, bonds holding up. Oil is higher, markets lower. Oil's doing very good. So again, oil is the only thing higher since the data. And I got out of that NCLH and SPR today. Macy's still climbing. They're up 1.3. Etsy on the high. Airbnb down. T-Mobile still holding up. There's Google. Yeah, Jolts and Powell tomorrow. YouTube, Google down detector. No. Well, listen, Chad. We have a Twitch if we get disconnected. If they disconnect the Twitch, I could always stream alert you a private link. And then if I can't do that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. But so far, I've had more problems with YouTube on other days. And then oil is still running up. And then another new low, so hold up there. Even Google flushing a little bit. Again, value plays are holding. I'd watch Apple and Google there, not to mention everything else, but 5082. SoFi they're raising money. So they sold like a convertible bond, I believe, or they did an offering to raise money. And then you literally just hit a new low, 50.82.5 on the SPX. Yeah, today is Super Tuesday, huh? Yeah, Facebook outages on the biggest primary day around the U.S. And then oil is just ripping now. So that ended up working. I should have double dipped at that low. But we got a little bit more than 0.5% now. It's Twitch TV / trading fraternity. You're invested in BGIO, Palantir, Lumen, and CNSL. BGIO. Apple getting a candle, and again, Google just went lower. Is that a crypto? I know Lumen. Humana, another low, huge green. Apple's getting a green. Again, Google dancing around. D-Walk on the low. Let me see one of these. Oof. Some of these contracts suck. Those might have too much time. I hate, on Zscaler. Yeah, just no earnings love. No post earnings. It happens. I mean, again, we've seen it with Celsius. You either get really hooked up or you don't. I'm not selling. Intel, SMCI. Intel's on the low. SMCI, they're coming off the bottom. So I'm glad we took profits on one of the Intel plays. AVAV still going up. You think we're going green today? I think the bonds may hold up. SPY, maybe. Who knows? It's down a lot. I don't think the NASDAQ will. You never know, but we don't have too much in store. We still got more data overseas tomorrow, after hours, and then again tomorrow, job openings, as well as Powell. Those are going to be the big drivers. But I don't know. I think today we could pick up, on a lot of things. Markets sold off. Bonds actually held up green. Value plays actually got a bid. So we'll see. But again, by tomorrow morning, I do think the jobs will move everything. Down detector nuts. Yeah, Facebook down. I don't see the YouTube ones yet. Down detector. Yeah, I guess everybody. So Facebook and Instagram, Facebook, then YouTube, then even T-Mobile and Gmail. So again, a couple of things here. Honestly, everything kind of around the world just got clapped a little bit. That's all recent. It's all 738. Meta Andy Stone says we're aware people are having trouble accessing our services. Oil prices turned positive after falling by $1 a barrel. Yeah, AV. I was telling you guys, I was like, that's the one I wanted, but I didn't take it. But that one ended up going. It's a little pricey. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of stuff on Down Detector just in the last 20 minutes getting reports. I don't know which ones are sustained or ongoing, but you are getting some issues. Again, I think Facebook and Instagram, that is the standout of all of them. The real question, did truth go down? Now you're asking the real questions. There you go. I don't know. I don't know. SWX, they're on the high. Didn't they have news or something the other day? And then Tesla's down 4.9. Again, they had bad China numbers again this morning. Or again, the factory in Germany went down. And then Bitcoin still holding 67,000. Again, SPY near the low we just set. Oil's rocketing. I'm mad I didn't triple dip. But that oil play we picked up after the data, I think we picked up the winner because that one's still holding. Is it down right now? Site is even down? Wow, the irony. SPY going to hit 5. I mean, we could do anything, but I'd just be more concerned if the rotate, like how much of a rotation holds up today, i.e., if we do close down, how much are we down? How much does the value go up? And then if we close down, how much do the bonds get value? And kind of look at the broad factors. Unless we sell below 5,000, then that's it. The oil. I got the oil play, but then it dropped. I was going to grab another, but then it just took off. Again, like yesterday, a couple days ago, oil was higher. So it has a little bit, but like I was telling you, I wanted oil, but I do get hesitant at the higher prices. So yesterday, it was a little bit higher. We're getting into these levels. Again, I got in at what? 78.65. So we're like right here. So we'll see as it gets to those 80s. Yesterday, it almost hit 81. Only social media working today is X. I mean, aren't we? We're literally on YouTube right now. But I think other than that, yeah. Again, I saw a snap on the down detector. But I don't know if it's like as widespread. There was just like a wave of reports that hit. I mean, oil would be the thing. So right now, stocks at highs, real estate, and crypto. And although I do think asset inflation has less of an impact, the one thing ready to mess up inflation numbers, it would be oil. But remember, when we had our rally right before inflation numbers came, you know, oil did have a massive run up. And it's not like it kind of threw us off the path too much. But that is something to keep in mind. But if oil did go nuts here, I mean, that wouldn't be good. Mobileye. Booking still down. WTI. The oil plays are up. We're about almost at 1%. So that was the play I made right after the ISM data. So SPY, bonds are like in the middle of it. SPY's lower, and then oil's actually higher by almost 1%. And SPR we got out of. Where's the Zaza? Where are the Fed odds? We haven't talked about that in a couple days. I feel like we priced out rate cuts, and then everybody chilled. Oh, we're kind of pricing in a rate cut in July, in June. Interesting. Rate cut odds still dancing around. Oh, where's gold too? I'm mad I wanted that gold, bro. I wanted some of that run. Now all I have is this. All I could do is this. It's a good one, though. It's a good, though. You are the best. Habibi Bula. Would us cutting rates strengthen other countries' currencies? Yeah. I mean, assuming it weakened our dollar. And SPR again, I got out at like 35.05 or something like that. I'm going to keep, where's that other one? ATUS? ATUS, did we ever get the buyout price on that? I don't think we did. I'd watch out for that one. If ATUS goes to like 240, 230, let me know on that. Meta hacked. Oil's still climbing up there. That one's looking very good. You hit AVAV, sold way too soon. Oh, hey, man, at least you got it. That was a killer one, though. GG's on that. I'm glad we went over that one for the preview. The MO is still holding 40. I want to see if if value actually, can fight and hold one out today. So oil just wicked into a new high, then came down a little bit. Pfizer is dropping. They were in the green. So again, this is all part of the value stuff. So watch for some of those names. Then T-Mobile, 3M still holding. SPY near the low of the day. Did we cover NVIDIA today? How so? We covered there's AMD chip news. And then again, there was news with Apple being bad on their sales. I don't think there's anything else. Snow, bottom tick on the MO yesterday. I mean, for now, let's see. I mean, that's why I hope so, but then again, we got to wait. X-Divi coming up, and then I want to see if the market, do we start selling off and buying value? That would be very, very fascinating to witness. I mean, we've been trying to get a little bit of rotation and broadening out. That would be the broadening out I would like to see. And then Bitcoin coming a little lower right now. So Bitcoin about to hit the low. It was at like 30 minutes ago. Where is it? Yeah, long term not doing too bad today. All I care about is the divvy, bro. So again, the math on it. So yesterday it's like we got what? I think $400 in dividend with every deposit in MO. So like hypothetically speaking, if I wanted to get, I need $900. So I'd have to do what? I think like 2 more deposits. If I get like 2-3 more deposits into MO, I will reach my goal. I don't know how. That doesn't seem like it's true, but then again, if I get, so by June, hypothetically speaking, if I put every deposit now to like June, July, if I put every one into Altria, I would achieve my goal of raising my dividend by 50%. May take a little longer if I grab anybody else. But yeah. Yeah, I got Big Commerce in here. We haven't added to it. That's, I think, our worst. Or do I have the Fidelity app up? And if you go to, if you go on the YouTube channel, I posted all the portfolios. You can see what's in them and what we've done. That is assuming price doesn't increase, because we did get it at a low. So, but yeah, but like generally speaking, I think I could accomplish the goal in 3 deposits if I really wanted to. But then again, that would just be buying straight MO. And then at that point, I think MO would be the biggest in our portfolio. But either way, I'm down. I'm down. Once we get up to that, if we could get up to that 6,000, man, I am going to be very, very happy. It would be our biggest, yeah. Oh, wait, my YouTube is down. What the hell? Okay, never mind. I just went to YouTube. It went down. But I'm saying if you go to the channel, so if you guys are here right now, click on the channel. And then if you guys go to community, you'll be able to see all the long terms. So I posted the big long term, Colt Sister, which is doing extremely well. And then here's the smaller YouTube one as well, too. You still see me? Mine went down. But yeah, let me get the login. Let's log into the Fidelity. Biogen on the low. Alrighty. But yeah, I think so. Let's say if we put 3 deposits in a MO, that'd be 19,000, then 22,000, then 25,000. Yeah, it would become the biggest in the portfolio. MO would become bigger than AbiVi. Mara's flushing on the low now, and Bitcoin, all literally low ticker, just a bunch of Bitcoin name. Bitcoin is now down on the day. So like spot Bitcoin is down by 0.84, 66,000. Most recent long-term purchase was yesterday. I grabbed MO at like 39.50. That's why I posted it on the YouTube channel. So that's kind of why we're talking about it now. Someone was bringing up the MO purchase. And I was just saying, I mean, it was a great purchase. We'll see if it holds up with Divi. I'm glad we're going to get an extra dividend payment. But ideally, my plan here is still trying to grow my dividends by the end of the year. MO pays the most in the portfolio for dividends, yes. So we get about $1,500 a year from MO. And then we get like $780, $800 a year from AbiVi. And then Bitcoin's starting to flush down 1.3 right now. So SPY's still holding on. Again, you don't see it as much, but all those Bitcoin ETFs, that's what's taking over the low ticker. Humana, 52-week low. Yeah, Bitcoin down 1.5 now, still flushing. Then oil's still up too from the data. Very interesting. Bonds are starting to go down a little now. Target going parabolic. Again, Bitcoin is just getting murked. Dollar's still down though. Again, Bitcoin, like the market, getting murked, but still very high and just hit a high. Alerts not working. Stream alerts or long-term alerts? Either or both. Check short codes, and then you can email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. IBM on the high. HBI going up. Uber was down today. Where's DoorDash? DoorDash down by 0.9. They were up yesterday. Lyft had some news this morning. They're down 2.5. Snapchat down 1. Airbnb, there you go. Go home, Habibi. Go home. Yeah, MSTR, they did an offering. So, again, they were like selling, I think, equity or debt to buy more Bitcoin. So they had, again, extra news. And like we already talked about, a lot of companies did, funding or debt raises today. I don't know. It seems like a couple of things are going down. I don't know if down detector is still active, but recently, again, Bitcoin just flushed. Bitcoin bouncing now. And then Facebook was down. It's calmed down, though. So, like, if you go a down detector, all of those issues, it was just a spike. So I don't think we're dealing with that now. Unless you're playing Pokemon Go. AWS having some issues. Thoughts on all the meme coins coming back? Feels like 2021. Well, I don't think it feels like 2021. I think this crypto rally is very different than 2021. Why? Because there's not as much hype, and it happened very, very subtly. This reminds me of 2018 to 2020. This reminds me of the time before the other time where crypto ran and then died, and then everybody had these altcoins, and then all of a sudden they came back out of nowhere, and then Bitcoin went nuts. So I do think this rally is different, but it just kind of reminds me of the every couple of years revival of shitcoins. Yeah, this one isn't advertised. So I'm down. I'm down. I'm gonna hold my my shitcoins until we hit like a new high on Bitcoin, but maybe like 100,000. Honestly, I don't think I would consider selling my altcoins because again, they're all coming back up. I'm very shocked. So I mean, we still have a whole portfolio of garbage that has came up a decent amount now. So we'll see where that takes us. But I'm waiting till the next Bitcoin rally, and then we'll see. But this definitely feels like the revival of the shit coins, which happens on every Bitcoin rally after it dies. And Bitcoin's still at the low. SPY's coming down now. Bonds took a couple of candles. Again, dollar climbing up, but dollar is down on the day. And then Apple and Google. Watch these two. I think they're big. And even Microsoft, to be honest with you. And then if NVIDIA, again, NVIDIA was actually green in the morning, but NASDAQ's down 1.8. We are down quite a bit right now. There really hasn't been bad news. I mean, the bad news was all the other scams and failures from the last year or two. MPW lurking. Honestly, it's staying green, but then again, all these financial assets are doing great today. O is actually in the red. More lows on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's below 65,000. So Bitcoin's down 2.6. So ironically, I mean, NASDAQ and Bitcoin are almost matched up to the downside, I guess, for different reasons. I still have my Jen Psaki NFT. I have everything. That's it. Any of the old shit, everything except, I still have Bitcoin and Ethereum, but out of the YouTube portfolios, I sold off the Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I still have everything else. I was looking at them last night. I was pleasantly surprised. So, I'm not complaining, and I'm down, but, again, if people want to get crackheady, we might benefit off of the shit coins and the ultimate hype plays, but other than that, we'll see. I don't have Pepe and any of that, so just Shiba is as far as I went. Why do you call them shit coins? I think that's the general name. I mean, I've been a part of the crypto culture for a while. Some would say day one. But shitcoins is just a name given to the coins that are not Bitcoin and Ethereum. I did not add Pfizer to the long term yesterday, no. Only MO. There is no second best. They are shit coins. I mean, I'm glad I have some of them. Because, again, in this FOMO environment, if things go nuts, I mean, we will have exposure to stuff. And then, again, just it's all I care about is if we set new high, if we start another cycle of Bitcoin going nuts and unlocking all of that, who knows? So I'm just glad we have the exposure, but we do have a little bit of it. Coin shaming. That's funny. How's Colt's sister? Colt's sister's doing good. I don't know how her sushi coin is. I did give her crypto. So she has some crypto. I think she's doing good on it, but her stock account's been doing phenomenal. So I posted that one on the YouTube as well. If you go on this channel and go to the community tab, you will see. You'll see all the accounts. Where is it? Instagram got hacked. I think it went down for a little bit, but I don't think they are confirming an actual hack. EYPT on the low. SPY low ticker is kind of picking up here. Again, bonds are trying to move a little bit. SPY near the low of the day. Couple of names on the low, hitting new lows. Snowflake new lows. Putin says OPEC sets talks to achieve price stability on oil and not to raise prices. Oil, I'm negative on oil now. That came down. So oil coming down after hitting 79.40. You're getting Putin OPEC talks. Says Russia may export 65 million tons of grain in 2023, 2024. And then bonds getting a little bit of a bid. CCJ came right back down. My goodness. And then oil just dancing all over the place. Pfizer. I already got MO up there. ISM fake out. It was weird. Again, it was. I said it from the get-go. I said it was better data that it came in lower, but seemed pretty mediocre. The market moved pretty large off of it. Melly's down another 3. Dude, they've been getting killed from their earnings. Coming back to beginning of the year. Then SPY getting a little green shoe. Meta back online. This looks like October. We need the bond yields to go crazy. If the bond yields could start running up and people freak out, remember that August through October last year, that was a result of, again, we hit above 5% on the 10-year. So, but that's why, again, Powell this week tomorrow on Congress, the jobs data, that's big. And, I mean, do you guys realize, like, there was something new today? There was, even out of the Fed. I don't know if I could call it new, but it definitely had a little bit more of an impact. SPY going up, Bitcoin coming down a little bit. Again, bonds still holding. Not much has changed here. We're still been hugging the lows, but getting movements. But there was something new that happened. I don't know. Are you guys aware? Can anybody tell me? I could tell you for 20 likes. If you have 20 likes, coin big flush. Tesla at the low. MO's coming down a little bit. There was something new today in Fedlandia. Anybody know what it was? EU close in 12 minutes. No. Oh, there it is. Sean. Good looks, baby. It was what Raphael Bostic said. Bostic brought up this idea of cutting and then pausing. So that's where it kind of throws a couple things into doubt. DTSS, that one's still running up. So literally, Bostic brought up this idea of cutting soon, but then pausing after the first cut. So that's bringing up some new ideas as well, but that is something kind of new to this whole thing. Yeah, DTSS, that thing was halted. This thing went crazy the other day. I think, damn, that thing went up to 18. So people trading that one. Fox reporting on Meta outages. I think they gotten over it, though. I don't think that many things are still getting clapped. Good morning. Elon, if you're reading this post, it's because our servers are working. I love their beef. I still want to see them fight. I still think Zuckerberg will win. Bonds catching a bid. Or again, oil dancing around. I can't believe gold is still up. Bonds, again, big volume here. It looks like it might be a glitch. Just getting a decent move. Again, check Apple and Google, both a little bit off the bottom. I mean, we've hugged this low for like an hour. You got Euro close in 9 minutes. Still very early. That's the crazy part. So it's only Euro close in 9 minutes. We've already gotten quite a decent amount of movement if you think about it compared to the last couple days. You got oil moving around. You got the SPY down like a solid 50 points, almost 100 points from yesterday's high. So we actually got quite a bit of movement. NASDAQ was down 1.8. Now it's down 1.6. DTSS, that one's still going. So again, this one was a hype play the other day. I don't know what they have going. Is this AI? But honestly, that's like the first like crazy runner I've seen today. They said they see approximately 1,100% revenue growth in 2024. Your girlfriend left you. You're lost. Don't trip, bro. Happens to the best of us. You'll be okay. I know you will. Get to the gym. Many chads before you walk that line. It'll be a tough journey at first, but you will overcome. I will see you at the gym, my friend. What did they do? Acquire one customer? I think their revenue, they came out, they said their revenue is $86 million. So then they had a joint venture, AI services by China. Did they halt it again? Yeah, DTS paused due to volatility here on the wire. And then SPY a little bit. IBM, wasn't that running yesterday? I guess they're barely red, about to go green. Disney holding up. Altria came back down. What was that? Was it MTC and then ADIL? Those are the other biotechs. I remember when he had less than 300 watching in the option chain, shopping and buying. Wild how long it's been, baby. Hey, man. Hey, man, we doing that with artists, baby. We shop it. We shop it, baby. God bless you, OKC. OCK. Hey, man. Shout out the OGs. Or not. And now we got long terms. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. We may not even have the long term then. You know, there was an era in the stream where we didn't even have a long term. It wasn't until like months in, and everyone was like, well, you just lucky you had a long term. You just lucky you started. So we were like, all right, let's make it long term. You know, and then, hey, man, it's crazy to think, man. You know, and then now we got the long terms. The long terms have grown. You know that the first long term, we had what? I think we started with like, was it like 20,000 or less on the big one? The small account only had 2,000. And then we just started adding up little by little. That's why it's wild. I don't know. We see these long terms and we're like, oh, whatever. Like, it's at 172 right now. But, like, dude, like, straight up, you realize, like, this account started with, like, we did add to it, but it started with 20 grand. We did start off at highs in 2019. And then oil has came back up. ENSG, IKT, Incubase Therapeutics. SPY's still just staying in this range. We got 5 minutes till Euro close, though. Let's see. LT 0 to 21 last 3 years. Let's go, baby. So much power. I know, man. It's amazing. Love to hear it, baby. Love to hear it. Get ready for more. And always plan ahead. Property, too, baby. We got, I think our only, no micro caps in the long term. Only small caps are Redfin and MPW. J on the high. BNTX. Where's the account now? It's at 172,000. We added $2,000 to $3,000 a month to it. So the gains are appropriate. I think it's about like 20%. It's about like, I think it breaks down to like 5 to 8% depending on the account a year, which is still very adequate. It's underperforming in some ways, but just crazy to think that little by little, though, you know, even with the saving, the deposits, and then now too the positions we have, I mean, it's all looking good. I probably wouldn't add to Redfin unless it went down a lot. We don't have any more news today. There shouldn't be any other events. Is Facebook still down? I have no idea. You guys can follow me on Instagram, though. My Instagram's loading, but nobody followed me. So I don't know. Insta's down too. Still? That's crazy. You could look at Cook, Traeger, Grill's earnings on Thursday. You could go with the pre-earnings. So, like, I'm kind of, sometimes waiting hurts, sometimes it helps. But, and then I don't know. I don't really like these cheaper stocks for earnings. At least I only go with calls on them. So we could go over it on Thursday whenever they report. But if you want to get ahead, that's all you. But I would honestly probably place shares on that. You're an Uber driver. I'm not getting any trips. Maybe Uber's down. It might be. Again, earlier down detectors showed a lot of things down, just even beyond Facebook. But it's an interesting thought. Where is it? Very sauce. JL on the high, QSR, IBM, still a couple of names. I don't know. The reports of being down have gone down so far, but like you were saying, other services were out, so maybe that's why the Uber is getting affected. Very interesting. And SPY trying to go up, JetBlue on the high. AWS had some issues for a little bit. Sumitomo Pharma will lay off 400 employees at U.S. subsidiary in March. AMD CFO AI accelerator market crossed $40 billion in 2023 and will more than double in 2024. CMI. Donuts celebrates Super Tuesday. Krispy Kreme is giving away 2 free donuts to anyone who visits on March 5th. No purchase necessary. There's no way you could DoorDash that, can you? I haven't had a Krispy Kreme in so long. That sounds amazing. Same, bro. I haven't had one in a minute. Classic glazed. You only get a classic glazed one. But that's the best, man. That's the best. Can you DoorDash it? That makes sense, though, right? Because if you could just DoorDash it, that's... I'm checking right now. I don't see any promotions. Damn. Two free donuts would end up being $10 on DoorDash. Nah, for real though. They like after fees and services, and then service fee minus your DoorDash plus comes out to $9.99. Drop me your address. You'll get me some Krispy Kreme. I don't need it that bad, man. Thank you. That's not that good of a deal to give you all my info. It reminded me the other day I went to Costco and I was laughing. I laughed. I like smiled at the guy because I saw they had like a desk in front of Costco. Like once you walk into Costco, and they were giving away a free Costco tote bag. And it was just like a little like Costco bag that you could wear. And I was like, okay, I'm down with the free tote. And then I saw how you get it, and you have to like apply for a credit card. And I was like, what? Yeah, for the credit card. Yeah, you saw that? I was like, bro, what is the trade-off? I was like, this makes no sense. Why am I going to run my credit for a damn fucking tote bag? Costco, you have so many good deals and so many great offers. Why are you offering me a tote bag to run my credit and get another credit card? This makes no other rewards or nothing. This is the stupidest deal I've ever encountered. So I was like, man, this makes no sense. Whoa, DTSS unhalted? Hi. So what's going on with that? Did it get halted again? Up 100. Again, we said this was the only runner of the day. So it hasn't literally had no volume up until that pop. Again, they came out with some news on their guidance. They make $85 million in revenue, apparently. So we'll see. It'll probably get halted again. Gives you a 4% discount on gas, 2% on everything else. Well, they should have advertised that instead of the tote bag, because all I saw was trade in my info for a tote bag, and I was not down. DTSS 1288, that one's still running. Hi. I am in a micro oil long. I'm up on it. I'm up $70 off 2 of them. Not the worst. Could be better. Could be worse. I got out of SPR, but yeah, it's up another 10 cents, 20 cents. So I decided to get out of it. Got a good gain, like $1,100. Airbnb, Apple, GSK 52-week high. Did Meta get hacked? I don't think they've confirmed it, but everyone keeps talking about how it's down. Vonnie registers 3 million warrants. Wait, they registered more shares? Or is that just the delayed filing from what they already did? Because I'm like, there's no way. They already made a killing off that first offering. Yeah, GitLab, that was a dud in the morning. Don't think that's going to hit. DTSS, random runner there. Look at AWS. There was a couple of reports of AWS being down. Tajay. Apple dropping a little. What time is it? We had Euro close 5 minutes ago. Almost slipped by. That was your little bounce. So we'll see how long this works out for. Loads up. But Euro close, not bad. Not bad. Getting through the morning. Kramer, cybersecurity is broken. Well, Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. I'll actually get some push-ups in too. Can you guys take this moment to stand up? Get beside your desk. Get the body moving a little bit. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Yeah, move around a little. Move around. So I'm going to take advantage of this commercial. I'm going to come back doing push-ups too. Oh, BRB. God bless you. Follow me on Instagram if it works. At The Trading Fraternity. All right, see you in a little bit.
With no PETIA, and you would see that 80% of the economy was down because of this type of attack. So really fixing this mass market problem of cybersecurity is critical as a defense against these times of wars.
And it's notable, of course, our hearts go out to the fact that, of course, you're traveling to us from Israel at the moment, and I know that always something that affects your businesses and those, of course, across the border as well. I'm interested, Shlomo, in your business in particular, at a time when the market was having real difficulties. We were thinking in the doldrums of 2023, VC had been pulled back, and you were still able to raise funds. And you were still putting in, $238 million was what you raised back in September of 2023. Lightspeed Ventures there once again. You've talked a lot about wanting to go public. At the moment, are you thinking about that will be a 2024 endeavor? How are you assessing the American markets, also as well as the American cybersecurity markets that you sell into?
Well, Cato is a leader in this next generation SASE market, and being a public company is a milestone, which we will get to when both company and markets are ready. But absolutely, this is an opportunity to build a large public company that will lead this category.
Shlomo Kramer, we really appreciate you coming in to visit us, or when you're over on the West Coast as well. Cato Networks will keep up to speed with the growth of the business. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to be discussing how organizations can ensure an ethical use of artificial intelligence within their workforce in particular. We'll have the latest from the Deloitte survey on AI ethics. That's next. Ed, what were you watching?
I'm looking at shares of Alphabet, parent of Google, in the first instance because the Digital Markets Act kicks into effect this week. We've zeroed in on Apple because of their EU fine and the need to compliance. But I'd also bring you a small update. The Down Detector is now also saying that YouTube is experiencing outages alongside our reporting that many of Meta's platforms are currently down. The stock down 1.5%. We will keep an eye on all of it. This is Bloomberg Technology.
YouTube.
At Roto-Rooter, we've tried...
Roto-Rooter. So, yeah. I guess YouTube is still there. It's weird. Down Detector hasn't been flaring up yet since the first one, but apparently everybody keeps talking about it. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. What a day. Super Tuesday. Bitcoin hits all-time highs. Social media goes down. And now you have the most amount of primaries in the United States of America. Look at that. Look at that, baby. Welcome. Welcome to the 24 election. What? The 24 election? I am on YouTube. Amen. Anyway, I'm not going to lie, man. I got to do my foot balance, and I got to finish one more set. I moved around a little bit. It's time for your guys' push-ups. So thank you for being here and liking the video. Thank your body by moving around, Chatadonia. It's good for your body. Tell your body that you love it. You know, give yourself some nice self-care. Show yourself that you love yourself by moving around a little bit. Okay? And drop your shoulders. I don't know why you're holding all of that tension, all of that trauma. Oh, excuse me, in your shoulders. It's not good for you. Okay? You need to move around and relax your shoulders. Okay? But that being said, I was just telling you to love yourself and take care of it. I'm not going to lie, man. I really want that Krispy Kreme. Something about free and Krispy Kreme, but I'm going to balance on one foot while I make my decision there, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I can't DoorDash the free Krispy Kreme. Seemed like a good idea, though. Krispy Kreme. You're craving Chinese food in the morning? That is quite the interesting craving, I would say. Why is the stream down? It shouldn't be. Again, we still got the Twitch as a backup. If not, I would have to get you the secret backup, but that would be if we entered into a Netflix movie scenario. The whole point is they want you to come in and spend money. You know, they have really good coffee if you're into that. I mean, last time, I think it was like a year ago. It's not even good coffee. It's just very like chocolatey and sugary. But yeah, it's like good. Like donuts and like really sugary coffee. If you're into that, it's good. CRBP on the low. On that DTS holding up. Target's coming down a little bit. Hold on. Where's Apple and Google? Apple's coming down. So hot chocolate. Pretty much with coffee. You're new to this channel. Hello from Hong Kong. Hello, my friend. How is it out there? GME job posting on Twitter from Cohen? From Ryan Cohen? Said, we want to hire you. Didn't they do that, though, before for, like, NFTs or AI? Boy, Dunius. Get you some Krispy Kreme and coffee on me. Betty Silverio. No! Order! I'm kind of down. But, like, the whole idea was, like, bro, isn't Krispy Kreme just, like, death? Like, I feel like if I told my mom I was getting Krispy Kreme, she'd go, haram. Anybody. I think my girlfriend likes Krispy Kreme. Well, maybe, thank you, Benny. I might do it. Maybe I'll have to go with the Starbucks. Because they won't even give me my free, it's free donuts at Krispy Kreme. Because of Super Tuesday. Super Raul. New low. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. 50.78. So now we are still climbing down into the gulag of that Thursday. $220 on the Baidu. Miner came out down to 61. And then 50.78. Still, we're almost halfway through the NVIDIA post earnings, but this is pretty low. And we haven't been here in a while. Selling since Euro close. Low key, but Euro close, we were in the gulag and didn't really move from Euro or like leading into it, but now We will see. We will see. That DTSS coming down. Apple. Powell is going to be speaking tomorrow. It might be like right in the morning. So we will see. Fed speaker in 15 minutes today. Well, I wonder if they drop, Bostic, we were just talking about that. He kind of dropped the bomb earlier. If he does it again, that could be very interesting. Yeah, the eBay play is up. I'm considering selling that one, but I think we took the Intels yesterday. And what was the other one? There was one, the NCLH. Because if you have till the 15th, you still have like 1 week. But depending on if it has premium or not, it's just going to be playing a little bit of a back and forth game. Any thoughts on TLT? No, I got out of my bond play today because that average down helped me get a profit from even the last set. So I'd be waiting on bonds. I kind of like where they're at right now, but also, until we really get till Powell, I would kind of stay away from the bonds. I think the answer will rely within data and the Powell. There might even be a pump fake on the data ahead of it. That's what you got to be careful of. But ultimately, I do think Powell will be the number one determinant of all of it. KO doesn't. Oh no, Coca-Cola has ex-dividend. I was gonna say, don't they have earnings coming up? HCAT on the high, Health Catalyst, Swin on the high too. Fed minutes? No Fed minutes. We have a Fed speaker. Any plays? No Costco. We'll go over their preview. Are they on Thursday? But as of now, I don't have any plays on that. Beige Book, is that the one? Yeah, Beige Book. That is this week. We got Beige Book and a couple of others. I think you have one more other set of data beyond the jobs. But otherwise, the main theme of this week is jobs. DTSS popping again. Amazon hit a low. Nvidia is holding up pretty good. Again, it has been the outperformer there. Tesla pop. 3M or Altria came down. Where's 3M? 3M still holding. SPY now back to the level a little bit above the data. Again, SPY lower. Where's oil? Oil play, I'm barely up. So oil's the only one that's barely break even there. Fed speeches. Trading economics. If you go to tradingeconomics.com and go to economic calendar. So this is the calendar we've pretty much been using for the last year or two. I've used this for longer, but they have everything. So Fed bar, it'll even tell you when there's any past speeches, if anybody came up even the day before. Sometimes they don't show up on here, though. I will tell you that. But then you could get it from the Fed website as well, too. Crowd, they're pricing in a lot. I want to play it, but we'll see when we get to the preview. And all right, Benny. I got a Starbucks, Benny. I can't do Krispy Kreme. That's it. I don't want to work that hard in the gym today. I do, but not that hard. That's like I don't do that much cardio. I would love a Krispy Kreme. But it's too much. It's too much, man. And then SPY going a little lower. HAE. Oh, where's the other one? AVAV. Tuesday is back. If you have any AAA, you could get membership to all gyms for $28 a month. Like every gym? Or is it like every individual gym for that price? Or are you saying for the low price of $28 a month, I could go to every gym? I did not know that. A-Deal. Remember, this was one of those other hype plays. I was saying the other day, this ran up. They kind of held. They were down earlier. Not bad. And there's DTSS still. OCEA. So there's your hype runners taking over once again. It's called Active and Fit Program. No, I did not know that at all. That's dope. AAA. A greedy short would definitely be a greedy short being at the low. I don't know. What level would you go to? It's like 575. You may go to 5. I don't know, though. It might have air brakes, but really it's like between 580 to 560. It really gets crazy if we break 550 or 50-50. But could be there. It just might move a little slower and choppier. Unless, again, data. So depending on how much we move here, just keep in mind the runway leading into tomorrow. Because before you know it, we will, however much we've moved, all of it will get reversed or added to based on the jobs report tomorrow morning or the job openings. SFM on the low. They've been on the high the last couple of days. Why did they go down? Yeah. Dave on the high, 52-week high. That was running earlier. 51%. And then OCEA, that's up 50% now. Predictions on... I think it might come in hotter, but I'm not going to lie. I'm a little confused coming into this jobs report. Because remember, last jobs report was like a 3-4 standard deviation beat to the high side. And the market did go down for a little bit, but then eventually, we're like 100 or 200 points higher than the last jobs report. So I don't really know how to take to this week. Because I think it may come in hotter, and I don't think the market will like that. But granted, last time it was hotter, market didn't like it, but then ultimately brushed it off. OCEA still on the high. Thessalonian still clapped. Apple's still at the low. All of the big tech except NVIDIA. But if NVIDIA does come down, it is 1% now. SMCI is down 5.8, still above 1,000. AMD's down. ARM. We chillin'. JANX. That was a biotech the other day. Dollar's slowly been creeping up here too. Amazonian at the low. AXP into the new low right now. And then SPY about to hit it. Bond's trying to catch a candle. And then oil is back negative from the data. And we've been here for, 3 hours now? Almost halfway done with the day. A little shy of that. Real on the high. 50.77 is the low. You're at 50.78 right now. Isn't fundamentally strong jobs bullish? But if you want rate cuts, unemployment must go up. Yes and no. I mean, it depends. Powell and the Fed have even said, the jobs could stay strong and it won't affect policy too much. It's just kind of a catch-22. It factors into a lot of things, but that's why it's getting so difficult to read right now, because at one level, strong jobs means that inflation could be going up or that we're not going to get rate cuts. And then on the other hand, the Fed is kind of liking the strong jobs and a strong labor market, not making things more difficult. That's exactly why I'm saying, this jobs report may be a little tricky, because last time it was hot and that had a lot of implications, but the reaction in the market was weird to say the least. And then we are substantially higher since that last report. XPO on the high. They're killing it. CCJ barely up. Bro, what is this Dave thing? Up 50? I'm just holding. Maximum employment. Yeah, gold is nuts. Second day in a row. Again, it hit a new all-time high, I believe. Bitcoin still at 65,200, down 1.9 on the day. And XPI. We're chilling though, man. I wonder what the volume is. A lot hotter than yesterday, 26 million. Remember, even yesterday at the highs, we didn't even have this much volume. So you're still doing the whole little bit more than 10 million an hour. Still very early. But yeah, every major index is down right now. VIX is up. Let's see. So you have Dow Jones, 21 names in the red, 9 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, 77 in the red, 24 in the green. That was like that in the morning. And then SPY, 274 red, 226 in the green. Earlier, SPY had a little bit more up, I believe. And again, NASDAQ 17. Pretty big. JetBlue on the high. First Solar. Couple of names moving up. Again, 3M. Select few set of value names are moving up. ATI Beamer. This was another one of those small cap runners over the last couple of days. BMR. Damn, that thing hit $30. They had earnings yesterday. Yeah, BMR's running. Weed stocks are catching a bid. Yo, what's going on in weed land? OCEA on the high. Any weed news? Google status page. Some Gmail users experiencing elevated problem. Working on loading issue fix with YouTube. Is there any weed news? I don't see anything, but it's moving. So earlier said cannabis can kill skin cancer. No, I don't think that's what's driving it up. BMR moving down. Again, random hype play. SPY a little off the bottom. Remember, we're only 30 minutes off of Euro close right now. And then we're getting to that little flush we had there at the low. And then again, bonds still holding. Weed stocks still climbing. Again, all the weed stocks moving up. I don't have any news on that. Marijuana. Man arrested after fire. Nope, I don't see anything on weed. So I'll keep up the weed stocks. That one's interesting. Remember, we flipped it a little bit higher the other day. Weed stocks actually dropped. I feel like there's some news there. I don't know. Have we heard? It's Super Tuesday, actually. What the hell? I feel like this would be a good day for weed plays, no? But I feel like we haven't heard any weed news in a while. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't want to top ticket, but I kind of like the idea. But we'll see. Be on the lookout for any weed headlines. That could get things moving there even more. And then SPY's still trying to work its way up a little bit. Fed bar is, I don't know if he's like talking at something like for like the banking rules or the banking standards. So I don't know if it's going to be like anything crazy. Well, he should be on. And then MSOS still climbing. PLNT. Isn't that Planet 13? That's moving. BMR. I think it's only up 10. BC. I thought that was BG. EAT. AAP. Advanced Auto Parts. They're moving up. So high ticker's kind of getting active. It's interesting to see what's on the low. More weed stocks. I'm seeing a ton of weed stocks. And then Nordstrom's, they're at the highs. Again, Macy's was up earlier. And now they're in the red. Again, more highs on weed. Airbnb on the high. Oh, shit. Back to green. Look at you, buddy. Proud of you. Proud of you. ADIL turned green. You said FDA said something about marijuana. Oh, I don't have it, but bigger pop on weed now. Another 10 cents. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see anything still. $8.90. Damn, bro. That's already making gains then. That was another. That's it. It's 3% right in front of us. Still don't know what it is. MPW coming up. So a couple names are trying to break out here as we're entering into the, what's it called? We're entering into this moment. This post-Euro, still in the gulag, but now we finally had like a 30-minute window of going up on certain names. Yeah, OCEA is still going up. I just like trading MSOS. I don't really like any of the weed stocks, but anytime there's like weed news, again, we've talked about the election. We've had good luck with MSOS this year. We flipped some of the options, flipped the shares a couple weeks ago. Would you keep root in your long term? You got 200 at 12. Maybe sell covered calls. That's the best thing. I think they have options, right? But again, if I made a plan 10 years, I'm not selling out of it. So if I put it in my long term, if it went up a lot, I'd start selling covered calls. And then use that to buy other things if it has changed your balance around. That's just my take on it. Not a recommendation. D-Nut still running. I was close, man. OCEA is up 6.9. Again, all these random small caps. What was the other one? DSCS? DTSS? That one's coming down. Where's Root? 38. Again, IBM, they were on fire. They're still red. T-Mobile still in the green. Alpine, ALPN, 52-week high. Bonds kind of dribbling around a little here. Yeah, Airbnb's climbing. SPY going. Win on the high. Like I'm saying, the high ticker is getting a little bit more active, and it's like just a very wide set of different names that are on there. Yeah, Snow got killed after earnings. Zscaler, they didn't have a bounce. GitLab, they're still getting rocked. We got clapped on that play here today. You can't smoke weed anymore. You kept getting cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome. What the hell is that? News, new energy, commerce, China's select committee bill that would effectively force ByteDance to sell TikTok if they want to stay in the U.S. market. Check Meta and Snap. If you get more pickup on that news, I think Snap would get it moving. Otherwise, it might be a dud. Makes you puke. Stomach pain? I've never heard of that. Biden-Israel ceasefire is now in the hands of Hamas right now. More common. I've never heard of that, man. Well, I hope you get better. Oh, Snap. Yeah. Nope. That news is legit. Snap popping off of it. Snap is popping off of it. Top tick Josh. I went after some Snap shares. Let's see how it works out. I did 1,000 at 11.12. Oh, now I'm down. Never mind. Top tick Josh. He's here. He's here. Yeah, I think Snap, though, again, if Meta, though, if there really is a bill that's going to lead to anything with TikTok, Snap and all of them usually get a run. I'm down $60, $70. Snap news, just TikTok. TikTok, essentially, lawmakers introducing bipartisan bill that would give China's ByteDance 6 months to divest TikTok or face U.S. ban. Bill gives president new power to designate apps of concern and face bans or restrictive absent divestiture. Bill would make it unlawful to distribute TikTok via Apple or Google app stores or to provide web hosting to ByteDance-controlled applications. Bill would give Biden administration new power to ban apps owned by Chinese-based companies on or from other foreign adversaries. Oh, did my SPR sell not go through on that? What? Oh, yeah. My SPR stream alert didn't go through. And then Disney dropping. A Bitcoin on the low. There's Meta. I bought another 500 at $11 of Snap. So I just averaged down after top ticking. And now my Starbucks is here. Shout out to Benny. They would I don't know if Snap would buy. That'd be crazy. But again, it's just going to be as people go back and forth with like the news, you know, and again, or legislation. That's what gets things moving there. We'll find out. But remember, Oracle walked away with some assets, and then we don't know what ended up happening after that. It was a little weirder there. And yeah, so let me see. Let me go get this. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Change, but not yet.
You were talking about retail interest and how it hasn't showed up in Bitcoin yet, but it's hard to imagine institutions buying hordes and hordes of Dogecoin. And so when you look at the interest that is in the meme coins and other altcoins, where is that interest coming from? And do you worry about any bubble popping there?
I'm not too worried about bubbles popping just yet because, as I say, the retail interest isn't there, and it's pretty rare for a bubble to pop before the ordinary people get in to carry the bag, to take it off the insiders. And you know that that's the way it works in the stock market quite often, just as it does in the crypto market. I think it's worth reflecting on how closely Bitcoin's rise has mirrored NASDAQ, actually. We did talk about this when I spoke to you some months ago, but I think it's worth noting that it's still doing much the same thing. Bitcoin followed NASDAQ all the way down, and it followed it all the way back up again. Now, just in the last few days, maybe a week, it seemed to supercharge its way way above where NASDAQ is. So that then begs the question, has it broken that correlation, or is it now time for Bitcoin to come back down to that existing trend to where the NASDAQ is? The only other possibility is NASDAQ going absolutely crazy through the roof, which, you know, of course, is a possibility too at this stage, because, you know, everybody's saying that everything's priced in for the Magnificent Seven tech stocks, but stuff being priced in on fundamental terms, as we know, doesn't mean that the market can't go a lot crazier before it reverses. But one way or another, Bitcoin and NASDAQ, I think, are going to sort of get back to the level that they were at before. Either Bitcoin comes down a fair bit in the near future, or NASDAQ comes up a fair bit.
Glenn Goodman, we have to leave it there. That is the author of The Crypto Trader. We thank you for your time on a day that Bitcoin, of course, hit a fresh record. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about regulation this Super Tuesday with Perry-Ann Boring of the Chamber of the Digital Commerce.
And the pressure on the SEC to greenlight, as we were just discussing, Ether ETFs.
Snap hitting CNBC. I just got out.
From Gary Gensler.
I got a good one again. The average down helped a lot too.
To access all the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go.
You don't see that? That was top tick than average.
This is Bloomberg.
Real quick. That was just flip shares, yeah. I just picked those up again, right? Twitch Chad dropped the news early, and then we finally got it. But I said, wait, if that hits Snap, and then we'll go after it.
Is look at Huawei, which is taking market share from them, which is suddenly back on the market.
Now we're out.
We used to hear so much. You want to talk about my conversations with Tim Cook?
No,
so many of those conversations, a year and change ago, was about switchers. Huawei was out of the game for a while, and they would see people switch over from Huawei, from Android to iPhone. He stopped talking about that. He's not talking about switchers anymore because, yes, Huawei is small. Yes, Apple has more market share there. But Huawei's there chipping away. And it's a homegrown brand. It's a brand that they can play up to those nationalistic impulses maybe from the consumers there. So the real question is, in China, how do they compete with Huawei and then go from there? Hopefully the economic conditions improve. But that is the big question. It's Huawei, Huawei, Huawei.
Josh, it is pretty interesting when you look at the way that the trades have worked between the Qs themselves, the bigger group of these larger tech stocks, and Apple. one obviously going up, the other one sort of consistently going down, and how that resolves itself. And that's what Jonathan Krinsky is talking about today over at BTIG, who says at some point that divergence between Apple and the Qs is likely to resolve, either by Apple bouncing or the Qs pulling back. Our thinking is the latter. And I'm curious as to what you think about that and what the overall implications on the market itself would be if you have a more meaningful pullback in the largest tech stocks in this market for a considerable amount of time.
So I told you that that's exactly what I think is in the process of playing out. I said it 2 weeks ago on Closing Bell. Maybe I was a little bit early with NVIDIA continuing to make new highs. But if you look at the Mag 7, first of all, they're calling it the Sensational 6 now. What does that tell you? There's already that diversion even amongst the leadership. Tesla's out. Now, I don't know where they go. The Furious 5, this is the problem, because it's not just Apple, Judge, it's Alphabet. And I own both of these stocks. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is not like this long-term bearishness, but come on. Between Alphabet, Apple, and Amazon, Alphabet is the cheapest. It's a 23 PE. Apple's 26, Amazon is 60. But Amazon looks better than the other two. Year to date, Apple is down 12%. It's the second worst stock in the top 20 largest market caps of the S&P 500. The only one worse, actually, is Tesla, which is down 28%. And now Alphabet is breaking down. Google is in an 8% drawdown below its 50-day. Apple's about 9% below its 50-day. And Alphabet just broke below its 200-day. It's about 1% below. You might not care about those levels, but my friend, those levels care about you. The buyers didn't show up. The support wasn't there. So now you have this situation where the largest market cap companies in that Mag 7 are breaking down one by one. I don't know who's next, but I can tell you that as the air goes out of that theme, I don't think the money goes and sits in gold. I think the money is looking for a home. So I am bullish S&P over NASDAQ names. I want more exposure to anything that's not tech or utilities. And I'm not hunting for my next tech stock right now, because that's exactly what I think is playing out here. That theme is tired. It needs a rest. There's nothing wrong with those companies. The stock prices have run out of gas.
So, Kovac, talk about pressure inside HQs. Out in Mountain View, there's immense pressure. Yeah. Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google, they, quote, definitely messed up with the Gemini image generation launch. That's why we're seemingly talking about this story in a negative way every day, and I mean the stock story, right, because it can't get out of its own way as long as these bungled AI moves continue to happen.
And look what happened a year ago when they tried to kind of rush out that Bard, which eventually became Gemini. It messed up. Boom. They keep putting stuff out and they're getting in their own way, and they keep putting stuff out that just doesn't work or doesn't work the way they had to advertise. No. Remember, I was on with you when they first showed Gemini, and it turned out they kind of faked the video to show it can do things that's actually
I'm almost done, Chad, but the peaches showed up.
Put out a perfect product. Why do they keep putting out and tripping over
the peach, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, man. Snap is reloaded.
Something is on the horizon.
Spy's still here at
so, of course, people are worried, and they think they don't have the AI story kind of locked up.
I don't know why I'm breathing so hard. I was just excited by the peach.
You explained a lot of this away, quite frankly, assuming that they'll figure it out and get it right. And I'm wondering what makes you so sure they will.
Yeah, I hope I'm not explaining it away. That's not how I feel about it. I feel that when I look at these companies as an investor, I see the resources there. I'll pick up my iPhone here for a second and say Siri, to me, is pretty impressive. This is before Apple even gets to AI. And when you talk about Google, this is a good point you brought up with the failed launch or the mistake that they made back in February of last year. Stock got knocked down under 100. It then went on to return 58%, which was 2x the S&P 500. Now, maybe that's not NVIDIA, I'll grant you, but that was pretty darn good. Mm-hmm. The resources are there. We know they've had DeepMind for however long, 10 years. They made
it's even more of an indictment
I hear you. I hear you.
You're using that as a plus.
Well,
I would suggest that's even more of an indictment of
what
were they doing for 10 years.
Wait, let's discuss what happened last week. That was an unforced error. It was stupid. It was dumb, okay? But we are, if we're going to use the tennis match analogy, we're in the first set of AI at best. Maybe they just lost a game, but there is so much more of this game to be played. And I want those resources from DeepMind. I hear you, and I've heard others say that that's an indictment. I say to you that as an investor looking at the company at 20x roughly forward earnings, having those resources there, having all those years of experience, I hate the stupid mistake they made last week. I mean, it was just unnecessary. They've got it. I mean, the heat on them right now, the heat on the CEO is tremendous. They either fix it right now, or then there will be a problem. But I expect them to fix it with the resources they have.
I rest my case. Anyways, the Snap news was that lawmakers are looking to ban TikTok, where TikTok would either have to sell or they could pretty much the president can ban TikTok or other apps. So it's just a little bit of a rumor there. Anytime that happens, Snap and Meta usually get hype. We played it right when it came out. We had the general idea. I flipped it. I only played it for like 5 minutes, but it's still holding up pretty good. Again, up 2.5%. Gold is climbing back up. Where is oil? Oh, oil. Why you do this, Habibi? Oil just flipped. Oil got murked. Meta Andy Stone says resolve the issue where people were having difficulty activating or accessing some of Meta services. Meta, where was it? Airbnb was climbing up, and then he came down. Womp, womp, womp. Disney was up, but then they sold off. What was it? OCEA, that was running. Again, Nordstrom's was hitting highs. Macy's in the green. Everybody keeps talking about Amazon, Apple, and Google. Google came up a decent amount. I wanted some of that bounce, but I hesitated on the options. Snap, just to pop off of lawmakers banning TikTok. Again, we've heard this many times before. So just a little rumor. Set up a quick in and out play. And then gold, 21.38. Gold is about to break out here again. They're hitting the high end of the range. And the SPY, you're getting right back up to Euro close. So you're a little bit below. Damn. Still like a quarter point away on the SPY. Yeah, we made a couple of plays today. I just flipped out of Snapchat. I sold out of SPR. I did oil play. Sold out of NCLH for 500%. And then I bought a GitLab for like almost 50 cents. And then I got clapped in the morning. And then I sold out of my bonds pre-market. My ZB. I'm bullish on gold, but I don't have a play. I don't know if I would buy it up here. That's why I'm mad I didn't get in on some of the other. I had the MGC like 2 weeks ago, and I sold out of it, but man. FSR about to break out. SPY running up a little bit. NASDAQ only down 1.5. Fisker again. Where was it on that Nissan news? You're like right at the levels of that Nissan news. Fisker. Ding. Ding. I don't sound as graceful. Oh, what was that? Was that Apple? That was Tesla. Tesla with the candle. Yeah, Google's only down by 0.5. I'd watch if the chip makers go up, and then, I mean, today was kind of broadly down. Like yesterday was broadly up, and then not to mention just Apple, AMD too. Remember, AMD only down 1%, but they had that bad news as far as selling chips to China. Are those tuning forks? It's tuning gold. Snap hitting, I guess it hit 1143. I got out around 1140 on that wick, so see if it keeps going up. Meta. U.S. House Committee set to vote Thursday on bill to demand ByteDance to divest TikTok or face ban. So that's the headline getting reiterated. IBM on the high, up by 0.3. 3M SPY is now higher than Euro close. Jets is up. Our defensive, I guess AVAV. Not bad. Note at 1.9. SPY, so you got Microsoft and Apple down a lot, and then chips just aren't really being too favorable. Oh, Roblo. Nice. Where are those? I might cover those covered calls. Is it an A&E like $4? Nvidia trying, it might. They were down what? 0.5? Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they are green. And Snap hitting a new high, Roblo going up. But yeah, literally, I forgot AMD was the one that was down in the morning. But Nvidia was up like 1 point something earlier while the SPY was still red. But yeah, Nvidia's back to green. Snap's already going. Snap has a new high. I don't know where it's going to go to or when it'll stop. I already flipped out of it. I just wanted to play that headline. Thought it was a decent price. I think the next level like 1168, then 1180, and then $12. And then Airbnb's going up here a little too. But SPY's not doing too bad. Is Meta? Snap's going up more than Meta. NYCB big pop. My eBay calls are up. Yeah, they were. Still up now, actually, by 52%. They were up 100. That one I'm going to ride it out for a little bit. Google, no. I wanted to get an option just in case there was a bounce, but Google has dropped enough. I've been saying it since yesterday. Like, you started to hit that, like, $10, $12 threshold down from, like, the event. So that's the price level I like to try to play a bounce. I was going to buy an option on them today, but I said, you know what, I'll be cheap. Hesitated. Airbnb hitting new high of the day. Pretty much just into yesterday's lows, though. I forgot it hit 162 yesterday. Crowd, we're going to go over previews a little later. BYSI, and then stock. Was this Beyond Spring? Is this a biotech? I feel like we've seen that. BYSI, that's hitting a high. Again, Airbnb. Snap 1152. Damn, son. We could have got a lot better on that. Love on the high. Our airline's moving. And again, SPY, so far, last like 30 minutes, you've just been going straight up since the top of the hour. And then Apple has recovered a little bit too. Or no, that's AAL. Excuse me. Google's on the high now. Google's recovered like what, 1.5%, 2%. Apple's still down 2.5%, and I think Microsoft. Beyond Spring. It does sound, BYSI, it does sound very familiar. That looks like DTSS, where it was like super liquid, and then all of a sudden Had to run. Pfizer pop. Oh, hi. EU Vestager. App stores are early focus on new digital law. Pfizer, I don't know. Maybe it's just value move, I hope. $8.14. No, I don't see anything on Pfizer. Decent pop, though. Watch any of the other value. Abercrombie and Fitch. Subtly the best stock of 2024. Hot take. Yeah, I don't see anything on Pfizer. Invites public to listen to discussion. Oh, wait, March 12th? So I don't know. Maybe a dud, but Pfizer has a conference on March 12th at 8 a.m. That came out top of the hour, but other than that, I don't see anything. Oh, Pfizer's talking about, CNBC's talking about Pfizer? After NVIDIA? Josh Brown. He's talking Pfizer,
but
baby.
I added to my position by about 50% yesterday as it was making a new 52-week low. The people that watch this stock, this show, know that I'm usually looking for stocks that are closer to a 52-week high and are exhibiting strength. But I think that this is a very special situation. COVID just absolutely wrecked this company. They went all in on Paxlovid and on the vaccines. Then the disease became endemic. Nobody needs the pills. Nobody cares about the shots. And their revenue was just demolished. That's the thing, though. That's why the stock's in a 60% drawdown, paying almost 6.5% dividend yield. And they made an acquisition of Seagen, which I think is going to have huge potential in the coming years for oncology drugs. So this is a stock that's been around, a company that's been around for 175 years. They've had other issues like this. People were worried about Viagra coming off patent in 2017. They got through that. Before that, people were worried about Lipitor in 2011. They always find a way to rebuild revenue growth and reorient the company. I don't think this time will be any different. So I am a buyer under 30, and we'll see what happens in the coming years.
All right, it's getting a move as we're having this conversation. You have a comment here?
Yeah. Hey, Josh, I'm sure you're not surprised. Pfizer is something that certainly comes on my radar screen a lot. I'll bet on Surratt's too. I see what you're seeing. I agree with the fundamental picture. I think you're going to make money. The thing that's holding me back is that dividend yield. That's a lot of their free cash flow that they're paying off in dividends. Does that leave them enough for R&D? Are you worried that maybe that high yield is signaling that it's too high?
I'm really glad you asked that question. In a series of recent presentations, not only have they committed to substantial R&D, but in addition, last year they froze the buyback. So this used to be a dividend plus buyback story, shrinking the float. They stopped doing that. The Seagen acquisition is massive, very expensive. They're going to have to deleverage the balance sheet to get back to buybacks. But I do believe they'll continue the dividend, and then I think they'll add this new leg to the story when it's appropriate, going back to buybacks. And if you look at the history of shareholder return here, they've done a really good job historically with that capital allocation decision. So I think they can do all of these things at once. I don't think the street is really giving them that much credit that they will. So maybe that's why there's an opportunity if I end up being right.
All right. Well, as we said, stock's on the move, and we'll continue to watch it from negative or flat line to a nice little move by about 1%. Another alert. Bill Baruch joins us now because he has a new buy. Good to see you. And that is Duke Energy. Tell us more.
It's not a sexy buy. It's not buying.
Yeah, it's not. I like it. Pfizer, baby. I was going to buy Pfizer yesterday for the long term, but I figured let it do its thing a little more, and I wanted more yield. I wanted MO, and finally MO went below 40. I couldn't resist. But I love it, yeah. He was just talking, Josh Brown was just pumping Pfizer. He didn't really answer. He said the dividend wasn't too high. He just said he can't wait till they bring back buybacks. But I'm down. I already have Pfizer. We have a good position in Pfizer. It's up there. I mean, it's not like the biggest. It's not the smallest. I think it's like right in the middle. Oh, no, it's up top 5, top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 6, right below JP Morgan. And then right above Meta, and then around the same size as Disney, too. And then we have more Pfizer than we do Snapchat. I don't know if I have any Pfizer options remaining. Oh, yeah, we made some the other day, the 27. Yeah, those are up 61%. I forgot. We bought those yesterday. No, 2 days ago? So those are up. We have till, what, 2 weeks on those? Yeah, not bad for now. I forgot we had those. Nice. Pfizer's move was literally right now. Josh Brown from CNBC. I bought him yesterday for the conference. It totally slipped my mind. They have another conference on March 12th, but nothing came out the conference. Remember, I bought those ahead of time? But yeah, those shot up now. Not just off CNBC. AAP has been going up. Another Chad called that out a little earlier. We saw it earlier in the morning, too. But they're on the high and up 3.3. Yalla, Pfizer. Yalla. Pfizer, he said it's been around for 170 years. Has it really? Let me see when Pfizer was founded. Yeah, the company was founded by Charles Pfizer Sr. and Charles Earhart in 1849. Headquartered in New York. Dang. Yeah, bro, easy. It's like an easy 150 years. 160, 170-ish. Yeah, I see the Roblox. I'm looking at, because I have those Roblox covered call. I might close them. That's what I've been doing. I just keep selling the pops on Roblo. And then anytime I just close out the cover, literally every time it would pop, I would sell covered calls. And then it'd come down, and then I would just buy them back. Kind of down. And then Pfizer's still going up. Yeah, I closed out of them. I closed the Roblo covered calls. I got like $2,600, a little bit more than 50%. Yeah, Pfizer, we got the calls from yesterday. Those are up 80%. I mean, you might be able to make them free if you bought them for 8 cents. One of them's almost going for 16. So that would be nice. Those are only till March 15th. Pfizer, we only have the play from yesterday. That's it. But otherwise, and again, the news on that is just literally Josh Brown, CNBC, said he upped his position 50% yesterday. And he was just talking about how much he loves it. If Josh Answers said the same thing, you're like, oh, well, what about morality? And what about my iPhone that's made with child labor? What about this, Josh? Josh, do you always support companies that kill everybody? Hey, Josh, do you think murder is okay? Is that why you're willing to buy that? Oh, Josh Brown, CNBC, you're like, oh, all the calls go up 100%. Oh, yeah, you're like, oh, wow, what's going on with Pfizer? Oh, look at that stock moving. Oh. It's cool, man. It's cool. And then bonds have given up the gains of the day. And honestly, that little rally there for 30 minutes got us above highs. We came right back down. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Super Tuesday. Do you guys feel like super today or no? How do y'all feel? This is technically a Super Tuesday. You know, I don't know if you have the same vibes or not. SPY coming down. Let's go Pfizer to get the pump and then move like move like a one of them. Okay. Pfizer went up. I made those free. Literally just shot up 100%. Sold one of them, made them free. $16. We bought them for $8 yesterday. But literally went up 100%. It was an expiration for March 15th. We made those plays yesterday ahead of the conference. I thought they would move on the conference. Ended up being a dud, and then we just got lucky on that pop. Yeah, China says it opposes Taiwan independence. It drops peaceful reunification reference. So honestly, for all the people who were like, yo, Josh, Taiwan gonna get invaded. What happened today was like actually a big deal. Now they finally dropped the reference of peaceful reunification. So remember anytime they would bring it up, and I told you guys how they like would always like that's something they've said for a while, and that phrase peaceful reunification, it's actually like it's pretty big. So the fact that they didn't reference it today, you just that now you got a little bit closer. That I could give you a point on that side. SIG, Airbnb's coming up, man. The prodigal son. That's scary. The China news. They dropped the peaceful reunification reference today in one of their like statements in regards to like pretty much they were opposing Taiwan independence. And usually they talk about reunification and how they want to bring it there, but they usually talk about it being peaceful. Not this time. And which is kind of a deviation. If that persists, that would be a really big deal. So if you start to notice China in all of their like communications begins to reference the reunification of Taiwan, but no longer this like underlying subtext of peaceful reunification, which is what they've said in the past to kind of combat against it, then that would be somewhat of a policy shift or a shift in stance by China. Sold half. Just the options. So again, they were cheap. I've been liking making plays free lately though, especially if they're cheap plays because I'm like, well, stack up $100 here or there if they hit. If not, at least you're not really risking anything. Because again, some of these the options have been moving. I'm honestly surprised. Not all of them, and like there's still been instances we've gotten a lot of cucks and scams so far, but for the most part, again, 2 standard deviations, getting certain names at the right price, they've done pretty decent, but you just got to balance them out. But that's why I'm saying making them free is a real big part to balancing it out. Tesla, SPY moving up. Again, bonds came down. Dollar hasn't moved. Where's oil? Am I still clapped on that? I was up for a decent amount. I'm back to break even on oil. Oil is honestly kind of wicked today. And then bonds going lower. Snap's still holding up very well. So no matter when you got it or how you flipped it, like you're still up on that. Where you guys see oil? Oil is like pretty wacky today. These back and forth swings on oil. They're just swinging 1% every like 30 minutes. 50.88. Snap long. No, I got out of it for a flip. We were just talking about like the hype. Like I mean, if you've been here before, like you guys have seen you've seen it. Anytime they start like really hyping up like TikTok ban or that type of news, all these social media stocks pump. So that's all that happened. I don't know if you were here when it happened, but somebody in the chat posted the news before I even confirmed it. And I was like, well, watch. I said, if Snap and Meta start moving, then we could go after it. And then sure enough, the news hit and then Snap started to pop. I was already ready for it, so I just got in for a flip. But that's why it's up. It might fade by end of the day. It may even fade tomorrow. Could even go higher, but for the most part, it's just this general idea. People start talking Snap ban or TikTok ban, and then it starts going up. Heard on the street, GitLab finds playing it less safe doesn't pay. Spot breakout. GitLab. Yeah, that one didn't work. UPS on the high. I think I saw a UPS commercial the other day. It was kind of inspiring. I enjoyed it. I was like, wow. They're going to deliver some stuff. I felt confident in their ability to deliver. Swin is still going up. That's been running all day. Etsy. And then SPY climbing, Airbnb 159. SPY back to 3508.35. This is around Euro close. Meta went up a little. Meta didn't go up as much as Snap, though. Snap just kind of went nuts. But then again, Snap has been clobbered since their earnings. They're still, this range is still within their earnings gulag. It's not like they're higher than the last couple of weeks. Ulta could be a good one. Ulta's already, the run-up plays might already be hitting there. We have it in the long term, but that's a earnings that can move a lot. No plays on Carvana. Oil coming down a little bit. FedEx. High ticker is gassing. Am I tripping out right now? I don't know what names these are. CNQ, X, Skechers. Interesting. SPY's not really moving, but like look at the velocity on the high ticker. That's through the roof. Steel Dynamics. Somebody called that out earlier in the day. MSTR off the bottom a little bit. They were down 13. Coin. Mara got murdered. Ebert. Snap still holding. Big, no. I looked at it. I think they already moved a little bit. Snap's moving again. I think big options were already up, or the stock. Yeah, it already kind of had this pop. They're going to be one that can. They might be pricing in a lot too. But don't worry, Chatadonia. Earnings previews are right around the corner. Right around the corner, my friends. Don't you worry. What price would you buy Tesla? I'll let you know when I get my Cybertruck. So, I don't know. Whenever I get a Cybertruck, I could comment on that question. Until then, I'm in a wait and see mode. I'm not really in the market for Tesla. I'm in the market for a Cybertruck, a cheap one. Not these expensive ones, but they're pretty cool. I don't know when I get it. I said I could get that one by March. Like, literally, I could get one by the end of the month. But then I have to buy the expensive one. It's still like $100,000. And I'm kind of not down. Kind of not. I might have to wait like a year or two. I saw one in person, too. It looked cool. It was like, it's kind of goofy looking, but like, again, that's the whole point of the car. Like, I didn't buy it to be the best looking vehicle. I bought it so it could stick out and look ugly. The Cybertruck rust in the rain. I saw some things about that, but like, I got a tetanus shot. I ain't tripping. You know, that'd be cool. I'm down with the rusty truck. I feel like I could make a country song about it. Hey, my truck's getting rusty, and Elon still is musty. I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I could make a song about it. That'd be fun. Cybertruck is nicer than the Subaru Baja. Changed my mind. Nah, I think the Subaru Baja looks a lot nicer than the Cybertruck. Not gonna lie to you, but Cybertruck's cool. Cybertruck's cool. For now. Snap, he's still holding. Note on the high. Wasn't Note one of the... Remember we flipped Note? Wasn't that like one of the AI plays? PayPal got murked today. Cruise on the low. Gosh, do Abercrombie earnings for my wife. She's standing here. She loaded shares at $10. You guys, I make the joke. Abercrombie is like the best stock in 2024. I don't think anybody gives it enough attention. That's good. I really like their soft sweaters, but oh shit. This thing was at $10 not too long ago. Good for her. Well, we'll go over the preview in an hour, though. So give your wife a hug. Tell her good job on the long term. Say thank you, wife. And hopefully you didn't buy no AMC or something. Because that's it. Because if your wife got the good long term and you bought AMC, I'm going to slap you. But otherwise, you guys should give each other a hug and wait patiently 1 hour until the long term. Or until the long term. Until the the earnings previews. And Snap moving up. Microsoft compares New York Times claims against OpenAI to Hollywood's early fight against the VCR. Tesla moving. Airbnb trying to get to his home. FIS on the high. Airbnb wants the 160. Snap even going up too. Oh, that's RNLX. I did close out those Roblo covered calls. Apple. What's the other one? Microsoft. Apple still hasn't moved. Microsoft still down 2.5 as well. I think Google recovered a decent amount. Only down by 0.47. Unity off the bottom. Zscaler still clapped. Snowflake as well. Where's Polyalti? All right. High ticker's still pretty active, though. But again, last time I showed you that, it was really active, and then we went lower on the market, and then bonds are still holding. And then gold still trying to climb. Oil slightly lower from the data. You think Airbnb could make its way to 170 soon? It's looking pretty strong. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah, God willing, Habibi. It looks great as long as it's holding above these 150s. That's why I keep saying 160. If you hold above there, that'll be good. But, I mean, their valuation's going lower, even though the price is going higher. I mean, they're making more money. They're doing good. They're kind of outperforming in travel, but all things are looking good for them. And, again, if there's more risk on, not to mention their good earnings, and if travel trends stay up, I mean, everything is looking thumbs up for them. It's just going to be a matter of what range they trade in. But remember, Airbnb moves a lot. Like, it could find a $20 trading range to, like, really settle in at. And then we don't have the next earnings for another couple of months. Expedia on the highs. JD, well, they got earnings tomorrow morning, I believe. So they could either go a lot lower or they're going to finally bounce. Snap new high. Oh, yeah, I got it right here. Bottom right. Damn, Snapchat. So I sold that to her. I thought I made a good flip, but I could have got a lot more. Yallah, Habibi. And those where's Pfizer? I see the contracts came down. Snap hitting another high. Bloomin'. They had earnings not too long ago. Pfizer trying to climb back up. Contracts still elevated from yesterday. How much I could have made on Snap? I would have made another like $300, I think. So I made $500, but I would have made like 800, maybe 900 by now. ETRN. Wing. Snap is just bro. Snap was doing nothing until that data came, or until that news came out. So I was just moving off that. Top tick Josh did work out. It didn't. And again, that one I was up on it, and then I was down on it right away. But this time, like I averaged down on it after it fell. And I went with another 500 shares, and then it ended up working. But it didn't work for a little bit. It was kind of scary at first. I still have the lift leaps. I think they're up like 100%. Corn rocketing. Putin said something about grain. Gold is about to hit 2140. That's insane. MSTR breaking up. Snap 1160. Airbnb about to go home to 160. Where's coin? Still 226, which is impressive. Remember, DraftKings got murked today. Apple is coming down. SPY's not moving, though. Again, there's a lot of things moving around right now. Even Unity, SC on the high. But, like, dude, SPY's not moving. Bond's kind of staying pinned. And then you just have all the high tickers going. And then we're just not doing anything. Snap, again, 1160. Oh, my gosh. Where is actual Bitcoin? Bitcoin's at 65,500. Hit a low today of 63,200. My goodness. My goodness. Eat. Roblo, still go. GLNG. Wasn't that Goling? Golar, LNG. It's up 2%. Bank's still going up, or at least Wall is. I know NYCB was bouncing. They're up 15% today. Damn. There's no real news on Snap, just news about a bill to potentially ban TikTok. Zelensky says Ukraine has proven it's capable against Russian naval fleet. Makes no reference to reporting sinking of Russian patrol ship. Classic. Macron. Power volatility. It could be depending on what he says. I do think we will get a pre-written statement. So I think before Powell even speaks, he's going to have a pre-written statement we're all going to get. But it just depends on if Powell, brings back 2022 Powell. I think the last time Powell said something before Congress that was led into financial policy, I believe it was 2022, the beginning of the year. So unless that Powell returns, chances are tomorrow, you'll get the hype of having Powell, but he shouldn't say anything too different or market moving. But you never know. Maybe he brings up what Bostic brought up, and that kind of shocks some things even here today. But if he brings up that whole idea of, cutting and then pausing, cutting and then waiting again, and seeing how people feel about that. Fult, FIS on the high, and then, bro, SPY's still not moving. All of these individual names moving, but not so much for the S500. The odds of a rate increase, right now they're very low, but there is a path to them. Pretty much if all the data starts coming in hot, and then by June, July, data is not coming down, and maybe it goes higher, and then Powell starts talking about no rate cuts, even raising them again, then there you go. But for now, right now, the odds it's less than 1% or 0. I think it's virtually 0 that he raises rates. If anything, there's a 1% chance, I believe, for December of the end of the year that Powell keeps rates the same. So he just does nothing. That's kind of crazy, but it's 1%. Literally 1% chance. Gold 2140. Powell is in the morning. I'm not too sure. I want to say it probably 7 a.m. my time, 30 minutes after the bell usually for the government stuff. Is it 10 a.m. Eastern? PPC on the high, Pilgrim's Pride. Everybody in the PPC. Earnings previews are usually around 11. Don't you worry. That's really a stock? Yeah, it's called Pilgrim's Pride. Food company, I believe. I think Pilgrim's Pride makes a lot of shit you use. Yeah, bro. Pilgrim's Chicken, Moy Park, Del Dia, Pierce Chicken, Torrico's, Savaro. Honestly, I don't know all these brands. They got some weird-ass brands. They make Pilgrim's Chicken, Pilgrim Farms. Golden Plump. Just Bear, Moy Park. Moy, M-O-Y. It's fun to say. Moy Park. Moy again. Well, PPC's on the high. Don't let me get distracted. Zillow on the low, bro. Microsoft's still dumping. Zillow's down 5. Damn, son. Redfin down 3, but Microsoft on the low. I think Apple might follow along, but they're still holding. And Google it. Cortiva on the high. I'm going to keep my Airbnb and Snap. Your middle name is Moy? Nice. I like it. Moy Park. It's fun to say. There's a lady named Moria. If the car can never say it normally. Moy Park. Last name Moira. Yeah, now I see it now. Moira. That's what it reminds me of. All right, Chad. Let me get a long-term checkup. I think long-term's looking good. Shout out to the long-term. May the long-term set you free. Amen. Shout out to long-term. Glad we're on the same page. SPY, surprisingly, has stayed trapped in here for roughly about 2.5 hours. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Okay? I got to go to the bathroom. There's just so much we got to deal with. I need to use the restroom. And then I'll get back, and then we'll see where life takes us. See where the rest of the day takes us. You know what I'm saying? Airbnb, you're not going home, you disappoint me. We'll put up Pfizer instead. All right, I'll be RB. Follow me on Instagram. Your Instagram works now. At the Trading Fraternity. All right, I'll be RB.
Nikki Haley continues to raise money, and it looks like she's foreclosed working for President Trump again. She was, of course, his UN ambassador in the first Trump administration. And so she, at this point, doesn't really have much motivation to drop out.
So maybe you've got that whole sort of halo effect as a candidate in waiting, insurgent candidate, something like that. Can she keep that on a low boil until 2028?
I think that will depend on how well former President Trump does in November. Yeah. If Joe Biden wins, despite all of the weaknesses we all know that Joe Biden has, then I think there's going to be some serious soul searching in the Republican Party, and Nikki Haley can come and say, look, I was the one who told you so. Mm-hmm. We need to rebuild this party as a new post-Trump party, and I'm the person to do that. If Trump wins, I don't know that I see quite that opportunity for her, because then a Trump win in November would fully cement the Trump takeover of the Republican Party, and that we will be more likely to see candidates in that MAGA mold going forward from Republicans. Wow.
All right, Gregory Cordy, as always, covering all things politics for us here at Bloomberg, going to join us on what is going to be a very long day this Super Tuesday. Gregory, thank you so much. And we want to turn now to another person who is following all of these races across the country very closely. David Paleologos is joining us now from Suffolk University, where he is the director of their Political Research Center. David, great to have you on the show. We were just hearing from Gregory about a number of states in which, sure, Nikki Haley did not win the Republican contest, but she did perform better than expected. If that were to show up anywhere tonight, where would you expect Nikki Haley to possibly outperform?
If it were to show up, she would
probably do better in Massachusetts, Vermont, Maine, Virginia. Those are the states that I would be looking at. The other states, less so. And maybe Utah, too.
You're up there in New England, David. You have a sense of Republican politics in a state like Massachusetts, or look north to Vermont or Maine. This tells us a lot when we're looking to New England states to gauge the strength of a Republican candidate, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when was the last time electoral votes were won by a Republican in any of those states? Maybe in one congressional district in Maine. And where you have independents who can vote, then you have a recipe for a possible upset. But even in our polling, and which was over a month ago, so it's old. Trump was still prevailing in Massachusetts, and he's heavily favored to win. I wouldn't be surprised if he was around 1,000 by the end of the night, and Haley was in the 100 and something, 25 or 150 at best. So you're looking at, no matter how you slice it, you're looking at a 7, 8, 9 to 1 ratio of Trump delegates to Haley delegates.
Well, David, of course, Nikki Haley, when we've heard her campaigning recently, is she's committed to stay in the race through at least today's contest. She has said, look at the numbers that I'm polling. I understand, being an accountant, that 40% is not 50%, but 40% is not a small number. I'm paraphrasing words she spoke after South Carolina, her home state, where she was still resoundingly defeated by Trump. But when we think about that number she is referring to, those individuals that are picking her over Trump in this primary contest, where are they likely to go in a general election? Is it as problematic for a Trump general election candidacy as we might think?
We won't know that until the numbers settle, until after Nikki Haley, gets out of the race. It depends state to state. I mean, some states where Democrats were voting, they were never going to vote for Trump. They were just meddling. In the case of independents, left-leaning independents were probably not going to vote Republican. So you really have to isolate those subsets to pure independents or right-leaning independents. And the answer to your question is
all righty. Chattadonia, I hope you're living good, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how you feeling, man? Wow, already that time, middle of the day, another day filled with excitement, action, unknown. You know that every day we face the unknown. You get to be surprised. You get to not be surprised sometimes. Oh, my goodness, Chad. And it's already flying by. And we're already here at the middle of the day. And today we got a little bit of PHILO. And I got a good one for you. Today might be very weird, actually. This one, I have a story. I have like a real, long story for you. That's all today's PHILO is. It's a gigantic story, like a mythical story. And I'm not talking about the Bible. But this, let me not get ahead of myself. But here's the deal. Personal responsibility, you taking time to make improvements, honestly, in your spirit, you ain't even fighting back. I know sometimes, PHILO, if you know what it is, you don't know what it is. Sometimes people get mad. We talk about certain things, even during the trading day. It be bothering people, man. All I want to do is just shout out the people who have found a way to open their hearts, their minds, their ears, and even beyond, when the market's closed and the stream is off. have taken it well beyond that and have taken a personal responsibility to always do better and always seek out improvement and always be a better person and even looking out for their brothers and sisters and being open to the love, okay? That's just a shout out I've been giving every single day when I start my PHILO because it does mean a lot and it's just awesome to see it. So I don't know if you don't see it or not. I think you can if you really look. And if not, I mean, I got to ask you what you fighting then, huh, bro? So listen, man, all that being said, this should be fun. This might be a fun PHILO. You're going to bear with me, though. I'm going to tell you a story. I've only heard this story once, okay? And I'm going to recite this story to you from what I know off of memory. So maybe I butcher it, maybe I don't. But this story is a trip. It's I don't know, it may get you thinking. It may get you thinking. So I really want you to think about this story. And you tell me what you learned. Do you guys think you could handle this? Are you ready? You want me? I could. I don't even know. I can't even spoil it. I can't even. There's so many things that this story will just. It's long though. It's not like this is not a short story. Okay, this is not I don't know how long this will take me. That's why I'm saying this is just. Let's see where this takes us. Okay, are you ready? Are we good? All right, well, once upon a time, there was like a very poor man, a peasant. This is like picture the olden days. This is a very, very older, and I should play the medieval music in the background, low key. You know, that type beat, right? And there's this guy, and he's about to have a kid. He finally is having a child, and he's like really, really excited. But then he goes into the village, and he starts asking people. He's like, hey, he goes to like a couple of the people he knows, and he's like, will you be the godfather to my child? And since this guy's like broke and has nothing, they're like, nah, man, like, what are you talking about? And so like he keeps going to people in his village, and everybody is just like, nah, like, you don't have anything, you're broke, and like, yeah, why would we want to be this child's godfather? Like, it doesn't make any sense. They're not down with it. So he gets kind of sad, but then he's like, fine, I will go into another town, and then I will see if I could find somebody else. So, like, he's packing up, and he's getting ready to go, and, like, he barely, like, leaves the town, and, like, right as he's leaving, he encounters a guy, and this guy's like, yo, what are you doing? And he's like, well, I've been blessed. The Lord blessed me with a child, and I've never, this is a big, big deal, and now my legacy, my future, all this stuff. And then he's like, I need a godson, but nobody in my town is willing, a godfather, nobody in my town is willing to be the godfather. So he's like, all right, that's cool. I'll be the godfather. And nobody knows this guy. So this is a random dude. He doesn't know him. He's like, I don't really know you. But he was like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm down to be the guy's godfather. And eventually the dad's just like, all right, I'm down with that. But he was like, now the problem, I don't have a godmother. So who's going to be the child's godmother? And he starts asking around, but then runs into the same situation. He's running the thoughts in his head. And then the guy who he just made the godfather, the random traveler, tells him, well, why don't you go to this rich businessman and wait till he's there tomorrow morning and ask if his daughter will do it. And then I'm going to go set up everything so that we could do like the christening and make all of that like official. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, why would this rich businessman in another city, like, why would he ever agree to this? But he's like, no, just do it. And he's like, whatever. He tries it, goes in the morning, goes to the rich businessman, tells him the whole story, and surprisingly, he agrees to it. Okay? So now he has this random rich lady as a godmother, the random traveler as the godfather, and then the child is born, they do the christening, and then after the whole ceremony, they never see the godfather again, and then the godmother goes back to where she's at. And the kid grows up, lives his life. I'm telling you, this is a really long story, Chad. Are you guys following with me so far? I don't. It's the most randomest story, but I think you're gonna love it. There's a lot of stuff, right? You got to get in the olden days. Just making sure you're here. So he's going. No, it's not the story of Jesus. This is nothing. Just like what you take away from this, you'll find out. I don't know, but it's definitely just like an olden story. But anyways, the kid grows up. He becomes very, like, the kid is actually like a good kid. He thrives. He's very educated. He learns fast. He's well behaved. He does his thing. He's growing up just a good kid. Kid was born great. Awesome. Things are going good. And then eventually, like one day it was like Easter holiday. That's where we're at right now. Almost Easter, spring break. And he's like doing these like gifts and making these presents. And he wants to go, and he tells his mom and dad, he's like, hey, I want to go make a present for my godmother and godfather. So he makes a present, gives it to the godmother. He goes and sees her, travels, and gives her the gift, and she's excited to see it. She thanks him for it, and then he asks her, he said, well, where's my godfather? And then she explains how she doesn't even know him and only met him the day that he was actually made the godfather. And then she's like, what? And then he goes back to his parents, and he asks them, he's like, well, where's my godfather? And they explain the story to him, and they're like, well, we only met him once. So only met him one time. He disappeared. They're like, we don't know where he is. So the child, though, is like very determined to give the gift to the godfather. So he's like, hey, can I go and find him? And the parents are like, you know what? Maybe if this is what he wants to do, the kid doesn't do anything wrong. Like, let him go. Why not? So the kid gets permission from his parents, and then he sets off to go and find his godfather so that he could give him this gift. So now he makes his way, he packs up, gets going on the journey, and then like right as he leaves the town, he encounters a random dude. And this guy is like, what's up, man? What are you doing? And the kid, oh, whoa, Disney, Big Pop. I don't have news on that. Disney, big pop. 2 big candles. There might be some news with that. Yo, check Disney. Check Disney. I got a 120. What did I get filled on those? I got a contract for 12 cents on there. I don't see anything. That's a big pop, though. And they were outperforming earlier. Bob Iger, extremely confident DTC will be profitable by fourth quarter 2024. All right. Well, we'll see. Iger speaking right now. So you're getting Disney, some profitability guidance. People may like that. I snaked one of the options there. The options are kind of going cuckoo. But anyways, back to the story. Disney, Bob Iger comments. But the kid, he sets off, and like we were saying, right when he leaves town, he encounters this guy. And he's like, what are you doing? Like, where are you going right now? And the kid tells him the story. And he's like, well, I'm looking for my godfather. I didn't meet, this is how I was born. And this guy, and I want to say thank you to everybody, and yibbity bobbity boo. And then the guy's like, oh, well, I'm your godfather. And the godson is like, oh my gosh, really? That's awesome. He's like, for real? He's like, well, can I like hang out with you? Like, I wanted to give you this gift, and I wanted to see you and do all this. And he's like, well, I got to go right now. But if you like go down into like the forest, there's to go deep into the forest, go until you see this like tree. When you see that tree, make a right. Like just like he was like, then you'll see a guy with a trench coat, like type B, and he said all these crazy steps to get to the forest. And he's like, and then you'll see this house with like a golden roof, and then that'll be my house. Right? So he's like, all right, well, he's like, if you see me there tomorrow, if you come tomorrow, and you follow those directions, I'll see you there tomorrow morning, and we can hang out. And then he said, just pay attention to everything you see in the forest. Oh, damn. Disney's going nuts now. Story's been going. Oh, the story gets even longer, bro. It's crazy. But, dude, that profitability comments are very good. Again, Disney 115. I think next level is 117, and then that could open up the door to some of the higher prices there. But, yeah, that already shot up there. Almost $2 more. Damn. Says 130, though, on the overall change. Ferg breaking 200. Pfizer's still up. UNG. All right. Back to the story. Are you guys still with me? Am I going to lose some of y'all? I think it's kind of an interesting story. You don't even know what it's about yet. It's every single, there's always I don't know. It's kind of entertaining. There's a lot to the story. Are you with me? No? Where are you lost with? Again, kid goes, now he's trying to find his godfather. Random guy says, I'm your godfather. He says, go through the forest and then pay attention to what you see. I'll see you there tomorrow morning. That's where we're at right now. All right? So then kid goes next morning, follows the instruction, goes into the forest, walks deep down into it, sees the giant tree, makes the turn, keeps walking down, sees another one of the signals, makes a left, and then he sees one of the other things the guy told him to look out for, but then there was this jar or a bucket of honey. And it was a huge bucket of honey attached to a tree. And he just started looking at it, and then off in the distance, and then he sees a bear that goes up to the bucket of honey. It has its little cubs with it too. And then it starts eating out of this bucket of honey, and it pushes away part of this wood entrapment. And it pushes it away, and then by pushing away the wood for the honey, it swings back and hits the bear in the head. And then the bear gets really, really mad. And then trying to get to the honey again, goes back to it, takes the little wood thing again, pushes it even harder, and it swings, goes away. It opens up the little container. The bear eats the honey, but then the wood swings back, and then this time it hits one of the cubs. So you guys get what's going on. It's like a bear trap. And the bear starts, every time he pushes this thing away, it hits him. And it's stopping him from the honey. So then this next time, bear's is really mad, hits it even harder, allows him to get the honey for a little longer, but then it swings back even harder, and then this time it kills one of the cubs. And then this time he's really pissed, and then he attacks the wood thing, hits it off again, and is eating the honey. And then it swings back so fast, this time it hits and kills the bear. So this was one of the scenes that the godson watched on his way to the godfather's house. So he keeps moving along. That's all. That's all that happens. And then finally he sees a house with a golden roof. And sure enough, standing outside like he said he would, there was the guy, or so forth. It was his godfather. So he goes in, he shows him this house, and it's just this crazy house. It looked like a little cabin. You walk in this cabin. Again, it's very mythical. This cabin is just huge. It's just bigger and bigger. There's a lobby, and then it gets even wider. The roof made out of gold. It's a beautiful, beautiful house. Every room is just nicer than the last room. Thing is looking gorgeous, right? And the godson is he's like, wow, this thing is amazing. So he tells him, he's like, yeah, well, I'm your godfather. He tells him all about, being there. He says you're free to come whenever you want. And he was like, yeah, I really like this. And then he showed him more of the house. And then the godfather, there was only one room. They go by one room. It wasn't locked, but he said you can come by anytime you'd like. You can use the house, do whatever you want. Feel free now that you know who I am. But just don't go in this room. He says, that's it. It's not locked or anything, but you're just not allowed to go in this room. And the godson's like, all right, sounds like a deal. And continues to stay there, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to chill out for here. And then pretty much, long story short, he ends up staying in the house. And, like, he thought he was only staying there for, like, a couple of days. He was like, oh, this place is dope. I'm going to chill here. But, like, it was so peaceful. It was so nice. He ends up staying there for 30 years and not even realizing it. Isn't that wild? 30 years. So eventually, like, this is where it kind of gets a little crazy. Yeah, that's 3 long terms right there. He did the score of 3 long terms. Yeah, so he ends up staying there. Again, this is a very mythical story here, right? You know, this house it's like a palace, but it looked like a little cabin. And before you know, he's like, wow, this is amazing. He ends up loving it all. He stays there for 30 years. And then one day, out of nothing, no particular importance, you know, homie was just hanging out in the house, doing his thing, enjoying all of it, right? And then one day, he finally just, like, walks by the room. You know, the room that he wasn't allowed to go into. And he's like, you know what? Let me check this out. So he walks into the room. He finally opens up the room. And he sees in the room there's like a throne and like a scepter and like just like a gigantic like map. And like it's a huge, long, beautiful, decked out hallway. And he's like, what? What is this? So he's like, all right. And then he walks forward and then he like sees this throne thing and this like map and all of that. And he sits down on it and pretty much like he could just see like everything in the world. Everything going on, everything everywhere all at once. He could see all of it. It like gives him like this power. Just sitting on the throne. And again, he wasn't supposed to go in this room. And then he's like, wow, this is cool. So then he's like, let me see what my parents are doing. Right? It's been so long. Then he kind of realized he's like, oh, I want to see where my parents are at. So he goes to see where his father's at, and he sees his father is on the farm, and his father is sleeping. But then he notices that while his father is sleeping, there's this guy coming up to the field and is like about to rob him of the corn harvest. And then he's like, oh man, my dad's about to get robbed. So he like screams out loud. He's like, Dad, you're about to get robbed. And it affected what was going on because the dad wakes up and he's like, oh, I heard in a dream that I'm being robbed. Let me go check it out. And his dad goes down, sees that he's getting robbed, and then they catch the robber. And then the robber ends up going to jail. So then he's like, oh, I wonder where my godmother is. And the godmother, he goes and sees where his godmother's at. She's at home. She's in her house. She's sleeping. But then he notices that while she's sleeping in the other room, her husband is cheating on her. So he like says it out loud. He's like, hey, you're getting cheated on. Wake up. So she wakes up, finds out he's getting cheated on. She's getting cheated on. Throws the dude out. Goes crazy on him. Yeah, dude, this story's nuts. I know. And then he goes and sees his mom. He's like, where's my mom at? His mom, this was at a different time, different place. She's at home. There's a home robber. And then he's getting robbed. His mom is. And then he comes out. And he this time he couldn't do anything. Right? You got to think about it. The other ones, he said something. The people woke up and heard it. But then, in this case, his mom was pretty much about to die. So he steps in and uses the scepter and then kills the threat that was about to hurt his mom, saving his mom. And then right as this happens, the Godfather walks into the room. He says, what are you doing in here? You're not supposed to come in here. Why did you oh my gosh, what did you do? And then he explains to him what he just did. And he starts talking about like, yo, like, did you really just go and alter what's happening right now in the world? Did you just change all of these factors? He said, I had to stop you before you probably upended all of society. He said, did you not remember what you learned in the forest? Remember, you're supposed to pay attention to everything you learned in the forest. So he said, although you might have thought you were doing certain things, you thought you were doing certain good and bringing it about, did you see the after effects and the butterfly effect? He said, yeah, you saved your dad from getting robbed, but the guy got really mad. He went to jail for a couple of years, learned more about robbing in jail, and then came back to terrorize your dad for the next couple of years. The one lady became an alcoholic and depressed after everything that happened with her husband. And then your mom was so sad that somebody died and felt so responsible. She felt it would have been better for her to die than to have somebody killed, as she felt it was a sin. So all of this stuff you did, you may have thought it was for good, but it actually ended up creating more harm in the world. So, as a result, now the godson, he feels terrible. He feels absolutely awful. He's like, oh man, I don't even know what to do. I violated my godfather. I hurt everybody in the family now. I did all of this different stuff. And he tells the guy, he's like, what can I do now to like atone for my sin? I have to make this better. Like, what can I do to now make this right? So, Chad, are you guys ready for this? That's part one. Do you want to hear part two, or do you want me to save this for you? Because I have more to go. I don't know if you're intrigued. That's just part one now. It's now what he has to do to atone for the sin. So you're lost? You want me to get you guys back up to speed? All right, well, but let me see. Before we get it, so, again, kid has a godfather, a godmother, this whole family. This weird godfather, he ends up meeting him. Godfather tells him to find him out in the forest, find this house, learn what you learned, see what you learned along the way, don't ever forget it. Then he gets into this house, stays there, then he finally gets into this room he wasn't supposed to go into, allows him to alter things going on in the world, and then it ends up creating more harm. And then the Godfather catches him and then says, well, now that's not good. You just created a grave sin. And now he asks him, how can I atone for my sin? Are you guys all following? Y'all following with me? The market ain't doing nothing. Market is sitting, listening along with all of this. All right, y'all ready? So now, he's like, how do I atone for my sin? So he tells him, the Godfather says, well, listen, this is what you're going to do. You got to go off into the wilderness. I'm going to send you out. Go down this. Go back the way you came. Then go down to the opposite side of the mountain. Go down. You'll find this little village. And then there's going to be this kind of weird dude seen as a priest, but he's not really a priest. He has just been living there, sacrificing his life to the Lord for as long as people could remember. You need to go to him and pay attention to what you learn along the way. And when you get to him, ask him, tell him what you did, tell him your whole entire story, how you affected the other lives and how it led to other problems, and ask him how you think he can atone. Tell him, what should I do to atone? And he will tell you. And if you do exactly what he says, you will atone for all of your sins. So the godson says, okay, I got to make this right. Sets out, leaves the house. goes down, goes up the mountain, down the mountain, through the trees, through the wilderness, finds this little village, finds this town, and then he eventually gets to this guy, and he finds this weird dude, but before he does, as he's going through the forest, a couple of things start to happen. Right when he sets out his journey, he starts to notice that there was this one girl and a baby cow. And the baby cow ran away from her and was running through a cornfield. And then these other workers on the cornfield, they saw the cow running away. So they were like, oh, let's save the cow, get it back for the girl. So they kept chasing this cow around the cornfield. And every time someone was about to get the cow, another person on a horse would show up, and then the cow would run away. And then the girl was freaking out. And then she was like, man, you guys are going to scare my calf to death. I can't find this. This is awful. So in seeing this, the godson is looking at all of them. He says, hey, both of you guys stop. He tells the girl to calm down, and he tells the people chasing after the cow to stop. And he says, stop moving. Tell the girl now, call your calf and let it come back. And she does that, and then the cow comes back. So upon doing something, upon doing this and seeing this, the godson learned something. He learned that you merely it reminded him of evil and what he just did. And he said you can't merely just chase away evil, and sometimes trying to do good, you create another problem. Literally, as they were trying to save the calf, every time they would try to save it, it would run away and make it worse. This is what he thought to himself, and then he kept along his journey. Then he came across another group of people, and they were in their little chariot, and it broke down, and they were trying to fix it along the road. The wheel was broken, and they were trying to, get it back into place, and every time they were trying to, bend it in place, they didn't have, a leverage. They didn't pull, they had to, put a block down to, get leverage to bend the wheel. So they kept doing this, and the godson, noticed what they were doing. He was like, man, what are you guys doing? He's like, put a block in there or get rid of the block and use this as your leverage. You're going to be able to bend the wheel and fix it. So they listened to him, and then they tried it, and it ended up working. So then you thought about that one for a second. And then finally, he kept along his journey all on the way, and then he sees this other lady. And this lady, he goes by to get a place to eat. She said, I'll get you food in a second, but let me clean this table real quick. And she kept cleaning this table. But every time she would clean it, the rag was dirty. So it was a dirty rag. She would wipe down the table and then flip the rag around, and it was still dirty, and wipe it down again. And then every time she would do that, the table would never get clean. So as a result, she was like, all right, well, I can't get this finished, so let me get this for you. Or give me a second, I'll get you some food. And then eventually the godson tells her, well, try this. Clean the rag, and then you'll be able to actually clean off the table. So she tries it. It ends up working. She thanks him, and everything ends up being very, very good. And then he moves along his way. So he ends up helping all these people along the way. He feels a little bit good about himself, but he realizes still, although it feels good, that's not atonement. That wasn't part of it. So he eventually gets to the guy now. And then when he gets to the guy, he tells him everything that just happened. So let me repeat everything that just happened. No. But he goes and tells him and says, I need to atone for my sins. The Godfather told me to come to you and said that when you tell me, or once I tell you this, you're going to tell me exactly how to atone for it. And pretty much this guy is like, yeah, man, you're pretty much screwed. That's not good. He said, I can't believe you did that. But then he said, here, take these tree logs, plant these tree logs sideways in the ground like this. And then when you plant them in the ground sideways, what you need to do is every day go down to the river, fill up water in your mouth, and then go to the trees and then water the trees with the water from your mouth every day until they sprout up. Once all 3 of the trees have sprouted up, then you have atoned for your sins. Raul 5077. So this is back to what day was that? Tuesday? Last Tuesday gap fill, but you are hitting a new low right now. You got your Raul. Did Disney come back down? Very interesting. I saw Philip Morris and Altria going up. Yeah, Disney did. Again, that news, Bob Iger, he dismisses notions of audience fatigue. He said something about profitability, pledges return to studio excellence. Wells Fargo, too, and the banks. They're all going crazy. All right. Making sure. Quick little Raul checkup here. Mid-PHILO. I don't know. I think there is, so I hope you guys are with me so far, but I think there might be another part of the story. Meaning, like, this is still going to be a little longer here. I don't know if you guys could handle this. Gotta step away. Well, here, we'll give it a second. Because, again, right now, we are at the atonement. Too good to end it. It's intriguing, though, right? I get that's exactly how I just got too invested. There's so many things you could take out of it. All right. The moral is what you want to get out of it. There's already been like 5 to 10 different morals in this story already. That's the crazy part. Like I said, I'm reciting this just from memory. I think I've gotten it for the most part. So, we'll see. Give it like 1 or 2 more minutes. Right now, again, he got to the rabbi dude or the guy who's supposed to tell him what to do. He tells him how to atone for the or how to atone for the sins. Water the trees by mouth every day. All right, we're getting to bounce. All right, I'll finish it. I'll try to. It might take another 10 more minutes, maybe longer. So he goes. The directions, this whole water the tree by mouth until the trees sprout. He's like, all right, man, this is weird. I don't really get it. But he's like, I'll just start out and do it. So the next morning he starts to do it. And he tries it once, but then he's like, dude, I don't know what to do. So then he goes, and he goes back to the guy who told him what to do. And he's like, I'll ask him questions. But when he gets there, he finds that the dude is dead. So then, once he finds out the dude is dead, he's like, well, now what do I do? The guy who just told me how to get delivered just explained to me this weird process. I don't understand it, and now he died. Yeah, so the guy who told him to do the trees, the day after he tells him what to do, he goes back to ask him more like clarification, and the guy dies. How did he die? He just died. I don't have an autopsy. What is this, man? So now the guy's confused, and he's like, well, what do I do now? So he's like, well, I still haven't atoned for my sins. The guy gave me the instructions. All I could do is follow it. So he literally, he's like, well, I'll just go. He's like, I'll bury the guy. In the daytime, I'll work to bury the dude and get him a proper burial. And then at nighttime, I'll water the trees and do my work. And then he would work really, really hard doing that every single day. So even after the guy died, it didn't make sense. He just worked on trying to get him buried. And then the next step was just watering the tree every day by mouth, day after day. And this went on for a while. And then eventually, some people came to visit the dude who ended up dying. And they're like, where is he? and he told them that he died, and he was like, no way. But then they saw that he appointed the godson as the final dude, right? Pretty much he was like, oh, you're here and you're watering the tree by mouth. And then they essentially started looking at the godson as like a holy man. And they're like, wow, you were set here by the last guy. And you every single day you work hard to bury him and then to go back and forth to the river and then to water the tree by mouth. Nobody knows why. So then day after day, people kept coming to visit him and bring him food and gifts. And he would live off of the food and he would live off the gifts. And then in his own way, he kind of became famous by being this guy. Are you guys following? Are you with me so far? There's a lot of twists and turns. If you have it like, so again, trying to get atonement, guy tells him what to do, then the guy dies. Then in the process, the guy who dies, he's like famous because he like buried him and is doing what he said. And now people are viewing him as like a holy man of God. And they're coming to him every single day. And he's like, here you go. Mm-hmm. So goes back and forth with this. And now this is where he's at. There's still a whole nother part to this, Chad. No, this story. This isn't. No. This is an OG story. It's an OG one, man. Some of y'all vibe with it. Some of y'all don't. That's just long. We got 9 more minutes till earnings previews. Actually, I think, though, I don't know. I might give you guys that. I might leave you with the cliffhanger. Because now, I guess it's almost done. We can finish it. So, where are we? Becomes famous. He becomes the guys telling them every day to water it. And everyone's looking at him. He gets famous off of it. And then, as like more time goes on, the godson starts thinking to himself. And he's like, man, is this like what I'm supposed to do? Like, he's still trying to wonder if this was atonement. And at one point, he started to think, well, if people think I'm a man of God, does that mean now that I have atoned for my sins, but I still did all those wrong things when I went into the Godfather's room? So he's thinking about all of this, and meanwhile, he encounters a new guy. Usually it's people coming up to him, and they're giving him food, and they're giving him nice things, and they're like, wow, you man of God. This time, he encounters a robber. This guy pulls up on a horse. This guy's all rugged and, acting all just crazy with him, and even bragging about all of the stuff, saying he kills people, robs people, and the robber and now the godson, they interact with each other, and he's like, why do you do what you do? He's like, most people they come to tell me, they ask for forgiveness and all these other things. You brag about what you do wrong. And he's like, well, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that. So, like, why? Like, he's like, I don't care. Your God doesn't worry me or anything. I'm just going to live life. So that's his first encounter with the robber. And then he doesn't see him again. But then more time goes on. Again, by now, too, I think this is like another 10 or 15 years. Again, year after year, since even the first shot at trying to get atonement. But then, as more time goes on, the godson starts to feel bad. And he starts to realize that he's like, man, to a certain degree, I'm starting to feel like atonement is more being this man of God and getting surrounded by other people rather than it is what I set out to do. He said the trees that I'm watering, the trees did not sprout. So he says, these trees aren't sprouted. I've been here for years. Sure, the people love me and treat me this way, but now I'm starting to feel a certain way. There's people out there doing all sorts of stuff. He's like, I need to go and I need to get up on this. So he said, you know what? I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave this house. I don't want people to bring me gifts anymore. I need to finally like actually like get to the bottom of this, be by myself and water the trees and only focus on that to get everything watered and working. So he sets out to do that. He leaves the house, begins wandering out to go up to the mountains, and then sure enough, he encounters the robber again. And the robber's like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "I'm leaving. I don't want to be around these people anymore. He said, I got too focused on the fame of all of it and all these other factors that I need to focus on what I'm here to do and what I'm called to do." And surprisingly, the robber was surprised. Said, I didn't see that coming. And then the godson even tried to get him. He said, "Hey, man, like, stop being a robber and be good." And he said, "No, man, like, don't tell me that." He said, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And so they moved upon their way. But then eventually the robber did ask him one question. He said, "How are you going to eat?" He said, "How are you going to eat food if you're running away to the mountains?" And he said, "I didn't really think about that." But he said, "God will provide." But then he ended up going back because that question did stump him. But then the next day, he found food hanging from a branch. And every other week, he would come back and find that hanging there. So he ended up staying, started to avoid the people, and then he would find the food on the branch. And then sure enough, the first tree sprouted. We are only at tree number 1, Chad. Mm-hmm. We are only at tree number 1. Yeah. There's 3 trees. Or no, I think the first tree might have, no, wait, it could have been the first tree. That one, no. I think the first tree watered at the, or the first tree sprouted. Oh, no, that was the first one. When he finally was willing to get rid of, when he was actually willing to pursue the mission. Right? So then, he was still living there. He didn't end up leaving. He kept finding the flower. And then, one day, he was setting out doing his thing, and then he encountered the robber again. And this time, when he saw the robber had a prisoner with him. And had a guy tied up on the back of his horse. And the godson stopped him and said, "Yo, what are you doing? Where are you going?" And he says, "Oh, I'm trying to rob this dude and tell him to reveal to me where all of his money is and all of this stuff." And then he was like, "You know what?" He said, "You need to start like following God. Stop acting like this." And the robber said, "Didn't I tell you the next time I see you, I'm going to kill you? And now you're trying to do this?" The robber was getting really fed up with him. But pretty much, he finally, the godson came to the conclusion. He was like, "Dude, if I'm living here and I'm more having a fear of death and fear of getting robbed and I'm more afraid of the life and being famous and here or not, rather than completing my mission, then honestly, like if I'm more afraid of death than that, I'm not really doing my mission." So he said, "You can kill me if you want, but he said, I command you to release the guy." And he said, "I still don't believe in your God," but he ended up releasing him. He said, "Fine, get away from me." He said, "I will really kill you next time I see you." And then, next day when he watered the tree, he noticed that the second tree sprouted. That's the second tree. So then finally, one day, we get to the last tree, bro. We get to the last tree. Just one day, the robber is riding by the godson. And he sees the robber, but this time the robber is hurt. The robber is very messed up. He's all scraped up. He got hurt. And the guy comes up to him and says, "Oh my gosh, what happened? Please, let me help you." And says, "Come on, Like, my brother, this is your time. Like, you need to start doing good. You need to start doing good, and, like, we need to make a change. Give your life to God, or at the very least, stop robbing people. And the guy's like, no, get away from me. He said, if I wasn't dying right now, I'd kill you. And after that, after hearing that, the godson starts crying. He starts weeping. And he gets down on his knees to the robber and starts crying and says, please, I beg you. Like, for your sake, man, please, I don't want to see you go down this road. I don't want this to happen to you. He starts crying for him. And then at that moment, the robber finally breaks down and says, okay, old man, you got me. I'll finally give in. And he explains to him why. And he says, all the other time, I didn't give in. He said, I started to kind of consider you the first time when you came up to me, when I noticed you were trying to leave because of the fame. You got my attention with that. And then the next time where you weren't afraid that I was gonna kill you, and you told me to do this, I started feeding you afterwards after that. But that didn't move me. But now here, finally, the fact of you weeping over me and actually, like, really caring about me, I think that is what has got me. And the robber starts to begin to say he's going to follow him and do all of that. But in the moment now, the godson is reminded by one story in the forest. So I'll tell you, as a result, this is where the third tree sprouts up. Do you guys know what story he thought of in the forest? So maybe we'll come back to that, but how the story wraps up, you may be disappointed by the ending. Not the bear. There's another one. Remember, don't forget your story. Don't forget what you see along the way. But eventually the robber ends up following the godson. The godson teaches him everything he knows. And then the godson dies. He did finally find atonement. That's why the trees grew. And then the robber goes on and he starts doing what the godson was doing and becomes that guy. Ta-da! I'm not going to tell you the story he thought about. I want you to think about it. That's your little pop quiz for the PHILO. But yeah, Chad, there's a lot of points to bring up in it if it was very long-winded. But I think you could probably take out whatever PHILO you wanted from that. There was a lot of things to think about. But Chadadonia, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. Let's get you some uncle. Huh? The uncle. Very good, man. Should we get one? We want the. I like this one, huh? Let's hit him with this one. Oh, I won't play. Never mind. Actually, I want this one. I like this one.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, yeah, I need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's someone fighting, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming out athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Amen. AISP, first candle pop there. We're back to the reality. Man. All right. So on that note, maybe we'll talk about the PHILO again. Maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll tell you guys the other part. We'll see if you knew which story he thought of. That's your little quiz to think about it. I like this story, though. It was very long, but I liked it. I enjoy it. I enjoyed it heavily. Got me thinking. There's so many parts. So many parts to it. You bought Kanye tickets for the listening party? Wow, that's exciting. That's exciting. If you start coming back, going crazy off, you go like, Josh, after Kanye's listening party, I made a Twitter, and now I tweet a bunch of crazy things. No, I love Kanye. Is that like offensive to say nowadays? Here, let me run away. Let me go get you guys earnings previews, okay? Earnings preview time. Sound good? That story is called The Godson. If you search it, you should be able to find it. Just search Godson, evil, calves. There's so many keywords you could take out of it. You'll find it pretty easily. Where's my eyebrows? Me?
Israel has not responded to. Israel is saying
talking
that
shit about
Hamas
Kirby,
has
bro.
to accept the deal that you.
All right, let me get these earnings
with
for you.
regard to hostages.
God bless you,
Can you sort out what's true
We
in
added
both of
Emo
those
to the
things?
long term
and
yesterday.
can you also comment on, has it been more difficult to have these talks in Cairo without an Israeli representative at the table?
I kind of sort of already did it, Jeff, but I'll take it a different way. There has been, throughout the process of these many weeks, back and forth between the sides, proposals, counter proposals, and haggling over the details and all the modalities of how this is going to work in terms of the phasing of the hostages and how many, and the release of Palestinian prisoners and how many, and how that's all going to take place. There is now a framework. There is a deal, as the president said today, that has been the result of all this back and forth. So the back and forth has happened. There's a deal now, and the onus is on Hamas to accept it. And you had a second question.
Israel hasn't been at the table.
In Cairo. Again, I won't speak to Israel and the presidents of their negotiators when they get to speak to that. But as I said earlier, the Israelis have negotiated in good faith. They have agreed to this framework. They have taken it right up to the end, and now it's up to Hamas.
Given that Hamas has now responded to the deal and that they have not agreed to it as written, is it still practically possible to come up with an agreement by the start of Ramadan?
Look, the negotiators are working hard on this, Kevin. That's what we hope will happen, but we'll have to see.
So there is still belief that that is a possibility.
I didn't say belief. I said we hope that we can get this done as soon as possible. We would have liked to have this done 2-3 weeks ago, if not before then. We are where we are, and we're working on this really, really hard.
And given what the president said about the potential dangerous situation should an agreement not be reached, what conversations is the White House having with Israel about, for example, the situation around the Al-Aqsa Mosque? What are sort of the conversations in advance to try and curb some of the violence that the president...
I don't think the Israelis need to be reminded by the United States that they live in a tough neighborhood. and I don't think they need to be reminded about the prospect of violence, particularly in a sensitive time like Ramadan. They don't need us to remind them of that. They're well aware of it. Again, we're going to continue to work with them as we have to help make sure that they can defend themselves against Hamas, make sure that the Israeli citizens are safe and secure as much as possible, and that we can try to get this hostage deal in place.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, thanks, Karine. John, why isn't President Biden meeting with Benny Gantz while he's in Washington?
Mr. Gantz asked to come to Washington and asked for a series of meetings with administration officials, and he's getting those. He met with Jake Sullivan yesterday. He met with the Vice President yesterday. Today, he's met with the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State. All of these conversations have been constructive and productive. And we hope that Mr. Gantz goes home informed by the conversations that we had and the concerns that we expressed.
I mean, was it a scheduling issue with the President being in Camp David, or was it?
Mr. Gantz had a chance to meet with senior levels, all the way up to the Vice President of the United States. And you know, again, we think these conversations were constructive and productive, and hope that he goes home informed by them.
Thanks, John. The President and the Vice President and you, for that matter, have both said that the situation with getting aid into Gaza is too difficult. The Vice President said that Israel needs to allow more aid in. No excuses. What is preventing the President from communicating to the Israeli government that if they don't allow aid, we will not continue supplying weapons? Why is that not a fair trade? No aid, no bombs.
Because the President still believes that it's important for Israel to have what it needs to defend itself against a still viable Hamas threat. Maybe some people have forgotten what happened on the 7th of October, but President Biden has not.
How does keeping aid out of Gaza contribute to Israel's right to defend itself?
Keeping aid out of Gaza is not the right thing for any purpose. It's not about... It's just not acceptable on the face of it, as I told Selena. And that's why we're working more than any other country, by the way, to increase the flow. I mean, it is U.S. aircraft that are dropping this food out of the sky in the last couple of days.
Yes, but you keep saying, and you said yesterday, the holdup, that the problem is the lack of capacity being delivered on the ground. And that's the Israelis and to some extent the Egyptians, but mostly the Israelis. How is that? And you said it's not acceptable earlier.
But you're looking at this as a zero-sum game. Like, yes, you are, sir. It's, well, if they're not doing what you want, then cut off the aid so they can't defend themselves. That's not the way we're going to do this. It's not the way we have done this. They have a right to defend themselves. They need the capabilities. Let me finish. Well, they need the capabilities to do that. There's aid that's desperately in need. And you know what? We can do that too. We can do both. Both are important, and both are going to be pursued by this administration. I know you don't approve of necessarily the policy choices that we've made, but
I'm just asking questions.
But and I'm answering them. We can do both. We can influence our Israeli counterparts to do more, to be more careful, to let more aid in, and we can continue to work to get that aid in ourselves.
One more follow-up then. Israel, according to Israeli media, the Israeli Defense Forces and industrial base are ramping up or preparing to ramp up domestic production of weapons that are currently U.S. supplied, including dumb bombs, firearms, that sort of thing, to be commenced next year, 2025. Is the President concerned that this would lower U.S. leverage, and is there a window that's closing during which the U.S. has the leverage and influence to get the Israeli government to do certain things with respect to human rights, for instance, allowing more aid into Gaza?
The President's concerned, as I said, about Israel being able to defend itself against a still viable threat. We'll let the Israelis speak to their defense industrial base plans and intentions. They're a sovereign country. They get to make those decisions, and we respect that. They're also a key ally and a partner, and we respect that alliance and that partnership as well. The other thing that's keeping the President up at night is the humanitarian assistance and the humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza, and that's why he has ordered these airdrops. That's why we continue to urge very, very stridently the Israelis to open up more crossings on the ground, to supplement the aid that's already getting in and to try to improve what's not getting in. And that's why, as I said in my opening statement, the president also has the team looking at maritime options.
Thank you so much. I want to ask you about some remarks the French President Emmanuel Macron made today. So he urged Ukraine's allies not to be cowards, and he also added that
not to be what?
Cowards.
Oh,
Cowards. Sorry, my accent. And he added that he fully stood behind those controversial remarks he made last week about sending troops to Ukraine. So what do you make of this rhetoric? Do you think the time has come for stronger language on Ukraine, or is this not helpful?
I'm not going to parse President Macron's words. I mean, he certainly has every right and ability to speak for himself and his views. All I can do is speak for President Biden, Commander-in-Chief, and the President has been clear. We have been extraordinarily strong in leading international efforts to support Ukraine for the last 2 years. We need Congress to help right now pass that supplemental so we can continue that strong leadership and support a coalition of more than 50 nations that the United States put together to support Ukraine. He's also been very clear since the very beginning of this war. There's not going to be U.S. troops on the ground fighting inside Ukraine. And you know what? President Zelensky isn't asking for that. He's just asking for the tools and capabilities. He's never asked for foreign troops to fight for his country. He and his troops want to do that, but they need the tools, and that's what we need to help with.
We're bumping up against the presidency.
Sorry.
Thank you, Corinne. I have questions on the Indonesian election, but just to finish up on Gaza, is the Gantz meeting with the VP and also with Jake a signal that the administration is looking forward to a future Israeli government without Netanyahu?
No.
And maybe this one is for Corinne. Will the president use any part of his State of the Union address to acknowledge the anger of American Arabs and Muslims and progressive Democrats and explain to them why he's not imposing conditionalities on Israel?
I'm going to go around and I'll get to that question. Let me just get to a couple more people.
Okay, great. And so just on the Indonesian election, China, the United Kingdom, Australia, and several other countries have congratulated Indonesia's President-elect Prabowo Subianto on his apparent victory. Is there a reason why the administration is waiting?
We congratulate the Indonesian people on a successful election. The President looks forward to early engagement with the new administration and to strengthening our cooperation under what is already a strategic partnership. We're obviously closely following the ongoing vote count, and we understand that Minister Subianto has a significant lead. We've had excellent cooperation with him since the time he was defense minister, and if he is in fact finally elected, then we look forward to continuing that relationship.
Just to clarify, the president-elect does have a long track record of allegations of human rights violations. He was at one point the son-in-law of former President Suharto, who ruled Indonesia for 32 years, and his vice president-elect is the son of the outgoing President Joko Widodo. Is the administration concerned at all about democratic backsliding in Indonesia?
We never back away from our concerns about the need for human rights, civil rights, and all the values of democratic institutions.
Bitcoin dropping now too. Bitcoin's down 5.9, 62,800.
Admiral,
yeah, Bitcoin ETFs on the low.
Questions that was just asked. In Israel, the vice president's meeting with Gantz was seen as a snub to the Netanyahu government, was it?
The meeting with Minister Gantz, again, was at his request. He is a member of the War Cabinet. There is a war going on, and we believed it was a good opportunity to have a discussion with the War Cabinet about the way in which we're supporting Israel and the things that we want to see Israel do.
The president was asked this morning how his relationship was with Netanyahu these days, and he responded like it's always been, and then he smiled.
Yep. I don't know if I can improve upon that.
What would you add to that?
I wouldn't.
One question
I still like my job.
One question on Haiti. The administration has provided more than $126 million in humanitarian aid to Haiti in 2023. Where has that money gone? Has it been effective?
I can get you, Gabe. We can get you a rundown of exactly how those funds were allocated. But we're proud of the humanitarian assistance.
This guy's sitting next to Peter, getting all snarky.
But right now, the focus has got to be on getting that multinational security
pressure
element in there to help
like,
create the conditions
where
the people of Haiti can live free in security, so that humanitarian assistance can get there more freely and get to the people that need it.
Last question.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, Admiral.
Following up on Aurelia's question, there's been some pushback on Macron's comments from the Germans and also from the Swedes as well. Is the US worried that Ukraine's allies are starting to splinter?
No, there's been tremendous international support and unity for Ukraine. As you know, we met with the Prime Minister of Italy just last week. They've been strong. There's incredible unity. Everybody shares the same concerns that we do about just letting Putin take Ukraine and what that means for their safety and security and for the security of the NATO alliance. No, we're not concerned about that.
That the stalling of this US aid is putting more pressure on European allies and causing fractures at all in that sense.
We're worried that the delay on the national security supplemental and the assistance coming from the United States is going to have a detriment, actually already is having a detrimental effect for Ukrainian soldiers on the battlefield. That's the main concern. And the time is way past now to get them the tools that they need to defend themselves. Their defensive lines are starting to shift now, going in the wrong direction, because the Russians continue to push west out of the Donbass.
Thanks, Alvin. All right. As you know, the president's event's going to start shortly. Zeke, you have anything?
Can you give us a rundown of how the president spent the last few days at Camp David preparing for the State of the Union? Who was with him? Does he have the final speech text at this point?
So, as you know, the president has been working on, as you just stated in your question to me, the State of the Union address for the past several days. I'm not going to get into any specifics as to who is with him. It's going to be a moment that's incredibly important to him. Obviously, he's going to be not just addressing Congress, but also millions of Americans who are going to be tuning in, and he's looking forward to that, to talking about the accomplishments that he's made the last 3 years, and also the vision that he has for this country, obviously for the American people. I'm just not going to get into any specifics or details. We'll have certainly more to share with you all tomorrow as we get closer. You know, the State of the Union address is incredibly important. He's going to be working on it, I believe, until the very last minute. So he gets it just right, because it's going to be an important moment. But don't have anything beyond that. You heard me talk about the Competition Council, how that is part of the president talking about wanting to focusing on lowering costs for the American people. Obviously, he's going to talk about our democracy, our freedoms, right? Continue to fight for that. Reproductive freedom, how that's an issue that the American people truly care about. You're going to hear him talk about that. And so there's a lot of issues in front, obviously in front of the American people that they care and they want to hear directly from the president about. And so that's what he's going to focus on. We'll certainly have more to share as we get closer to Thursday.
And then a different topic, there's a bit of a kerfuffle this morning across Lafayette Park at the Department of Veterans Affairs, running an effort to ban the display of that iconic Times Square kiss photo on VJA at the end of World War II. Was anyone at the White House consulted in the drafting of the initial memorandum, and then did anyone at the White House call up the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and say rescind that memo?
So I want to be really, really clear. The VA is not going to be banning this photo from VA facilities. So I just want to be super, super clear about that. I know, as you just said, you described it as a kerfuffle. There was obviously some reporting on that. I can say that I can definitely say that the memo was not sanctioned, and so it's not something that
you
we
used
were
the word
even aware of
kerfuffle,
until
correct?
you all started reporting.
Because that's exactly how I would
we're
describe the
not banning
situation.
that photo.
I'm glad you
I'm just gonna
used
be super clear
kerfuffle,
about that. Any
because that
specifics about the
accurately
memo and
describes what
the
happened.
process over there, certainly I would refer you to the VA.
Good thing you didn't call it anything else.
After the memo,
because kerfuffle
spread on social media,
was the
did
word
the White
we were
House
looking for.
direct the Veterans Affairs Secretary to rescind it?
I believe the VA Secretary
Wow.
statement on this, so I refer you to the statement.
Chattadonia. It's time we get into our own kerfuffle. Is that the word? Is that the technical term? Am I using it correctly? I don't think I am. I don't know. It's fun to say kerfuffle. I didn't know you could really use it correctly, though. That's so fascinating. I don't know. You learn something new every day. But Chattadonia, I hope you're living good. I hope you are feeling good, feeling blessed. It is only Tuesday. But yes, we have more earnings. We still got retail companies. And honestly, the market took a chill, what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say breather and chill pill. Chill breather. I took a breather today. And there's a couple of things going on, but ultimately, don't forget this week is still packed with a lot of data, and that is what we are going to be dealing with the rest of the week. But on that note, let's get into some kerfuffling. It is time for earnings previews. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, anything else in between. I love all of you, and I hope you love the market or love being here, especially around this time, because this has been our tradition for the last month and a half. We have been doing these earnings previews. If the company has earnings today after bell or tomorrow morning, we are doing an earnings preview, going over their past results, what is expected if we have that info, then going over the option chain, seeing what is priced in, and then applying our ghetto standard deviation strategy to see if there is any cheap plays with a high risk or a high reward and a little bit of exposure. Low risk, high risk, depending on who you ask, 50-50. But all in all, it's a lot of fun. Honestly, I mean, like I'm saying, it's a tradition here, kind of. It's, I don't know, maybe every day, even after earnings ends, before you know it, earnings will start up again in about a month and a half. But maybe around 11 a.m., we should just do option pricing. We should just run through the option chain. Just see, but again, this does work very well with events. We do need events, so we'll see what the rest of the year brings us. Like I said, this week won't even disappoint. But Chad, all that being said, what you should get from this is information on who is about to report. You should walk away knowing what the expected move is on the stock, and then you are going to watch our ghetto standard deviation strategy. Now, here's my disclaimer and what I have been telling people every single day. Do not gamble on these plays. Do not let these blow up your account, because the plays you are most likely going to watch me do are 2 standard deviations, meaning they have a low probability of happening. You have seen it. We've hit a lot of plays, and there has been a lot of days where we've hit everything but a gain, because you'll play every play except the one that goes up. So don't blow up your account on these. Be wise. Make it all make sense. Do not expose yourself heavily. And at the very least, you could always apply what is priced into any strategy you want. I can't stress it enough, ladies and gentlemen, but be very wise. Don't let this hurt you more than it should help you. And the phrase of the year, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I've been saying it. That's a gentle tap. Do not use money that you need. Money that you need is cursed. The phrase of 2024. That's it. Don't forget. Don't forget. Senator Kristen Sinema will not run for re-election. So she will leave Senate at end of 2024. The money you need is a curse. All right, we on the same page? Cool, man. Cool. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Now we could do earnings. Bonds are creeping up while market near the lows. Airbnb. Go to your home. Sorry. We've been heavily involved in Airbnb's housing situation, ironically enough. All right, we actually got a lot today. We got a lot. Hayes, what's up? Where you waiting? You gonna ask me where the NFT at? No way, Bitcoin hit an all-time high. You ain't gonna ask me where the NFT at, Hayes. What's up, baby? Uh-huh. Airbnb. It's where you go when you're not home. I guess that's true. So crowd's already moved crazy. It's already on the low. Straight up down 7%. So did they report already? Or are they just dying out of the sake of dying? You don't touch them, you just own them. Hey man, that's word. That's word to my whole altcoin portfolio. No, they didn't report. They're just clapped. Curd reports after the close. Yeah. All right. Well, CrowdStrike, they're expecting $839.1 million in revenue versus guidance of $836 to $840. Non-GAAP operating margin 22.4% versus guidance of 22.3 to 22.5. EPS 82 cents versus 81 to 82. Cash from operations $3 or 329.1 million. Deferred revenue $2.86 billion. Billings $1.15 billion. Annual recurring revenue $3.4 billion. Next quarter revenue guidance expected to be $899.5 million. Non-GAAP operating margin of 21%. EPS of 82 cents. Cash from operations $380.9 million. 2.95 billion of deferred revenue, 989.1 million in billings, and annual recurring revenue of 3.59 billion. Since last quarter, CrowdStrike is up 52%, down 7% today. S&P is up 11.9. XLK Technology is up 12.0. Near-term options imply 12.6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 10, gain of 9, loss of 2, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 19 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 19 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 18 of the last 19. Same with EPS, and then 1 quarter in line on forward quarter EPS. So they're expecting good things. They've moved up a ton already. Stock is literally right at their all-time high, their previous one. It's moved 7% today, so I don't know. This one's going to be a little interesting, mate. Going to be interesting. I want to see what it's still pricing in. So this was exactly what I tell you guys the day before. Sometimes earnings get a little weird because even in this case, like if it was pricing in 12%, it might still be pricing in 12%. Even though the stock is down 7. So let's find out. On the next episode of The Option Chain, traders want to find out if Snowflake or CrowdStrike is moving like snow. Hey, Edward Snow from Hunger Games. No, wrong guy. Why am I in this trailer? Anyway, get the calculator. They pulled out the calculator to find out. All right. CrowdStrike. So TD Ameritrade says $37, $37.70. I mean, 18, 30, 38. We'll go with $37.70. It's right there. So $37.70 divided by 290.56. Yep. Still pricing in 12.9. Raul. A new low on the S&P right now. So that's pretty wild. $50.7293. So literally, even though the stock has moved down 7%, it is still pricing in 12.9%. So 2 standard deviations would be about 24%, but do you guys get the kicker? Does anybody understand what I'm saying here? There's a kicker to all of it. AISP, we saw that moving a little earlier. Airship ordered. UAV reading. UAV online. Airship inbound. Spy new low. We'll get him again next time. So the kicker for Crowd is that it's already moved 7%, pricing in 12. Even if it moves as expected, that's a 19% move. So I don't know. It might be somewhat unplayable. But let's see. 37.75 times 2. 75.50. 366 to the high side. So this is 2 standard deviations. So again, $37 is what is priced in one direction. 2 standard deviations, the ghetto standard deviation, an outsized move. That would give us 360. They're still going for 305. Who in their right mind? 290, 79 minus what? 75.50, 215. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard boom from that. 215. We're $1.29. I don't know. If you feel the calls and want to spend $120, it's kind of up there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it, Bob. Next showcase showdown. Any questions? That one's pricing in a lot. Maybe after shares if you're feeling bold afterwards. That one was for CrowdStrike. Is there any questions on crowd? Is there any questions on crowd in the crowd? Anybody got anything on crowd? Anybody in the crowd on crowd? No? Okay. Okay. SPY just hit a new low. The next one is ChargePoint. Listen to earnings while charging. Not brought to you by Tesla. ChargePoint EV. Pinned at $2. I'm surprised a lot of people aren't talking about this one. It's only priced in, it's pinned at $2. I would probably just get shares on this one, yeah. So they're expecting $119.8 million in revenue, a GAAP gross margin of 20%, GAAP operating margin of loss of 76%, and loss of EPS 23 cents a share. Next quarter, they're expecting $126.6 million in revenue, a GAAP gross margin of 23.6%, GAAP operating margin 57.1% loss, and EPS 19 cents per share loss. Since last quarter, November 16th, they're down 33.9. S&P is up 13, and XLY is up 11.1. Near-term options implied 20.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 10, loss of 35, 11, and 7. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 4 of the last 11, with 1 in line. Short interest is 25%, and forward quarter guidance has beaten 3 of the last 10 quarters. Yeah. ChargePoint. And then market pointing down. Another lower, at least dancing at the low right now. So that's ChargePoint. That says it's pricing in 20. I'm sure we could do that one real quick. 50 cents. What? 46. Yeah, like, yeah, 50 cents even. It's a little bit more than 20. So 2 standard deviations is what? 50% move? It's all you, man. Shares. I would go with shares. If you still believe. It has the pin. I mean, if they get lucky, maybe a real far out the money option on that. And then again, the puts, only way you make $200 on a ChargePoint put is if it goes to 0 and you buy a $2 strike price. So yeah, we're going to skip that one. But good luck. Shares if you really want to gamble. You want to play a minimum 20% move, but that's all you, baby. Ooh, the next one. Retailer for less. Ross. Huh? What's up, Ross? It's a great store. They clothed your boy back in the day. All throughout high school, man. This place was good. And anytime I ever needed like a tie or something, you know? Or like a dress shirt, bro. Ross, man. That chart looking good. All-time highs. Dress for less. Nah, man. Mervyn's was expensive, man. Ross was like, you know, I guess was it Ross Mervyn's? Was Mervyn's their more expensive version? Ross always, man. Anyways. Ross, they're expecting Q4 comps 3.2% versus guidance of 1 to 2. Revenue $5.81 billion, gross margin of 26%, SG&A of 14.2, operating margin 11.6, EPS of $1.66 versus $1.56 to 62. Next quarter expecting comps of 3.8, revenue $4.79 billion, gross margin 27.3, SG&A 16.1, operating margin 10.9, and EPS $1.26. Since last quarter, November 16th, Ross is up 24%, S&P is up 13, XLP is up 7, near-term options imply 5.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, gain of 5, loss of 1, break even. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 2 of the last 16 quarters. Their forward guidance never hits. See, Chad, you going to do them for me, JT? Said Ross pricing in 576. Let's see. I do not get that. For puts 1/3. Wait, what? Pricing. I get plus or minus 10 unless I'm doing it wrong. That's what a TD says. I'm getting like 990. We're going to go with 10, make it easy. So I'm getting $10 priced in. So one direction expected is $10. What percentage is that? Divided by 6.7. So 2 standard deviations, you need a 12% move. But that would be $20. So 168. Oof, 70 cents for the 167s or 128. 55 cents for the puts. You go a little lower. I don't know. How did TJX? Remember we played that? They kind of danced around a little bit, but it didn't really move. I don't think that's the worst, but it's... We'll see if there's anything else we get to by the end of the day. Might come back to that, but for now, no play. All right. So the next one, Nuvei, NVEI. Do you guys know Nuvei? Is it like a Nivea for men? No? You know, in the shower? This is not the one. Which one, Nuvei? Is it French? It's Canadian? They make the pancake syrup? Huh? What do you mean? Or they make the train track? Okay, anyways. So, Nuvei, NVEI, expecting Q4 revenue of $320.2 million versus guidance of 307 to 327, gross margin of 80.2, adjusted EBITDA 115.1 million versus guidance of 111 to 119, adjusted EBITDA margin of 36% versus guidance of 36.2 to 36.4, operating margin of 11.6, EPS of 45 cents, total payment volume 57.99 billion versus guidance of 57 to 59 billion, and take rate of 0.55%. Next quarter, expecting revenue of 318.2 million, gross margin of 80.2, adjusted EBITDA 114.9, adjusted EBITDA margin 36.2, adjusted operating margin 11.6, EPS 47 cents, total payment volume 55.31 billion, take rate of 0.58%. Since last quarter, they're up 65.5%. S&P is up 17.3 and XLF is up 19.8. Near-term options imply 11.6% move. Last 4 quarters, 20% gain, loss of 39, loss of 14, and gain of 12. Oh, man. They don't got... that sucks. I like how that's moved. Pricing in 11. That's moved a lot recently. Revenue has beaten consensus 12 of the last 13 quarters. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 13 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 11 quarters. Not bad. So, let's see the option shine. Chad does not look too optimistic. Nuvei. So, no weeklies. Says $5.440 to $5. Oh, I'm getting like $5.20. We'll go $5. We'll go 5 flat. Make our lives easier. $5 priced in one way. That's still 20%. That's 20%, one standard deviation. So they're priced in quite a bit. $10, so $35 to the upside. 45 cents, kind of pricey. Cost more than one share, and that's a $35 stack. 15, that's still expensive. Yeah. No go, but that can move. I don't know. Again, they're pricing in a lot. But they're pricing in 20 now, and they've moved. The last 2 earnings, they've moved pretty big. So that one's up to you, buddy. That one is up to you, buddy. Oh, I meant to say Buckaroo. All right, Buckaroo. All right, Buckaroo. Everything good, Buckaroo. Buddy. Champ. All right, big guy. Yeah, SPY's flushing. All right, Buckaroo. A new low on the SPY and a new earnings preview this time. I think some of you guys want this one. This one's a good one. JWN, Nordstrom's. Any Nordstrom shoppers out there? You get Nordstrom's points? Is anybody's favorite store Nordstrom's? Then SPY still going lower. Nordstrom Rack. They're a good place. You're unemployed. I don't think that's ever stopped anybody. Man, I always used to wonder. People, even every day, I see the malls packed. Houthi targeted 2 American warships. SPY 5067. So get ready. I mean, if we go to like 50-50, that's where things start to get interesting. But we're closer than not. Like the last time, lowest in the last couple of days or a couple of weeks really, was like 50-58. And then 50-56, and then that's it. And then we watch the 50-50s. But yeah, you're giving up. You're down almost 100 points from yesterday. Only Ross and TJ Maxx. Nostradamus. All right, well, still hitting lows. We'll see if we get to the 50-50s. In the meantime, Nordstrom's, they're expecting Q4 revenue of $4.3 billion, net sales $4.29, gross margin retail 35.2, SG&A total 31.4, operating margin 5.2, EPS 88 cents, full year revenue total $14.63 billion in revenue, gross margin 35%, SG&A 33.1, operating margin 3.7%, EPS $2.01. Since last quarter, they're up 40.7. S&P is up 12.3. XLP is up 6.9. Options implied 12% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, loss of 8, gain of 5, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Short interest is 18%. Nordstrom's. And SPY, another low, 50.66. It will come back to you, my friend. So Nordstrom's, I think they moved off of Macy's earnings. I think that's the only problem with them. It's just 240, 260. I'm getting 270. We'll go with 270. Was that like 540? Yeah, 540. 2 standard deviations. So 270 is priced in one direction, a little bit more than 10%. So what? 25, like 25.50? No. Like 26.50 to the high side. 16 cents. Oh, that's expensive for the price of the stock. And then like 15.50 to the downside, 4 cents. That's not bad, but those would be like the what's it called? Those would be like the Snapchats. I don't know. Oh, weren't those just at 4, or is that the 15s? So they're cheap. The downside's limited. And then the call didn't look too bad, but then like when you really think about it, it is kind of like it's a cheap stock. It was what, like $26.50? So it's the only problem with it. SPY, dude, the low ticker is very active. So we keep going lower now. NASDAQ is down 2% right here, right now. S&P down 1.2, Dow down 1.1, Russell down 0.95. The 3 bars are the velocity. Top bar is 5 minute, middle bar is 1 minute, low bar is 30 seconds. 2%. All right, I don't think I'm going to make a play on Nordstrom's. If anything, we're going to come back to Ross. So the next one is Box. Box. This one's not Dropbox, is it? No, that's D-Box. This is just Box Inc. A and F. We have A and F for the morning, so you're going to have to wait till we get through all the ones for after hours. You could wait here in our heavily cologned lobby if you'd like and listen to some loud music in the meantime. Sound good? All right. Good. Man, I'm seeing if the market's going to hit another low. All right, so Box. Quarter 4 revenue expected to be $263.3 million in revenue versus guidance of 262 to 264. Non-GAAP gross margin 77.9. Non-GAAP operating 25.7 to 25.5 guidance. EPS 38 cents versus guidance of 38 to 39. Cash from operations 80.7 million. Billings 373.4 million. RPO 1.3 billion. Next quarter expecting 261.7 million in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin 78.4. Non-GAAP operating 25.8. EPS 38 cents. Cash from operations 147.5. Billings 196.4. Since last quarter, December 5th, they're down 3.4. S&P is up 11.6 and XLK is up by 12.2. Near-term options imply 9.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, loss of 12, gain of 1, loss of 13. Revenue has beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 with 3 in line. Box. Pricing in a lot. I mean, it kind of moves. 3 of the last 4 earnings, it's moved around 10% or more. So, I don't know. No weeklies. These are kind of matched up. I'm getting 305, 320, 308. Oh. We'll go with 310. So, 310 is priced in one direction. That's more than 10%. 620 would be 2 standard deviations. So that'd be what? 33.30? $25. It's cheaper than a share. It's not bad. Then $6 would be like what? 21 or 20.85, give or take. Those aren't bad. J&J, Johnson & Johnson baby powder is safe, does not contain asbestos, and does not cause cancer. Thanks for that update. Low ticker is getting active. We're still kind of dancing near the lows. All right. So that's for Box. I don't think I'm going to play that. Calls aren't bad, though. If you really think it has it in them, but they would have to, like, break out. That is for Box. Any questions so far? Any of these plays? Again, market's moving a lot while we're doing all of these previews. So there's a lot to juggle. What's IAVA? We're not going to do IAVA. Base. Couch base. Is it like a Coinbase or what? Bitcoin still dropping. I even see MU creeping in there on the lows. Do you guys know what Couchbase is? SPY's still just hovering near the lows. Again, SPY's right there, peeking through the earnings preview. Coin on the low, too. Yeah, the inverse Bitcoin ETFs are starting to go up right now. Moment of truth. Where we at? We got a little checkup in between earnings. 50. We still got a little bit, man. I think like 50, 55-ish. That's where we really start to like it gets flushy after that. JD Base, another AI stock. Huge gross margins, decent revenue run up. Base, but what do they like? So they do AI, like, but it's called Couchbase. So they don't sell couches. I really thought they were gonna be like a love sack. That's crazy. Could be some positioning for tomorrow, but then again, the big date is on Friday. Couchbase engages in the development of document database management to developers to build enterprise web, mobile, and Internet of Things applications, support massive data volumes in real time. Wow. And another low. So we'll see 50.65. Like I said, we got a little bit more to go. And then it really starts to get interesting. But you're starting to get there. Maybe 50.63. That'll be one. And then like the 50, just 50.60. And then 50.55. Couple more points. But you're down more than 2% on the NASDAQ. They only sell the feet of the couch? Wow. So maybe it is an AI stock. Someone was saying that. Well, SPY new low. And what time is it? Power hour in 4 minutes. So Couchbase, they're expecting Q4 revenue $46.6 million versus guidance of $46.2 to $46.8. Non-GAAP gross margin 87.2. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 16.6 versus guidance of loss of 17.8 to loss of 15.8. EPS loss of 14% or 14 cents. Deferred revenue $94.2 million. Billing $65.7 million. APR $204.4 million versus guidance of $198 to $202. Cash from operations $1.4 million. CapEx $1.3 million. Free cash flow negative $700,000. Next quarter revenue expected to be $47 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 87%. Non-GAAP operating loss of 19.1. EPS loss of 17 cents. Billings 50.5. Deferred revenue 97.9. APR 207.3. Cash from operations loss of 6.4 million. CapEx 1.3 and free cash flow loss of 6.1 million. Since last quarter, December 6th, they're up 37.2. S&P is up 11.9 and XLK is up 11.2. Near-term options imply 16.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 20, loss of 28, and then gain of 3. Revenue has beaten consensus 10 of the last 10 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 10 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 4 of the last 10 with 1 in line. Yeah, I mean, market got a little bit more of a flush there, but I don't know, Chad, we still very. It's a big range, though. It's almost 100 points from yesterday. But remember, we kind of did the same thing that one day. It's a little bigger. But until we, like, give up that NVIDIA, there's so many levels of this, like, yeah, you're still really high. So, again, watch like 50.62, 50.61. See how it reacts around there. Couchbase has been around for at least 10 years. Really? Oh, I have not been couchbasing at all. So they only have weeklies too, 435 to 470. Ooh. Yeah, we'll go with 470. So 940, 2 standard deviations. So 470 is priced in 1 standard deviation. That's still 20%. So 940 is 2 standard deviations. What is that? 36.50. Oh, they don't even have that. 40 cents. Still costs more than a share. On the downside, I don't think it'll be worth it. 15s or something, 17s. Yeah, you just go with the 20s, but still expensive. Yeah, no play on Couchbase. Sorry, Couchbase. Thank you for your time. All righty. The next, BNGO. Do you guys care about BNGO? I don't think we should do. I don't have a preview for Biono. And then AQST. I think somebody was asking about them. Aquestive. I don't have a preview on Aquestive. That's fun to say, Aquestive. I'm an Aquestive individual. What? I'm Aquestive. Yeah, I don't have an Aquestive, sir. You can price it in. It's a biotech that's been going crazy recently. They do have options. It says $1.50 to $2. I'm getting 210. It says 207. So 100% is priced in. 2 standard deviations. 50% one way. Good luck. Yeah, that one's pricing in a crazy amount. It's all you, baby boo. Alrighty. That's the ones for after hours. Is there any that I'm missing? Would you guys like any other ones for after hours? HCP. Let me see. Abercrombie is coming up here for the morning. These are just for the after hours. I actually have which ones? Earnings March 5th after close. I have HCP, Hashi Corp. So they're expecting 149.3 million in revenue versus guidance of 148 to 150, non-GAAP gross margin of 84.3, non-GAAP operating loss of 9.5% versus guidance of loss of 10.8 to 8.7. EPS 1 cent versus guidance of break even to 2 cents. Deferred revenue $350 million in revenue, $209.9 million in billings. Next quarter expecting $152.7 million in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin 83.8. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 8%. EPS 0 cents. Deferred revenue $325.3 million. Billings $131.2 million. Since last quarter, December 7th, they are up 4.7%. S&P is up 11.1%. XLK is up 11.8%. Near-term options imply 15.5% move. Last 4 quarters, a loss of 16, loss of 5, loss of 26, loss of 6. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 8 quarters. EPS has beaten 8 of the last 8 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 6 of the last 8 with 1 in line. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 8 quarters with 1 in line. So, Hashi Corp. This is either tech or they sell granola. I don't know. I have no idea. They either got a killer AI or they got a killer granola bar. But, So HCP, they don't have weeklies as well. 390, 410. 4, 370. We'll go a 4. So about $4 priced in. Still another 20%. $8 both ways. That'll give you what? 31.68. Still costs more than the shares. You just buy the shares, Habibi. Crazy. 15. Yeah. Not worth it. No play. Hashi Corp. Anything else for after the bell? Anything else for after the bell? We still have more for the morning. JD, Abercrombie. We're still going to do them all. I like girls who wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I like earnings where I don't have to pay 50%. I'll buy it if the option change snitch. I'm still holding the Ferg. Yeah, I made it free yesterday, remember? I ghetto spreaded it. We already went over charge point. We already did charge point. All righty. Well, good morning. Do 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 do. Time for the mornings, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the mornings. All right. So this is for tomorrow morning. We're starting off with JD. So I got shares that are getting clobbered, man. They've been... Maybe we could average down now. I think their last earnings, they did good, and then they sold off. I feel like they just reported, honestly. I'm kind of surprised they even have earnings already, to be honest with you. But they're expecting 4.49 billion Chinese yuan. Net revenue, 299.73 billion. Non-GAAP EBITDA, 9.62 billion. Next quarter, expecting 5.18 billion. Net revenue, 255.47 billion. Non-GAAP EBITDA, 10.59 billion. Gross merchandise volume, 793.79 billion. Price history since last close in Hong Kong. We'll just go over American shares. They're down 14.6%. S&P is up 12.8. XLY is up 9.3. Near-term options imply 9.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, loss of 3, gain of 7, loss of 11. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. JD. So, honestly, they haven't really moved too much, and they're pricing in a little bit on the high side, but they are just hugging the lows, man. Again, this is just one part their own stock and their own performance, another part China recovery. Oh, JD. Yeah, I'm down 3,700 on my shares. I've had these since when? Since August of last year. So I've been getting murked on those. I don't know. When's the last average? Did I average on these? Oh, wait. No, I didn't average. I only bought once in August. Oh, shit. I never averaged on this. I'm kind of down, bro. I'm kind of down. What the hell is Jan? Jan 1? This thing's going crazy. 52-week highs. Looks like it's going nuts. So, again, for JD, looks to be pricing in $2. That's about 10%. $2.06. A little bit less than 10 cents. Or 10%. Like right under it. So, 420. Yeah. 420 is priced in. So 25.60 to the high side. It's like the same price as the shares, and that's a 20% move, but I don't know. It might be able to move. I don't know if I'm going to play the options, though. I still have shares. And then the downside, 420. What, 17 and some change, 10 cents? Yeah. I don't know. It's not bad. Calls aren't too bad. I'm kind of down to just... I haven't averaged down. Dude, that's crazy. I made that play in August, and I haven't averaged down. You're kidding me. Yeah, bro, I'm kind of down. We'll see. Market's at the low. What time is it? We got 50 minutes. High ticker left to Chad. All right. I did my average down. I averaged down on JD, but I did a big one. I do like Baidu more, but I'm combining it in the sense of I could just play the earnings, call it a day, make the pain worse or not. But I swear I thought I averaged on that, but I guess it was only Baidu averages. That didn't sound good. I didn't hear it. What did it sound like? There was a lot of orders that had to go through, but I didn't quite hear it. What price was that? 46. You heard of timber? Well, I grabbed 1,700 shares of JD. So I only had 200 or 300 before. So I averaged down 30. I was down 36%. So now I'm only down 8%, and I have a way bigger position, 2,000 shares for earnings. I'm risking about $4,000 either direction on earnings. Yeah, it's a big average, but I've never averaged on it. So that's why I said I'm kind of rolling it into the earnings now, because then I could just play 8 to 10% both direction. Hasn't moved more than 11, and then we'll go from there. So we'll see. We'll see. Long time is good. It's not bad, man. JD, very, very low, too. That's why I say, why not? We find out. Earnings. I would not put that in the long term, no. I've been holding it for this time. I'm still waiting. I still kind of believe in the China rally, or eventually, even then, even if we start coming down here, China it has so much cushion, but then at the same time, it has also had so much death. So we'll see, but that's JD. All right, the next earnings play for tomorrow morning. Are we there? Oh, Abercrombie. Where are my Abercrombie people at? Are you an Abercrombie boy? Abercrombie girl? Is that you? You fly with your Abercrombie? Abercrunk? No? Okay. Dude, look at, I'm telling you, the best stock. This dude, it was at $20 end of last. Dude, this stock was better than NVIDIA. Fuck out of here. This shit went up 10 times. What are you saying? Y'all are crazy. I think Abercrombie's the best stock in the world. I think they innovated they did everything. Nobody do it like them, bro. I'm for real, man. Nobody do it like Abercrombie. This is insane. Abercrombie, dude. Oh, there's a little Abercrombie, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude, a little flannel, dude. Oh, those new low on the SPY, dude. Oh, crap, dude. Hold on. S&P, dude. Before we do Abercrombie, dude, let me take a look at the SPY, dude. Hold on, dude. Oh, dude, we're making lows, dude. People are going to throw, dude. 50, 59, dude. You broke, dude. Josh is saying, dude, 50-60, dude. That's not a good one, dude. Because now it's like 50-55, dude. If you break that, dude, it's like we can start to go a little lower, dude. Yeah, dude. No, that's a big deal, dude. That's a big deal, dude. Better watch out, dude. Yeah, that's actually not good. 50-59. So, first level broken. Baby level. You got to get to 50-55 now. You break that, then we're just, like, you're slowly, like, just falling through the last, like, week and a half. So, again, this is NVIDIA earnings. All NVIDIA earnings. We thought NVIDIA earnings was a blast from the past just a couple days ago. Yesterday, you were at 51.49. But it has done this. Run up to 50-50, go down to 49, and shoot up to 50-40, then come down, and then before you know what I'm saying? Like, we've done this several times. Several times. New low. All right. Well, Abercrombie. So Abercrombie, they're tomorrow morning. They're expecting revenue of $1.43 billion, implies 19.1% year over year versus guidance of high teens. Yo, that's crazy. I guess so, bro. They're growing at 19% year over year. What the hell? Maybe Abercrombie. Maybe it is the future, bro. That's like people get hyped on Azure growing at 20, 26. All right, maybe it's different. Okay. Gross margin 60.1, operating margin 15.2 versus guidance of 15%. EPS $2.83. Next quarter expecting revenue of $896.6 million, gross margin 61.9, operating margin 7%, EPS of 69 cents. Since last quarter, November 20th, they're up 81.7. S&P is up 13. XLY is up 10.1. Near-term options imply 15.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, gain of 24, gain of 31, and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 12%. Wow. Wow. Abercrombie. So they've moved a lot and they're pricing in a lot. So let's see. $24 on the chain. About $24. So $24 priced in. That's a little bit. That's around 20%. So $48 either direction is 2 standard deviations. It's like 40%. $48. Oh, shit. 138, 96 plus 48, 189. Still $240. 40% out the money, still $240. Very expensive. So again, it's expected to move a lot. We said $48. $99.08. Habibi. 60 cents for the put. Oh. Oh. That's crazy that 90 is like right here though. Like why does 90 still look so far away? 90 was where it started the beginning of the year. That put is very tempting. When did Celsius have its first bad earnings? That put is tempting. The Abercrombie put is tempting, but then I'm like, I could also save $40. That's the most tempting play so far. I would even go with like maybe the 85, but then again, these plays like 100 seems so far away, but so close at the same time. It's a love story. Two options torn apart, brought together by earnings. I don't want to wait for my earnings to expire. I buy the cars and I'm gonna buy the push. Yeah, that was tough. We might come back to it. Why is Abercrombie even that high? Why isn't it that high? Yeah, exactly. It's a new wave, man. Honestly, that's a mind-blowing. Abercrombie is still up in this day and age. Yeah, I'm going to skip it. Sorry, Abercrombie. I want the put, though. The put would be the only one I'd grab. The call's a little too expensive. I don't think it's worth it for 200. Next in line, we got Foot Locker. I'm up at Foot Locker looking like I need those. 10.5, and if you gotta give me 2 of those. I can tell she never seen Jerome Powell before, because she was standing there as if I said, let's get a rate cut. I said, excuse me, ma'am, I'm only trying to cut rates. No? Okay. I'm sorry. I just get really into it. It's a good song, though. All right, Foot Locker. They're expecting comps a loss of 7.9 versus guidance of loss of 9 to loss of 7. Revenue of $2.28 billion implies loss of 2.5 year over year versus guidance of loss of 2 to loss of 4. Gross margin 27% versus guidance of 27 to 27.2. SG&A 22.9 versus guidance of 22.7 to 23. Operating margin 2.2. EPS 32 cents a share versus guidance of 26 cents a share to 36 cents a share. Comps next quarter expecting a loss of 2.3. Revenue 1.89 billion, gross margin 30%, SG&A 23.2%, operating margin 4.4%, and EPS 62 cents. Since last quarter, November 28th, Foot Locker is up 45.1, S&P is up 12.8, and XLY is up 9.2. Near-term options imply 16.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 16, loss of 28, loss of 27, and loss of 6. Revenue has beaten consensus 9 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Short interest is 15%. But like a... So they're pricing in a ton. They have moved a ton as well. So they're pricing just under 20%. 34.27. Paying the plug. God bless you, Chad Dillon. Baldridge, baby. My man. God bless you, my friend. Thank you. Hard on. Baldridge. Oh, man. What a name, bro. What a name, too. Y'all know y'all donating with your celebrity names. It happens a lot in the chat. Starring Dylan Baldridge. Boom 505. How you 550? Oh, you broke the 50-60. Wait for 50-55. Again, we're doing it little by little, but still making some more lows. Couple points at a time. All right, where's Foot Locker? So again, 34. I'm getting $6 flat. 340. So 20% would be 640. So they're pricing in just under 20. That's a lot. So $6, $12 both ways. You need like a 40% move to break even, or for a 2 standard deviation. So one direction is $6, 2 standard deviation, 12. That would be what? 46.39. Still cost more than 1 share. And usually any of these have not been good. Even the ones that hit that we didn't play, those were at least cheaper than the damn option was cheaper than the share. But yeah, it's still expensive. And then what? $24? Give or take 26. Yeah, Foot Locker, it's kind of pricey, man. Like I said, that last one, I like the Abercrombie put the most. Abercrombie, and then we're going to come back to Ross. See, retailers. It's all about the retailers. But that's Foot Locker. We have been Foot Locker. EVgo. Do we have one? EVgo. You guys want to do EVgo? All in favor? No? Okay, we'll skip it. Trinity, I don't have a preview for. Trin, that sounds like Tren. Campbell's. I have Campbell's CPB. Everybody loves some homemade chicken noodle soup. You know what I'm saying? We could go over some Campbell's. Why not? So Campbell's expecting $2.4 billion, 4.4 in revenue, organic growth loss of 2%, organic income or operating income $352.1 million, gross margin 31.1%, operating 14.5, EPS 77 cents, full year guidance July 24, EPS $3.09 to $3.15, excluding items, revenue growth loss of 5 versus 1.5% year over year. EBITDA growth 3 to 5% year over year. CapEx assumption 5% of net sales. Net interest expense 185 to 190. Adjusted effective tax rate of 24%. Since last quarter, December 5th, CPB is up 6.2. S&P is up 12.5. XLP is up 5.6. Near-term options imply 4.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, loss of 1, loss of 9, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. Campbell's. Long on broth. Campbellinis. CPB. Campbellini. Campbell's. So they're pressing in about $2.10. 4.2. That's about 5%, right on the dot. So honestly, not pricing in that much. They have moved more than that in 2 of the last 4 earnings, surprisingly. So 420. Yes, again. 420 is priced in for 2 standard deviations. So that'll be like, it's at 43 pretty much. We'll say what? 47.20. 20 cents. Yeah, honestly. This is a good priced American contract. I could get behind this one. There is more puts, surprisingly. If Campbell's does really bad, but those contracts on the upside are not priced that bad. You know, that's a good price contract. 10% surpriser, pricing in 5. It may do it. May cuck, honestly. Wait. Now that I think about it. No, they've moved pretty big on those other 2s. All right, I grabbed one of the 47 calls for $20. That is my first play of the day, Campbell's. I didn't think I would be buying Campbell. I've spent more on an option than I have on Campbell's soup in the last year for sure. Yeah, I got me some Campbell's. And then SPY still going lower. My goodness. We are having power hour. It's, 1 minute here? 30 seconds till the 30-minute ramp capital. My goodness. Well, anyways, that one is Campbell's. What's the next one? Genius Sports, Genie. I feel like a lot of people like this one. Isn't this a smaller cap? I have a preview for them. Yeah, Genius. So probably no puts. Might start to look like a share play. They're expecting... What the hell is this? They're expecting revenue of $126.1 million in revenue, gross margin 15.4%, adjusted EBITDA $11.1 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 8.8%, EPS loss of 7 cents. Since last quarter, they're up 38.1. S&P is up 16.3. XLK is up 17.4. Near-term options implied 13.4% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 2, loss of 3, gain of 15, loss of 12. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 12 quarters. EPS has beaten 2 of the last 11 with 1 in line. Forward quarter EPS or revenue has beaten 5 of the last 8 with 1 in line. So it's for Genie. No weeklies. It doesn't even have a plus or minus there. A little harder to read. I'm getting $1.20. 70. So less than 20%, a little more than 10. So 240, 940 to the upside. 5 or 4, 460 to the downside. So that is up to you. Okay, Genie, no play on that. But that's for Genie. Is that UVXY on the high? All right. The next one for the morning. We're almost done. We only got like 2 more. 2 more. There you go. We're almost done. The next one for the morning is UNFI. United National Foods. You are in the United and the National... United National States of America. Okay, makes sense. So UNFI, they're expecting revenue of $7.87 billion, gross margin 13.2%, adjusted EBITDA $119.7 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 1.5%, EPS loss of 2 cents a share, full year guidance EPS loss of 88 cents to gain of 38, revenue 30.9 to 31.5 billion, adjusted EBITDA 450 to 550 million. Since last quarter, December 5th, they're down 5.8. S&P is up 12.5. XLP is up 5.6. Near-term options imply 14.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 7, loss of 27, loss of 15, and loss of 28. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. That's UNFI. SPR's on the high. Oh, Habibi. UNFI. I don't think Barr, he's at one of those banking things. He shouldn't talk about policy or not anything too crazy. So UNFI says they're pricing in a lot. Kind of looks like it. 250 to 280. I'm getting 280, 285. Or is that 320? We'll go with 280. So 280 priced in one way. That's more than 20%. 140. No, 280 is 20%. So 40% for 2 standard deviations. It's like what? 560? From 20-ish. Not bad, but again, option cost is. I like UNFI though. That one They have some ups. What are those going for? Those are 20s. They've been struggling with the food. That one's decent. But yeah, I'm going to skip that one. No UNFI for me. Any questions? The final play, Chattadonia? The final play. THO. Thor Industries. Thor. Would you look at that? Thor. Beautiful. So Thor, they're expecting revenue of $2.27 billion in revenue, gross margin 13.8%, SG&A 8.8%, operating margin 3.3%, operating income $75.4 million, and EPS of 67 cents a share. Full year guidance expected to be EPS of 6.25 to 7.25, revenue of 10.5 to 11 billion, gross profit margin of 14.5 to 15%. Since last quarter, December 5th, they are up 25.3. S&P is up 12.5. XLY is up 8.4. Near-term options imply 7.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 2, gain of 18, and loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. So there it is. Thor. They have quite the interesting chart. But it does look like they're pricing in more. A little lower than their big ones, but still kind of up there. 25, I'm getting 1020. 940, 1090. We'll go with 1020. 1020 priced in, a little bit under 10%. So that'd be what? 2040? 146, 147. 50 cents. And then what? 20 to the down? Well, no. It don't work for me. I wanted to see how those moved. Oh, it's THO. I was like, why no THOR? But somebody bought a lot of the put. All right, I'm doing Thor. I like it. I honestly think that's the best value out of the whole day. They may not move. They have a good history. They're in between running up a lot, all-time highs, high price, pricing in like 7. But I played both ways. I went a little out of the money just because it was cheaper. But again, that has hurt us. But I played both sides. But I played it for $40. And again, this is on anywhere for what, 100, almost $200 stock. I grabbed the 150 call. Oh, wow, that's 10 extra dollars. No, 5 extra dollars. Yeah, I grabbed the 150 call at 30. And then the 90 put at 10 cents. All right, I think that's it, Chattadonia. think that's it. Earnings plays are wrapped up. Earnings plays are wrapped up. Is there any other ones for tomorrow morning I'm missing? If you have any, speak now or forever hold your peace. This is your moment. JD is not in the long term. I'm doing that one for a flip. I've just held it for a while. Gold coming down. We already did Ross. Oh, VSCO. Do they report? I don't see that preview. Oh no, after the close. I don't have a yeah, Victoria's Secret is today. Yo, SMCI rocketing? What just happened here? And then Jill? No, I don't know. That's not related. Dude, SMCI just took off out of nowhere. Oh yeah, VSCO's on Wednesday. All right, I think we're good. We already did all the other ones. Well, on that note, Chad, you're getting a little bit of a pop on SMCI. Our earnings previews are done. And I'm going to go to the bathroom. You have 20 minutes left. That's it, baby. Wrap up the day. Close out the day. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. And I'll see you in a little bit.
Today, and of course, energy as a group is higher even as the overall market declines. Coming up, we're going to take a look at shares of Apple. They're on the back foot. The stock's seeing a slump that has erased more than $360 billion this year in market value. It's our stock of the hour. This is the close on Bloomberg.
100 has
There you go. That's, all right, I'll take Jonathan Krasinski.
In, about 14
this
months,
guy
that's
is
the
a
third longest
character
streak
in the
since
office,
1990.
literally.
So that just goes to
But I'll
show
be right
how
back.
well overdue we are for a decent down move. But I think as long as you're kind of in the 5, 7, 8% window drawdown, things can probably remain okay. You start getting more than that, and then I think the selling might expand to other areas of the market, but we're just not there yet.
You want to give me a view on the Russell quickly before I let you go?
Yeah, I mean, the Russell 2000 is still a bit bifurcated. You still have some growth names in there that's kind of push-pull. But I think keep an eye on small cap value. VBRs, the small cap value ETF, that hit a new high today. At one point, it was up over 50 basis points on the day. And so that's an area that I think is worth looking at.
Jonathan, we'll talk soon. Thank you, Jonathan Krinsky, BTIG. Up next, we track the biggest movers into the close. Christina Partsinevelos standing by once again with that. Christina.
Well, we've got maybe growth on the horizon for Target, and investors are worried about share dilution for one lithium miner. I'll have all the details next.
Damn, I thought they were going to give me the bond report. I went pee, but I was hoping to get me a drink. It's all good, man. We got to wrap it up. I do have to get going, though, early today, too. I have another appointment right after the bell. So I'm dipping out right when the bell closes, unfortunately. Oh, wait, but is there any good earnings? Ross and a couple of others. JD, though, our big money's on JD tomorrow morning. Is there any questions about anything? We got most of it done, but I do need to. I'm trying to get me out of here. BYSI pop. I feel like we were seeing that one all day. It sounds familiar. Well, the Baidus are still up. I don't know what to do with that one. We're going to push that. Amgen Flushing. Amgen down 1%. BYON on the high. Yo, Beyond. Literally overstock at the highs. Kind of going nuts. What is this? It's doing it again. And SMCI still going crazy. I didn't sell the Fergs. No, remember I ghetto spreaded it, so I think the Fergs are still up. But yeah, like it's ghetto spreaded, so we're either gonna make money. We either walk away with 100% or $500. Bro, SMCI's at 1077. That's going nuts. Oh wow, hey, are the Fergs gonna be? No, we need 190s. Still, 200 is pretty big. The THO play, why buy the call and the put? Because they're going to have earnings tomorrow. It's just this, we've been doing a strategy. If you search ghetto standard deviation on YouTube, you can see everything we've been doing. But, I mean, it's just this idea of if it's cheap enough and you don't have to risk enough, it makes more sense to go both ways. And we're really just playing the volatility of whatever potentially happens on earnings. Oh, Ross? No, after getting the THO, I think I've used my budget. I'll limit myself, but I like the Ross, and then I said, which one? Abercrombie to the downside. Ross I was going to come back to, but now I spent 40. I think I spent like $60. I spent 20 on Campbell's, I think, and then 40 on the other one. Soupy. Soupy. Soup, very good for you, Habibi. No? All right, here, give me a second. 4 minutes till the 10-minute rigged.
So much for the latest on Apple. And of course, Romain, you got to wonder as well about this plan to come up with its own self-driving car that didn't pan out. And now they're putting all their eggs in that AI basket with nothing to show for it for now.
Yeah, but they need to articulate what exactly is in that basket, right?
It's AI and Apple, exciting products. Some kind of combination for that.
You like your Vision Pro? Yeah.
Yeah, not buying that. All right, coming up, we continue to count you down to the closing bells. Megan Horniman, CIO at Verdance Capital Advisors, will be joining us next. This is The Close.
AES is the largest seller of renewable energy.
How? They just got back from... Man, what is... I grabbed me a drink, man. Don't worry. I got me my fucking water, man. Screw y'all. Albemarle, I think they did an offering. Raising money. We heard a lot of that. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Ater, I think we said we're going to skip that one. Do they report? Atarian. Schedules earnings for March 12th. So their earnings is on March 12th. I don't think they're up here unless they're moving now. It was like Ava or something. We skipped one of them. We skipped a couple of there's like a couple of smaller cap plays that reported. But I think we are done with earnings. Again, we only have about like 13 minutes left in the day. I think we have done it all. Atarian. I feel like I know somebody named Atarian. Sounds like a last name. Mr. Atarian, how are you? There has been a lot of share offerings. Again, I think 3 companies today raised debt in some way, shape, or form. Notes, equities. Again, conversion of convertible notes. All sorts of things. Bro, SMCI, that just went nuts there. You guys see that? It's in the green. Is NVIDIA in the green? Yeah, barely by a quarter. Coinbase, latest issue. Man, Coinbase been having an issue every day. That's how you know crypto is booming. You know what I'm saying? Because Coinbase every single day has a problem. That's how you know it's booming. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for the promotional post. I'm waiting for Kim Kardashian coin too. Y'all forgot you got Floyd Mayweather. Can't even read a book. Y'all had him telling you about the blockchain and cryptography. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. Your smoke shop guy sold, and now he's mad about it at the low. Yeah, that's why. But that's what's different this time. Because now think about it. If he was holding on, every person who walked into that smoke shop would know about Bitcoin. Now, they just, if they ask about it, you know, they have to ask about it like it's a vape. Now I see it's different. It's a different world. It's a different world right now. That's why I'm like, it's so surprising. Crypto running without all of the mass hysteria. Ater is going to go back into compliance very soon and you'll regret it. Is that a threat? Like, wait, hold on. Why did I just get threatened? It's going to get back into compliance, and when they do, you'll regret it. But is that how you pitch all your investments? But it's okay. I put it up there, man. I put it up, but you don't got to FOMO us. You don't got to FOMO us. You'll regret it is a wild, like, that's a wild pitch, bro. That's a wild pitch. FNV? Oh, no. It was FMR, I think. Or FMS, one of them today. Yeah, for Cineus. They benefited off some NVO shit in the morning. THO puts popped. Oh, yeah. It did what the Fergs did. Again, those ones are the ones high price, cheap. If we could get a spread, that'd be nice. But these are already kind of hyped up, though. There's already a lot of volume before we got there. Bro, SMCI is still going 1082. $1.7 to the buy side, market on close balance. That's your 10-minute rig near the low of the day. I feel like we spent most of the day just around here. Like 508 to 508, 507, 506.80. Yeah, crowd just expensive. Maybe the puts, but I think even the puts, 2 standard deviation, were like $1.20. We got out of SPR, but that one's doing good. There we go. Is this some CI burning options? I want to say the calls went up, but depending on where you got them. All depends where you got it. Mm. 100% on the Tho. On Tiho. If you could ghetto spread them, that's what I did with the Ferg yesterday. So if you could sell the 85s, otherwise I'm just gonna hold it. I don't know. We have 7 minutes. Maybe we'll have enough time, but ghetto spread or not. Pay the plug got marked as PDT, but it's all good. Massive move end of the day, baby. Remember, you could go to a cash account, baby. Cash account. Cash account will make sure you never have that problem. Bro, SMCI's up like $50 in the last like 10 minutes. Final 5 in about 1 minute. Is Celsius still up? MSTR selling off? Celsius coming up. ALB dying. Absolutely dying. ALB's down 18. That like really flushed there second half of the day. That has to be killing materials. Honestly, they're holding up good though. XLF bouncing a little bit again. Banks had another good day. Again, even MPW climbing up here. Z-scaler. Oh, that would be nice. It was down way, way more in the morning, so kind of a decent move so far. Am I buying SoFi at some point? For the long term, I have zero plans of that. No, I already have JP Morgan, and I have some other financials. What's Franco NEV Corp? Why does this look like a SPAC? Is it? It's $113. FNV on the high. AMD popping up now. Remember, AMD had bad news there on the China chip stuff this morning. AMD is about to go green, only down 0.1%. SPY near like that first low that we hugged around. And then again, that's final 5 right now. But yeah, AMD rocketing up. NVIDIA rocket. But yes, Chattadonia. I hope you guys are all living good. Like I told you, we got to land and we got to get going here today. Even though we do have more earnings after the bell, we will be getting data bright and early in the morning. But it is time that we all start to head out, and it's also time that I give you guys a warning because it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you guys hear me say earmuffs, I just want to give you a heads up that that is your warning to mute your speakers because it is going to get so loud in here that you will burst your eardrums. Okay, we've had a lot of reports. I'd rather just assume the worst is going to happen. So assume that if you don't mute your speakers, your eardrums will just start bleeding, or maybe you will just start pooping. That could happen too. It's auditorial diarrhea. It's been studied. If you go, you just got to go to webmd.com. But anyway, so all in all, you guys have been a great audience. I want to make sure you end your day good, that you don't get exposed to any of this nonsense. So when I say earmuffs, just mute your speakers and you will be good to go. All right? Sound good? Sounds good. Glad we're on the same page. Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. Save yourself. Earmuffs. Earmuff. Wait, it's not going? Hold on. We have a delay. I don't know why it's not playing. I thought it was. Earmuffs. There it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here another second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees, sunny on and off, depending on where you're at there. But otherwise, looking like a beautiful day, especially if you bought a SPY put after everyone was saying buy the dip, and then the market finally dipped. But even then, we're still elevated near all-time highs. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flight down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing the earnings? Are you waiting for the post earnings? Are you playing the jobs data tomorrow morning? What are you going to do? Finalize it and make up your mind. You better do it now. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my gosh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're here right now. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, plays, info, anything. You were there and part of it. Way to hold it down. Good question. People holding it down. People with the long term. Good game, baby. People just starting it. Good game. Let's go. And listen, without a GG, you're more likely to get banned. If you don't show sportsmanship between you and your other Chads, I'm just saying it don't reflect well on the chat bags. You better hit that GG right now. Right here, right now, baby. You here. Let's go. Same thing for you too, Twitch. I see you. Way to hold it down. Good game. I hope you know we stronger as well. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the people who donated. You didn't have to. You showed love. But positive people. People showing love, baby. God bless you. Thank you for being here and thank you for holding it down. Way to hold it down, Chatadonia. Let's go. GG, I'll see you tomorrow. GG, good game. It's how you play, dog. Good game, good game, good game. GG, bro. GG, GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Cool.
That's in bed. Let's go. Show me your mind.
I want Airbnb, but I gotta go. Chatadonia. Oh, Ross came out 180. Ooh. I don't think those are pricing in that much. Did it cuck? Oh no, it's gonna run. It's gonna run.
I don't wanna rap
2-6. Let's see, baby. But Chad, I gotta go. I'm
I'm
gonna play this, but I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna end this after this song. I gotta get going. I love you. Thank you for being here. Shout out everyone that held it down. Fill out that prayer request wall. Play for your Chads, baby. And I'll see you on the watch list tonight. Thank you again, baby. God bless Chatadonia.
Please stop backing. Y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of candy. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a Mary. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Pop before the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality.
Yeah. Ross came out. They beat, but then they lowered their guidance a little bit. I think it was good, though. I think they're just sandbagging, but that was too short. I'll give you one more, and then we go. And then I gotta go. But I love you, Chad. God bless you. That is the day. We'll wait till the earnings. I think most of our earning plays are for the morning. There's still a couple after the bell. I do think Ross was one of the more important ones. God bless Chatadonia, baby. SMCI still going. The market. Jobs tomorrow morning, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you want. All that matters is the weather and whether to make the farm.
First quarter revenue 902 to 905. So where's the comparisons? 902 to 905. Oh wow, they guided up, and I think they killed it on this quarter. 845, yeah. So they beat the high end of guidance, and they raised up 3.92 to 3.99. Estimate 3.94. That's on the full year. 25 EPS 377 to 397. Estimate was 376. Yeah, so crowds up 6. Remember, they were down 7. So now they're back to where they were at yesterday, just off of that move, and then it was still pricing in about 12%. Yeah, so Chattadonia, I'm going to leave it on that note. I got to get going. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Wake up and drive. I will see you tomorrow morning, God willing, and even tonight on the watch list. But don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. And why there's a lot I could say from the PHILO today. But I'm going to let that one linger, baby. I'm going to let that one linger, baby. Why blank? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia. Enjoy the day. CrowdStrike is going. 19% is the amount for 2 standard deviations. So we'll see. Or I think 24. We'll find out. But Chad, enjoy the day. I'll see you guys in a little bit. And peace out. Yeah, hey, Josh has to go, but I got to go. You better go vote for me on Tuesday. On Super Fat Tuesday. Fat or super duper fragilistic Expedia and Airbnb, the Dogecoin. Expedia, the Dogecoin, supercalifragilistic Expedia Dogecoin. Anyway, yeah, have a good day. Bye.